see dominate against Mumu on that Barats, but I don't know, man. Going up against a player like Kit Bomba, I don't think you should take that chance.
Exactly. It kind of feels like, you know, as teams
good afternoon.
a lot of the challenges that the game has offered them, they seem to be decisive team as of right now. I would say that the least entity
Team
7,
Spirit
I agree with you that
versus
they probably should
P7.
have, you know, maybe a secondary frontliner on top of, you know, Vanguard, or just a secondary means of engage so that Vanguard just doesn't have to do it all by himself. Usually that falls into the category of whether or not you pick up Hirara.
Hello.
I mean, nowadays I think that teams are more than happy to ban it out, especially when they are on red side. It is a pretty difficult pick to deal with overall, but then that begs the question, what are they willing to give up? Because nobody wants to let go of the Fanny, nobody wants to let go of the Freya.
Yeah, I feel like if anyone will let the Fanny through, it might be Team Spirit. I feel like they're the kind of okay. Hold on, let's check. Okay, so
and then Team Spirit, yeah.
All right.
Just practicing.
Looks simple enough.
I mean, it's based on reaction time, right? Sao is basically making Zara guess, hey, left or right every single time, and he's got to put his hands on top of his so that it's a base starting point to train their reaction time. And honestly, it's not a bad exercise. To do. Arguably, he should get Sunset Lover to get another 2 tennis balls and then double up on the difficulty.
I legit want to try that now. If that improves my
Julius,
game, then, hey, shots, you know, like they figured out ways to make professional players much better.
It's also like human bench. Dealing with it, you know. So if they just maintain and hold on to that level of, you know, degree, that level of standardality that the whole team can control and attest to, I think they absolutely have what it takes.
Yeah. Right now for Entity 7, I want the money from Shin, but at this point I feel like it's definitely not enough. It's definitely not enough. Doom had moments where he should have been able to carry. I remember him on the Harif, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's the big with Entity 7. They're still not super consistent
hello,
just yet.
Yvonne,
like,
hello.
they have a pretty good baseline. It's just a little bit all over the place. I don't know whether it's what you call it, conditioning coming in from their league in NA, where because they're going through the global ban system, it does make it so that it's less consistent in terms of the playstyle, because you have to constantly readjust the heroes, you know, power spike and all those kind of things. So yeah, I don't know. It's something that we really have to look out for, because the reason I brought it up because people are like not liking global ban, and I'm thinking
no code.
Because the stuff like we're very inconsistent.
No, I agree with you. I think that global ban is an unfortunate byproduct of not having enough relevant heroes in the current meta. So I think at the very least, you know, it's something that we should be thinking about, but we need to also continuously innovate.
Hindi nag-drop ng code dito.
The drafts are ready, so
ibang laro na to, guys.
In there.
Hindi na to MSC, tapos na MSC.
Yeah, looks like there's already a few bans. Pop. Okay, so the bans are going. I mean, I don't know. It could just be them testing the ping, but just assume that we have started here. Actually, you know, because we can see that Hiko is still playing with a PC, and I'm pretty sure when you're in the game that you can't be using your PC like that. I mean, maybe again, I honestly think it will be pretty cool if the players can at least like open up the dick or something. But
hello,
yeah,
hello, brothers.
People will be like, it's probably not. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, welcome here. We are just waiting for Team Spirit as well as Entity 7 just to get ready for their matchup here. I'll be looking at the other stream as well to see just to see how they really up. They also have Bigatron going up against Esports. Pro Esports going up against Alphas in the final match. In the other stream will be ONIC going up against Geekay, where like I said, Geekay was actually pretty impressive, able to take down Alpha 7. Sorry. having a lot of coughs because my water is a bit weird for today. Speaking of, for everyone watching, it will be interesting to see when it comes to the coming in. Team Spirit really shouldn't have to that much. It really is just all on Evan, where I feel like for Entity 7, they gotta ban out the Barats. Willing to let the Barats go. They try to
ONIC, meron ang ONIC kaso ano pa, 11 PM pa ang ONIC.
It was just not working out, and it felt pretty bad because the
Gabi pa ang ONIC.
idea is pretty sound, right? Like have
na-delay pa yung mga matches. Abot pa yun ng madaling araw.
You should be all but
Arnold! Guwarin, hello. Wala pa akong magsalita. May singaw kasi ako sa dila. Nakatamaan ng ngipin. Yeah,
they are. Some Barat players are just above and beyond.
At kita paglaro na ng bebe mo. Sige.
Generally difficult from actually going through.
At kita pagtapos na ilaro nila.
The big game is forced to play, and maybe we'll come up with some new tech to try and deal with the Barats overall, despite the wave clear and despite the way that they can influence waves, and of course the lore dance is just it's frustrating to deal with for a lot of junglers and even mid laners at this stage because nobody feels safe when you're dealing with the Barats, and I think the Purifies just have to come through. There's a certain degree of respect that needs to be had when you are dealing with this Barats, because not only is it good in lane, it's great in team fights, and if you don't respect it, you just might be the one who gets gobbled up and spat against the wall.
You know the unfortunate thing,
11, mamaya, pero 11 PM.
The supports in this game, it's very balanced, and I'm talking about support, not like
Pinakahuling game kasi sila.
It's just support. I'm talking the Diggies, the the Matildas, and all those because I really feel like there is a lot of metas that Diggy could counter, but Diggy is just not good right now.
Whoa, I think we're getting a little too crazy there. We're gonna take a bit of a cool off time. Please enjoy the promo in the time being.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Games of the Future 2026 here in Astana.
Ingat
For the
ate.
next several days, Astana will host one of the most exciting sporting events of the year.
Nagpupuyat na naman sila.
Popular sports tournament. The Games of the
Pupuyat.
Future
Kahapon
features
mga
both worlds,
1 na yata
traditional
natapos.
sports and cybersports in a unique format called Phygital, which combines physical and digital competition. In Phygital sports, athletes have to perform both on the screen and on the field. They need fast reactions, smart decision-making, teamwork, and
Rainy
fitness.
afternoon,
Winning here
Roy.
is much more than mastering just one side of the game. This year, the
Tagal pa.
tournament welcomes more than 800 athletes from more than
Ano ba ako
50
ubuhin
countries,
dito?
competing across 8 different disciplines. Players, coaches, fans, and technology brands have all come together in Astana to be part of this global
Baka
event.
magmanhid yung
Competition is fierce,
singaw ko.
with a prize pool of over $4 million. But the Games of the Future are about more than just winning. They show how sport is changing and how technology is creating new ways to compete. The event has already
Ang next
attracted a
nito guys,
huge global
Falcon.
audience. The tournaments are watched by hundreds of
Kalaban nila
millions
ang
of people, most
BFYD.
of them between the ages of 18 and 34. A younger generation who are invested in both sports and digital competitions. It's clear that phygital sports are becoming one of the fastest growing trends in the world of competition. Over the next few days, we'll take you behind the scenes, meet the athletes, hear their stories, and find out what it takes to succeed in this
Hi,
one-of-a-kind
Dalmatian.
tournament.
Ay,
From
nasabi ko na ba?
interviews and fun challenges to exciting matches,
Tagaw.
we'll show you everything
Tagaw.
happening at the Games of the Future. So stay with us as we explore the future of sport right here in Astana. Let's get started. Did you know that Games of the Future has symbols representing it? That's right. There are 4 characters, which are called Guardians, whose purpose is to represent the spirit of competition. iBoat, a robot made out of titanium and neon parts who believes in inner strength and power of friendship. iBot has a special ability too. The robot is able to cut off enemies' power supply and breathe life into inanimate objects. Arlon, a cyber wolf with a rich silver fur and holographic glow, a great mentor and a formidable warrior in the field. He is able to accelerate time and predict the movements of his foes. He is responsible for the territories of Battle Royale and Phygital shooting. Eileen, she is truly fearless and wild. Her sporty outfit and gaming equipment are truly wonderful, along with her useful backpack that is there to help out in any situation. She keeps the areas of Dota and MLBB to herself. Finally, last but not least, Alum. This eagle is a fighter with golden feathers who likes to wrestle, play football, and basketball. Everywhere he flies, he leaves a trail of petroglyphs. His special ability allows him to analyze the situations at unimaginable speeds. He is a keeper of many areas, and we love him for it. Did you know that a fan-made map jump-started a whole genre in competitive sports and contributed to the development of one of the
commercial
games of many? Mobile Legends, Bang Bang. Multiplayer Online Battle Arena, abbreviated as MOBA, is a subgenre of strategical games which started out just as a game called Aeon of Strife. Though it was far less developed than the typical games in the genre, since the characters didn't have any abilities, but the principle for the gameplay was established quite clearly. Players controlled a single hero unit fighting on 3 lanes, which were protected by defensive towers. Might be unusual to hear for us now, since the MOBA genre is so popular, but it was not true at all for the first 6 years of the genre's existence. Dota, League of Legends, Smite, Heroes of the Storm popularized the genre and eventually led to the creation of Mobile Legends. Released in 2016, Mobile Legends was designed to appeal to a broad audience, and appeal it did. The free-to-play business model, along with captivating heroes, were enough to win over the hearts of many gamers. Now, Mobile Legends Bang Bang
Magdaan tayo sa commercial. Puro commercial na lang.
Southeast Asia and South America.
Ayan. Tapos start na pala yung game mo na. Joke lang. Paubos kaya natin ice cream, di pa nag-start yung game. Anong oras start? Dapat kanina pa. Baka may technical kinemerlings. Sabay po ba laro Falcon? Pagtapos nito, Falcons. Ang kasabay nito sa kabila ay Vamos versus Bushido Wildcat. Yan o, nasa Group B. Yan yung kasabay. Ubus ko na yung ice cream, wala pa din. Gusto niya? Start na ba sa kabila? Ikain nga natin yung kabila. Di pa din. Kaya meron. UG, hello. Ano kasi ito mag-start? X ba ito mag-start?
this game. And first of all, we got to be ready for the upcoming draft. We once again appreciate the patience being shown by all of our audience members because we're excited to see our current MSC champions face up against Entity 7. Now, unfortunately for Entity 7, I mean, they were part of the same tournament. They saw the big uprising of Team Spirits winning momentum all the way to the very end of the grand finals.
Yep, and now the draft has started. It looks like Team Spirit will be on the first pick here, and we were even talking just a little bit about Glue, but Glue has been banned out alongside with the Atlas, and now Entity 7 banning out the Herrera as well as the Freya. Seeing how Zaro Eagle is this amazing assassin player, I feel like they should consider banning out the Fanny unless they have counters like how, you know, teams have shown us with both the Saber as well as the Kufra. The Kufra from Game Yesterday was exceptionally impressive.
It was exceptionally impressive, but it doesn't convince me that he is going to be the go-to meta pick because how many teams can actually play at that high octane constantly, right? It's not like a one-time deal thing where it's a direct counter like Cho or something like that. It's one of those things that you have to be persistent throughout the matchup. And now that we're seeing that Jushin is also getting banned out too, we get the final ban from Entity 7's side. And honestly, I'm not even 100% sure whether they should go for the Paquito ban here, but I mean, there's Fanny available, and so they got to make do with what you have.
Yeah, I feel like the Paquito ban is... It's hard to say because Team Spirit, it does feel like they have quite a lot of good picks that you have to respect. So one way or the other, you kind of have to let it go. Personally, for me, I would not want to go up against the Fanny. So Team Spirit, they have a lot of first pick options here. Yep, they pick up the Barats. It's like, hey, Kid Bomba can carry, might as well give it to him.
Absolutely. I think without a doubt here, I want to see what exactly the answer is going to be from Entity 7's side, whether they're going to take it from the gold lane or whether or not they're going to take it from the mid lane. Either way, that answer is probably only going to show up either Red 3 or in the second half of the draft. First, we need to see what the first picks are going to be for the side of Entity 7. They start off with the Paquito on top of setting up for a Belleric. This should probably mean either Eudora or Valentina for the opposite side in Team Spirit. Or Selena, but Entity 7, they've already kind of set themselves up. Hey, maybe we could be using this Paquito as a flex pick.
Yeah, I feel like for Team Spirit, yeah, a lot is open. I feel like Valentina, it's kind of overkill when it comes to the team fight presence because the Wrath of the Dryad alongside with the Daytona's Welcome, you just have a lot of answers for a lot of different things. So they probably might go for it. And then in terms of the jungle picks, I wonder if they do want to go for the Harley, but instead they go for the Melissa first and the Harley. It looks like there are a lot of mid laners still open, so they're not super worried about that.
Okay, all right. I'm totally fine with this. The question is whether or not it's going to be the Uranus as a potential answer for the side of Entity 7 here, just so that you have something to deal with Kid Bomba, or maybe they might take from the books of SRG and go to Rizla. But either way, I'm still fine with the lineup as is. Claude is going to be the answer here, and it really just goes to show, right, that Akashi is flexible enough to be able to say, you know what, you can pick me last if necessary, you can blind pick me into a lot of different options, and he should be okay in the laning phase.
Yep. Well, I guess this is just a bit different coming in from Entity 7, at least from yesterday. They keep on trying to use the Harry. This time they try to use the Claude, which again is, I would say, pretty good. They probably want a hero that can use a Purify to deal with Kid Bomba on this Barat. Not entirely sure if it's going to be enough though. The Marcel gets banned out and even the Lapu gets banned out. So right now Team Spirit, they are... Why? Are they thinking this Paquito is going in the jungle? Because I guess that's a possible flag because Lapu is like one of the easiest ways to deal with the Melissa. In fact, Lapu was so strong, one of the reasons why Melissa was out of meta, and then eventually she did get nerfed, so that, you know, that just pushed her away more in the meta. So I mean, okay, you know what, Paquito, we've seen the jungle. I can respect the ban for the Lapu.
Maybe they're reading into it, right? Because again, it was Entity 7 who had to start off the second half of the bans first. They saw the Marcel, and now all of a sudden, wait a minute, if this Paquito isn't going to the EXP, there's a pretty high likelihood it might just end up going into the jungle as well. It's not something that's too out of the ordinary for Entity 7. They've shown it during MSC as well. They ban out the Valentina to make sure that the Wrath of the Dryads doesn't get stolen over, and I think this is a really good approach from Entity 7's side.
Yep. Well, now with the Valentina banned out, I wonder what mid does Entity 7 want? they can go for something like the Selena is going to be pretty safe going up against our Egoist here, or they can even go for a Zushin, but no, they go for the Selena here. They just have to be careful because Selena is good against most things, but if Team Spirit has one more beefy front line alongside with this Barat, it's going to be quite difficult. And now the Cho gets picked up alongside with the Eudora. Again, Team Spirit looks like they do want to accelerate this game because this is a pretty aggressive comp coming in from Team Spirit on all sides. I'm personally feeling like they kind of win every lane here. I'm not sure Entity 7, what kind of jungler can they pick up that can really slow down Team Spirit.
Yeah, that might be a little difficult. Yeah, there's no real good options here unless you're going for like a complete dive, and even then, Lapu was probably your best bet. Even Yuzong is generally going to struggle with go away from me coming in from this Melissa anyways, on top of like the multiple levels of CC, G Kundo, Ball Lightning, worst comes to worst, even, the Jet expert here in Kid Bomba can also knock him back from some pretty dangerous positions. Either way, Sora is going to be the final pick as a means to not only engage, but to set the tone as their secondary engager on top of the Wrath of the Dryad.
Yeah, I feel like that's actually a pretty solid pick here. So this is going to be Sora going up against the Barats in lane. I still feel like the Barats wins it as long as he gets his big stack. But then when it comes to the team fight, I think his job is to kind of like disrupt our Egoist here. With this Paquito jungle, for me, it's a hit or miss. It really does depend on the player. It doesn't really feel like it's his best role, but it's definitely still workable.
Considering how Entity 7 played yesterday, a lot of their big winning interactions is when they find quick pincer movements around the mid lane. I think that might be the same story here, but it's highly dependent on whether or not they hit the Abyssal Arrow in the first place, because unfortunately, that Ball Lightning is still going to be really, really dangerous for these melee type heroes. Coming into close proximity with Eudora usually is a death sentence, especially when you've got backup ready to follow. We've seen Zara's overall performance on his Harley. He's going to be in and out of these fights as soon as he hits level 4. So let's jump right into it as Team Spirit on the blue side facing up against Entity 7 on the red side. In terms of emblem sets, it's pretty straightforward. A lot of Festival of Bloods across the board here, with Vangman actually taking Tenacity this time around, but he opts to go for Brave Smite instead of Concussive Blast, so no quick clears.
Yeah, right now I'm looking at Shin as well, having the Veteran Hunter here, probably trying to speed things up. Hide on Bush, tries to help his mid, but unfortunately he took some damage himself. This is, I would say, a big strong point for the Eudora when she is paired up with someone like the Cho that can help her clear the lane very, very fast. She gets level 2 basically instantly, and it makes it so that she has a lot of, I wouldn't say kill pressure, but she definitely does quite a lot of damage into mid. Speaking of, Vangwin takes a lot of damage here. Looks like he should be able to survive this one. And Sunset Lover, ni hao.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly how he wants to play this game, right? He wants to continuously harass Vangwin as much as he can with his empowered Fork of Lightning. And Kid Bomba immediately, I love this response here. He knows that the jungler was on the bottom side. He's coming for his camps up top, and if they can just snag one away with or without the jungler, it's still going to start putting Hide on Bush behind. The arrow lands, Ball Lightning is traded out, but man, Sunset Lover is low, but he knows he's not going to die straight away.
Yeah, I feel like this is an okay timing for him to go back anyways. Looks like no recalls is going to be stopped here. Early armor boots coming in from Hiko, but that's to be expected. The plot is quite the lane bully. And now Kibomba tries to secure it, did not get stunned up, but should be fine. One of the advantages of having a Barats, when you do have high stacks on the big one, it does make it so that you're a little bit more okay going up against crowd control.
Yep, pretty thick boy overall, but it means that they're not going to have first position over the first turtle of the game. I want to see how Team Spirit actually wants to handle this. If not, are they even going to bother contesting? Because it looks like it's going to be a no contest here. And Entity 7, off of that one play prior to the turtle, have secured themselves a neutral objective as they run down to the bottom side of the map.
Well, it's still good for Zaurigo as he stole the cap away and then gets stunned up. Doom comes in with a blazing red. First blood goes over to Hide on a Bush. Quick reaction, and I would say Zaurigo is maybe overextended just a little bit, trying to secure that purple buff.
Yeah, maybe just a little too much here, but this is a really good read from Entity 7's side. Is there a punish? It lands. I want to see whether Sawa wants to keep on going with this. He can keep messing with Selena for a long time, but at this stage of the game, I don't know if they want to waste this type of time.
Yep. Sao, also known as Stan is Fave. Don't know if that's his, real name, Stan, or he has a dude named Stan that he really likes.
That's his alter ego.
I cannot translate his name, but hey, Hidon Bush gets another kill, 2 kills on Hiko in, I would say, in a span of 40 seconds.
Yep, and that's exactly what they want to do, right? Alleviate the pressure for this quad, start getting him that gold plating, unlock him from this T1 down bot side and get him moving. But on the opposite end, you can see that TS, they're not going to waste any time looking for an invasion of their own.
Yeah. Like the shifting clouds. It was almost dead, but it looks like Zarigos is gonna secure the kill onto Akashi. And now 2 members got locked. The Hidon Bush secures a kill onto the jungler of Team Spirit, but all the while Sunset Lover is not touched at all. Kid Bomba gets a double and even gets a shutdown from Hidon Bush. Now Team Spirit, they're able to equalize.
Yep, I mean, great play here. Kid Bomba was able to sustain through that raw damage overall thanks to his stacks, and not to mention that everybody else who was low just had to flicker the heck out of there. There's no point trying to trade this kill, especially with an empowered Hidon Bush on this Paquito, but they can drag it out, and that's exactly what they wanted. Wait for him to have to sit there with his cooldowns, and unfortunately his auto attacks just isn't tough enough to punch through that much meat. Now Entity 7 take first position over this turtle. They're gonna keep on dancing here for the longest of times. Team Spirit have to lean back on their insurance policy. They got to get Hiko back up to speed.
And I gotta say, Gideon, this is probably one of the reasons why Team Spirit likes having Zara Egoist as their jungler here, because despite looking like he's having a rough time, he's maintained a level lead against Hidon Bush, despite Hidon Bush getting quite a lot of kills. But Zara Egoist, he knows how to play position 1. He's consistently farming and stealing away camps away from Entity 7. So right now, despite Entity 7 looking like they're having a bit of trade all across the map, is actually still good, because Zara Egoist is getting his items and levels very fast.
Yeah, he's maintaining, he's trying to maintain some semblance of a lead here, but really it's coming from Sunset Lover, surprisingly enough, alongside with Kim Bomba after that last fight, netting him 2 kills and 2 assists. Again, majority, oh, wow, big kicks into Wrath the Dryad.
Yep, kicks Hidon Bush there, but again, looks like everyone is stunned up there. Vanguard has to get away. Looks like he should die from the deadly magic stunned up there, Kid Bomba, but really doesn't matter. Big AoEs coming in. At this 7, Vanguard tried to save his team, but clearly not enough.
I mean, this is, Split Abyssal Arrow instantly into the lightning form to find another pickoff on the way down to the bot side, and then want to punish even further.
You have to go away use against the Sora. The Sora CC me and still able to get away, trying to get a kill onto the Cho. Looks like unable to. Akashi still gets taken down by Hiko. Doom able to escape with his life. Still looking pretty good for Doom.
Overall, this is exactly what we wanted from a Team Spirit, a way to get Hiko back up to speed against the quad, and now I think he has successfully, but they need to start getting these structures across the map. All towers are still up for Entity 7, while Team Spirit, unfortunately, missing down on that bottom side. I would have imagined that Entity 7 would have played the map a little bit more, but Team Spirit, with a little bit of an off-tempo play, gathering his 5 down to that bottom side, has netted them just enough, and slowly this game is going to come into a standstill, where they're going to be fighting for this next upcoming Lord here, and Kid Bomba already in position. This is what Team Spirit have wanted to pull off for a while.
Oh, Vanguard tries to get into position. Daytona's welcome. Looks like Vanguard is gonna get caught there, gets kicked as well. Not enough time to use the Wrath of the Dryad, but Akashi goes in with the shifting skies, gets stunned up by the go away, gets taken down. Killing spree, Zara Eager secures the kill. Now with the lightning Truncheon, have more burst damage. At the 7 really tries to use their dive capability, but not looking good. Team Spirit able to capitalize on that mistake.
I mean, Spirit, they're positioning really well. Like Sawo, despite trying to disengage the fight, he's still actively looking for off angles that Selena could be throwing these arrows from. He's making sure that he can at least cover Hiko in these moments, especially since he's not exactly the most mobile hero after his dash, and he still has to chain his autos together. Oh wait, they catch one!
Yeah, but Doom was able to purify out of that, but Doom's taking way too much damage coming in from Eudora. Looks like coming in from the side lane. Stan tries to help his team out, able to purify out of that. Hiko still surviving pretty good, but Zarigo's able to get a kill onto Akashi in the back. Overall, I was afraid for Doom, but he was able to outplay that with the purify.
I thought that maybe there was going to be an opportunity that Kid Bomba is going to get his Purify out and then maybe try and flicker away, but I didn't think he had enough time. Instantly getting hit by the stun by Selena. And while this has been happening, right, these waves have been cleared up really efficiently here by Paquito, while they are still trying to get Claude to absorb waves, right? They're trying to attack on multiple different fronts, and I think they need to if they want to catch Spirit off guard. So far, Team Spirit are the ones who can actively look for the pickoffs. Entity 7, generally speaking, it's only really Selena who can set up for this. Wasting the Wrath of the Dryads just doesn't seem like a good use of the ability, and worse yet, if they don't get them low enough, it's even harder for Hide on Bush to go for cleanup.
Never thought we'd watch MLBB and have motion sickness. At this point, Kid Bomba needs some stacks as well if he really wants to be a front line for the team. Looking at Entity 7, they're looking for avenues for them to start the fight. And Vanguin, again, seeing like they really want Vanguin to be the solo frontline for the team, hoping to buy some time, waiting for either Akashi or Shin to start a fight. I agree with you, Gideon. Probably the best is to let Shin start things off with a good arrow. My only problem is I feel like both Kid Bomba as well as Sao is doing quite a good job on making sure that the arrows doesn't have full value, especially if Hiko is around and then Entity 7 just dives in, getting very excited over an arrow. Hiko will just use the go away and basically neutralize, or actually no, even give advantage for Team Spirit.
I mean, that's exactly what we want to see, right? Just have the big shield around your artillery machine, and the sieges will become a lot easier to play. I think they're attacking Kid Bomba here. I'm not 100% sure. We'll check in just a little bit as they continue to fight for position. Team Spirit just hovering around this turtle, and Kid Bomba barely taking any damage from Vanguin.
Who is Auriguez now with the Holy Crystal? Should do, I guess he should be able to one-shot just about anyone, and even if he doesn't one-shot, it should be enough damage to deter them from this Lord. This is 9 minutes in. The Lord isn't that tanky just yet. They can definitely secure this one. Kid Bomba tries to get Vanguin. Vanguin is in position. He should be able to use the Raptor Dry, still saving it for his team. Kid Bomba gets stunned up, but so far, looks like both teams are just, you know, hovering around the Lord.
Dancing away, they're looking for the different angles, and I think that's going to be the kick to start things off.
Yep, Stan, okay, the Lords, our ego is able to secure that one. Akashi tries to go to Sunset Lover as well as Hiko, both able to survive. Akashi, no one home for all of his abilities, but in the back of that, Entity 7 was able to get one member of Team Spirit, and now they're trying to get this turret, unable to. Team Spirit still able to protect that turret.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I think the hard part for Team Spirit is that they can't seem to align all of their item power spikes. Everybody's going to be strong at a different point in the game, and Eudora, as of right now, it's really hard for her to find targets to one-shot. I mean, Selena has been throwing these arrows from so far away. Unless we see Sunset Lover go for a big flicker play, I don't see it happening. There needs to be some better setup overall, and even so, right, they can't just naturally lead in to their pick-off play style because they've kind of missed that mark. Now that we're going into the night, into the 10 minutes, we should be leading and falling back into playing a traditional siege type front to back style. And Team Spirit, I mean, they're trying their best to clear out every single one of their bush. You can see that even for someone like Zaur alongside with Sawo, they're working together to try and open up the maps. Luckily, we have a couple of replays for you guys while we wait for this pause to actually finish. And in a lot of these early game, these early game fights, the big thing is that each member of Entity 7 ends up coming into the fight just a little bit later than the other. They are expecting the big cleanups from not only their Claude, but the Paquito, but you can definitely see the ideas of how the compositions want to work. And I gotta give it to Akashi, right? There are times in this game where you can't necessarily just use the Cloud Shift. You need the iframes of that Thunder form just to dodge a couple of abilities. Most ideally, you're able to catch somebody with the Cloud Shift, but in a moment like this, with the go away from me, your anti-CC actually works against you in choke points, because once you're done with the anti-CC, you just get pushed back into the wall.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%. Look at this. Zaur goes, he's waiting. He goes on Akashi. Akashi takes quite a lot of damage there. And it looks like he's dead. Unstoppable for Zaur Egoist. That Holy Crystal doing quite a lot of work there. And then unable to get Zaur Egoist with the taunt. Team Spirit right now looks like still not able to get that turret with the help of the Lord. But another minion wave is coming through. Should be able to secure that one.
Quad at this stage already has 3 items, looking to get a situational one. And Sawo, he's been very patient with these kicks, right? He's not just kicking for no reason. He's waiting for the absolute right moment to do it. And I think that's what's making Entity 7 just a little antsy, right? That previous neutral fight, the previous Lord fight, you could see that even Sawo is just using that third hit of Jikundo. He's not even using it. He's just holding it for as long as he possibly can. Oh, did they get the detonus cap? No, they did not. Now they just have to back away.
Kick goes over to Vanguin. Vanguin does use the ult, and now Shifty Skies coming in from Akashi, but the damage coming in from Hiko, able to deter Entity 7 from helping the team out. And now Team Spirit is going to get top inhibitor. It looks like they might want to stay just a little bit longer. No, they're going to retreat and recuperate.
And still, despite what I thought was going to be a disengage from Team Spirit, Kid Bomba able to catch somebody with the jets like a net in the ocean. The fish eventually fall for it, and now they're going for another inhibitor.
Yep, another good kick coming in, able to get Akashi. And now Team Spirit, like clockwork, is going to get this mid inhibitor as well. Just waiting on Sao to get the Way of the Dragon, and then a clean takeover for Team Spirit.
That's exactly what you want to see right now. Paquito already completed 4 items at this stage, including the Queen's Wings. It's going to be the War Axe, the Hunter Strike on top of the Malefic Roar. He's got plenty of damage to take out some of the squishier members if he can close the distance. And so far, Hiko has been utilizing the go away from me to actually protect his teammates more than himself in a lot of these trades. So if Entity 7 pick up on that behavior, maybe they can get the ult out of him early on and then look for a secondary re-engage with a conceal.
Yeah, although I do have to say the reason why Hiko can do that is just because he's never really in any real danger, because I've seen Shin as well as Akashi trying to get on top of Hiko. Hiko's positioning has been amazing. Same with Sunset Lover, never really caught. There are attempts, it's just been perfectly safe. So this is also helping out Team Spirit, understanding that their damage dealers are actually doing a good job protecting themselves, making it freer for both Kid Bomba as well as Sao, just to be a distraction, just to be a wall. No real need to go back and peel for their damage dealers.
Yep, the ref is not pulling them apart here. They just want to make sure that they can at least get a good push off of this. They're synchronizing the waves, and it looks like, unfortunately, mid is going to be where the Lord spawns. As they go for this push, we'll see whether or not Sawo can get another kick to end the fight before it even starts.
Well, look at his Shifting Skies, gets tree pulled him in, and then Dune goes in with a blazing duet, able to get Sunset Lover, but all the while, Team Spirit still survives the onslaught. Good engage coming in from Akashi, but the damage was not there. And now, it's only 2 members of Entity 7. Team Spirit looking to end this game right now. Sao kicks the Selena away, and now all is left is Shin. Team Spirit wins game number 1.
And once again, the signature style of Team Spirit. Cold, calm, tactical. Don't use abilities unless you absolutely have to. Find the trades and find the kills when it matters the most. If there's no reason for it, then blow their battle spells. Even if you die for it, that just means that there's one more step to be done in the enemy territory. Nicely played by Team Spirit, and a very valiant attempt coming in from Entity 7. They definitely had a lot of moments in that game where they could have turned things around, or at the very least, they had strong counter engage, but once Hiko was online, it was just tough.
TS Game 1.
Yeah, and like you said, Gideon, they were able to get quite a few kills early on, but again, they just didn't capitalize on that by getting any real objectives. Part of the reason why I really feel like Team Spirit just has the very basic of, like, if you're gonna die anyways, might as well clear the wave. But also the other thing is that Zaro Egoist clears his jungle so fast so that they're like, all right, now we won, go to the wait, there's nothing here. All right, now let's go to the wait, there's nothing here. So it was good on Team Spirit as well, making sure that no real advantages could have been capitalized by Entity 7. So good on them.
Server for
They just didn't give them any supply lines, and you're absolutely right. The conversions were pretty difficult for Entity 7, but there were a lot of, like,
what if naging lasong ulit ang E7, di ba?
Hovering around after this particular fight to try to get this early lead on the floor. You can see that Hidon Bush, he really camped this bush for a long time after diving the Melissa the first time, and even when Melissa was trying to get back into lane afterwards. So with all that time missing, that's when you see Zara Egoist actually clearing not only the buff, but deciding to go elsewhere or afterwards.
Yep. in this game, NT7 has shown that they have a good idea on how to fight, because the first 7 minutes of the game, Kid Bomba as well as Sao was not really the main target. They were able to kill Zariguis quite a few times, Hiko quite a few times. They got Sunset Lover once, which is quite rare. So their targeting is good. It's just that now what? Right? And I feel like in terms of how they draft, I think overall it's okay. Hide on Bush with this Paquito was able to deal quite a lot of pressure and even killed Hiko twice in lane. But after that, I think this Harley coming in from Zao Egoist just proves to be too big of a problem once that Holy Crystal is in, because he always makes Team Spirit win the fight by forcing a 4v5. Other than that, honestly, I really feel like Team Spirit, they just outclass in terms of mechanics.
Yeah, I mean, the outclassing mechanics is one thing, but also, you're absolutely right about Zar. And I think that he purposely tried not to interact with Haidon Bush for like a good chunk of the game. Then once he was finally strong enough, I still don't think he was putting himself in front of danger like that, right? He's holding on to his migration, making sure that he still has the hat trick to go in and out of these fights. But mainly, it's to try to bait a reaction from Entity 7. We saw a lot of these fights, especially with the main win condition in this claw to chunk out his opponents, jump into it, but with not enough gold, and I think more importantly, not the secondary situational item. He needed a Winter Crown to be able to kind of stop this overall push.
Anong laban yan? Bakit wala sa MLBB?
Maybe it wasn't
Games of the future
to go into the Malefic Gun, but it's one of those hard decisions you have to make based on the game state.
Yeah, I'm looking at the items here. I feel like the game, I just think that Entity 7, they're just not on the same page, especially Doom, because personally for me, there were some engages by either, well, honestly, mostly from Akashi. Akashi was able to get quite a lot of members, but then Doom is playing away from Akashi, which honestly I can understand, because the more people crowd together, the less damage the Claude will do. So
Diyan ka ulit para mag-ingay. Mag-ingay!
Sunset Lover, kill Sunset Lover, and then try
Ingay lang kayo.
to deal with the rest of the team, but clearly not enough. Akashi, I would say, is the very oddball here in this team, as well as Vanguin, because I'm really not liking Vanguin taking free hits coming in from Team Spirit and then does nothing with it. They just chain the CC on Vanguin, making it so that there's no Wrath of the Dryad, and it's easy for Team Spirit. Team Spirit just knows how to make every fight a 4v5. Either take Vanguin out or take Akashi out. The rest, easy pickings.
Like you said, it's all about their mechanics, right? They made sure that the chain CC, there were just no frames to give him that space to buffer in any of his abilities. But with that being said, though, that does mean that Entity 7 needs to hit the drawing board one more time. We're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, more Mobile Legends action.
Mamaya na, uy. Commercial break. Commercial break. Ang next game ito ay Team Falcon. PH. Words, good morning. Dan mag-biking ang person. Uulan, nagbabike o hindi maulan dyan. Wala pang parapol mo dyan. Salamat sa weekly diamond pa. Wala karapol. Dapat mag-live din ang MPLPH. Ikaw lang nakita ko nag-live sa laro nila. Baka ayaw nila mag-live dito. Follow na kita. Dan ako DAN na November. Hindi M na May. Thank you po sa pag-follow. Salamat po sa mga nagpa-follow. Tagal yung next game. Ayan.
are back here. We're trying to conclude Group A so far between TS and as well as Entity 7. And so far, Team Spirit already at match point here. After having a bit of a rough early game, they were managed to pull themselves back out of the ditch by getting Hiko back up to speed, especially when it's up against a Claude on the opposite and into the Melissa matchup. And finally, they were able to get the composition online to close out the game. We'll see whether this is going to be a repeat as the draft is about to begin, and we want to see the adaptation specifically from Entity 7. Like you mentioned, LaFell, Entity 7 had a pretty decent draft overall. It's just a lot of disconnection.
I do have to say though, Gideon, despite Team Spirit, which I believe just arrived at Astana, like, they've been doing pretty good. Considering that you and me, we had a pretty long flight back to Malaysia and we're pretty tired after that. Team Spirit, they're not dropping a beat. This is what it means to be a champion. Like, it really doesn't matter what kind of situation you're in, you just gotta show up. Speaking of Team Spirit, still with the same bands here, banning out the Atlas as well as the Blue, and then Entity 7 still don't want to see Zara Egoist on that family.
Yeah, they still don't want to see him on that Fanny, and I think that if Entity 7 have decided, you know, we want to stay on red side, I think it's just going to be minor adjustments to the composition. And I think maybe one of those minor adjustments might just be leading either to the EXP side of things or down by the goal lane. I think that the mid lane matchup and the mid lane trios were absolutely fine for both sides, and we definitely saw moments of brilliance from either composition. I think just now it's really just trying to secure a lead in one of these lanes so that it's a lot easier to transition either from early to mid or mid to late.
And now I would say Entity 7, they're in a very tough spot. They're putting a lot of respect onto Zara Egoist, and he already showed that his Harley is still a threat. Now they're in a position where they have to ban either the Freya or the Barats, which I feel like it's better for them to ban out the Freya. The Barats is very difficult to deal with, but if Hiko gets that Freya, and then there's still a lot of heroes for Kit Bomba like the Uranus, you're kind of cooking yourself.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Spirit are the one who decide to ban out the Barats. I wonder if Cold Star is already thinking one step ahead. Like, oh, they're looking to try and, you know, maybe attack Kit Bomba this time. Let's turn into a 50-50. Let's make this lane really, really volatile.
Or Kit Bomba is like, I don't want to play this anymore. Let's just get rid of it.
No dinosaur, please. Coach, no dinosaur.
I've played this the entire MSC. Now you want me to use it the entire Game of Future? Come on. It's like, fine, whatever. We can do well without it.
For him. Coach Coldstar said, okay, you don't want to play Barats here. Take this and see what you can do with it this time. I mean, that would be a little cruel if they blind pick him first pick on that Phobius, but I don't think Cold Star is going to be that way. Especially when Entity 7 decide to ban out Belleric instead.
Even Hiko's again. Guys, I got Freya. How did this happen? And they try to fight back with the Esmeralda, which, you know, sure, you can fight with the Freya, and it's flexible. You can put it in EXP, you can put it in gold. But what, after this, Team Spirit is just gonna get Uranus, and then they're looking pretty good. What other heroes the Entity 7 want now? Do you want to pick up a Harley just to deny from Team Spirit?
I think it's more so Paquito here, just to stay flexible, just to make sure that at least you can like throw it on over into the jungle. And yes, if it is a Harley into Paquito matchup, the early to mid is more Paquito favored, especially if he's able to find that first pick. But then again, I keep forgetting about this Marcel every single time it gets in.
Same. Just because it's always banned out, and we're looking at those flashy side laners. Speaking of Team Spirit, they have picked up the Paquito. If they pick up a mid, they're still gonna hide where this Paquito is going. It can still go either ways. But in terms of the mid, I guess it's just the Valentina, or they're like, Eudora is still open. At that point, I think even Sunset Lover's like, Coach, come on, Coach. I've used it the entire MSC. And then when he's doing Game of Future, come on.
Anything but this, Coach, please. You don't have to be the first half of your name. You can just be a star. You don't have to be this cold. I don't think it's a bad idea, and yes, you're absolutely correct. They go straight into the Eudora as a means to kind of like dodge around all these melee heroes, or maybe they're also expecting this double fighter style. I think it's kind of on Entity 7 to deal with Team Spirit in the same manner, but the question is, what exactly is it going to be? Oh, they decide not to reveal anything.
No, I completely agree, because in my head I was like, pick up Zushin and then you should be fine. Zushin is one of those heroes that can deal with the Freya as well as the Paquito. So very good pick there. Now in terms of the ban, you just gotta respect Sao's hero, but the problem is he kind of has a lot of it. The only heroes that I would say it's annoying for the Marcel is heroes that can have constant pressure, which Cho is one of them, Hilda is the other. But at this point, yeah, I think it's too difficult. You just have to assume that this Paquito is going to go to the jungle, so ban out Uranus. Other EXPs that could get banned out, I don't know. If you want to, here's the thing. I feel like Team Spirit, they might even be asking Bomba, it's like, hey Bomba, you want to try using a dire off here?
Honestly, not the worst idea, but then this is on the assumption that they get like something like Harley or like Yishin Shin to go into the jungle, I would assume.
Yeah, honestly, probably not. Well, Melissa gets banned out. I think another hero that they can consider is either the Moskov or the Claude, because I feel like Claude really can't survive going up against these kind of picks. The Moskov, a little bit better. Sure, you don't like to go up against Eudora, but who really likes going up against Eudora?
That is fair. That is a good argument, but I'm more curious about whether or not there's any like real threat besides. I mean, I'm thinking about the matchups that Hiko has played on both Freya alongside with the Paquito, and I think so far the most difficult one had to be up against like Clint, and even then it's still like on a knife's edge. It wasn't an absolute stomp, and it was still pretty close overall, especially after he leaves the lane. High loss gonna be the follow-up ban here, and I like that a lot. Just to be able to slow Entity 7 down isn't ideal. That Glorious Pathway is so useful for all these melee heroes to close the distance fast.
Now imagine the coach is like, hey, Zara, you can use the Paquito because Kid Boba's good to use the Bloom. going up against Zushin as well as Esme. That's where you know the coach is having just a little bit of fun with Kid Bomba. It's something I would do. I would do that.
Kid Bomba, you're the MVP. You can do this. You start gassing him up as well. It's like, hey, come on, man.
Don't you want to redeem yourself?
Win rate. Yeah. Don't you want to redeem yourself?
You were 0-7. This is the time, Bomba.
Oh man, especially against heroes who basically don't have much of a dash anyways in their natural kit, only on their ult, with the only exception being Marcel at this point, you know? No big deal, no big deal. But let's see, this red 4 pick for Entity 7 could be a make it or break it for the comp. They've gotten rid of some pretty important side laners, and now they get the Yishin Shin to guarantee themselves, hey, we could be going for a traditional marksman, but more importantly, we could still play double fighters, and Ruby is on the table.
Yeah, honestly, because they pick up the Zushin, I was thinking of the Yishin anyways, because it looks like Team Spirit, they're going to have a lot of melee heroes, and I feel like Entity 7, they can fight fire with fire, having a lot of melee heroes, because Eudora is good against a melee comp, but the same can be said for a Zushin. So this Yishin pick kind of like neutralizes the advantage that Team Spirit is showing. Now they pick up the Gatot as Oh, that's a spicy comp coming in from Team Spirit.
That is a bit of a spicy meatball. Everybody on their side has some form of CC to get the resets. I mean, Kid Bomba.
Phobius!
Yeah,
there you go.
You got it. The Phobius matchup is in for our side layers. Two double fighter comps facing up against each other. It's slightly more favored for Entity 7 in these side lanes, assuming that the mid trio aren't able to move first. Let's see how this plays out, because Entity 7, they've got a lot of counter picks on their side. However, a majority of their composition and a lot of their damage is really going to come from this Yishin Shin and Zushin, arguably.
Considering I called it in my head most of Entity 7's draft, except for the Esme and Marcel, I'm hoping they could win, but at the same time, Team Spirit, given they have such a flashy comp, they have a lot of ways to extend the fight just by chaining those CCs around. And then Kid Bomba, being the MVP of MSC, you just know that this Arlet is going to be pretty nasty.
It's true, it's true. Kid Bomba got that MVP after defeating the one and only Ying from Yangon Galacticos, and now not only does he take his crushed key, he's trying to take his brand as well on this Arlet as they jump right into game number 2, facing up against Entity 7, who once again decided that they wanted that last pick. They wanted this red side bad. Now, let's see how they're going to play this out, because Zara opting to go for Assassin Emblems to get that early game at damage. He's not thinking about sustainability, he's thinking about how hard he can punch.
Or he can punch for sure. For now, looking at all of the lanes, Akashi should be able to have a good time going up against Kid Bomba because, again, you know, natural predator, natural reverse predator. There you go. NP7 as well, Team Spirit, they really should be doing nothing for the first 2 minutes. Team Spirit wouldn't mind fighting for the first 2 minutes, just that NP7, they're the ones to be like, guys, we have a Yi and Shin. Let's wait for level 4, let's have a stun, and then we'll figure it out from there.
Is this worth it for Shin to go Weapons Master on Zu Shin? I mean, I guess they do like damage, but I really thought just get a Sky Piercer and call it a day.
I've never used a Weapon Master. This is new tech for me. And even Hide on Bush using the Assassin emblem, which I usually see Yi and Shins on an Assassin. So new innovation coming in from NTT7 here.
Oh, he was using Assassin emblems? Okay. So I may have looked at the wrong side here. It looks like he's got Marksman emblems. Anyways, either ways, it still has natural penetrations. Who am I to say? As they're looking for first interaction, Bomba already making it interesting.
Yep, Kid Bomba already dive in just a little bit too deep, already forcing out Vanguin to use the Revitalize. Which probably isn't ideal, but not the biggest deal here. You look at the bottom. There you go. Thank you very much, Observer. Right now, Zarigo is in a pickle. Gets first blood by Hide on Bush, and now they're able to get Kid Bomba as well. 0-1 for now. We'll see whether he can make it 0-7.
We'll see. Because with two men already down, it's going to be a pretty difficult game overall. Well, actually, one man already down. As they come back up, they're instantly going to take the turtle, and from this point onwards, I'm hoping that Entity 7 can set the tempo right now, especially when you have a Marcel. You cover so much distance so fast, and you can open up these bushes instantly. Look at him. He's taking the damage. He doesn't care.
Golden Hour onto 2, and now they're able to get Hiko. Hiko is able to flicker out of there, so it's going to be safe. And Vanguard is feeling pretty confident here, even tanking the full ult from Sunset Lover.
I think now they just need to set up some freezes. Now that they have the lead, and especially since it's on this Yishin Shin, I mean, they can dance around this forever, basically, right? And Kid Bomba not going to waste some time, try to catch it back up with the help of the gold shielding here. But I think Vanguard has been doing a really good job so far in this early game, working well in tandem with Zushin for now. But we know Team Spirit ain't no pushovers. They've been in this exact same position in game number 1. Now, whether or not they're going to lean into Hiko's side is going to be a different story. But they really need to work together here to make sure that Vanguard just doesn't get this space for free.
And Hiko gets taken down. This is one of the advantages of having that Zushin. You're able to start a fight at any moment. For now, it does look like Entity 7, they're just gonna be okay with some of their buffs getting stolen, which I guess probably is a respawn from what happened in game number 1, where we said that they were able to take advantage, but they just did not get a lot of objectives. But that's kind of like over 5 minutes kind of thing. Like earlier on, sure, you can get some gold from the plating, but I honestly don't think it's that worth it compared to your jungle creeps. Because Hide and Bush, you're position 1. You kind of need as much gold as you can.
Is he really position 1 in this case? I guess he's sorta position 1, I suppose. I mean, he's the only marksman, that's fair, and he's the only one who actually scales, which makes me wonder why the weapons master coming in from Shin. I would have imagined that he should be the one going for the Sky Piercer anyway, but now the War Axe is already completed by Kid Bomba. He's gonna have some extra sustainability, but this looks like to be a full team fight as Phoveus is able to leave the lane first.
Yep. Right now we can see Doom really making Hiko's life quite difficult here, and now Sao gets pulled back alongside with Sunset Lover. Akashi's moving forward, and now Vanguard stuns him up, uses the Golden Hour, able to catch 2. Right on Bush, unsure whether he should join the fight or not. Kid Bomba final slash onto Tree, and Akashi has to flicker out. Shin gets a kill onto Kid Bomba, but Hiko tries to move forward, tries to get the kill, but Akashi still sustains, and now moving forward, Shin is able to get a Paquito. Right now, Zar Egoist, he's positioning himself, trying to get a turtle, but he's taking way too much damage, but able to dish it out to Hide on Bush. Double kill for Zar Egoist. Sunset Lover zoning them away. No mana. Zar Egoist secures the turtle, and Zar gets a triple, and they continue on. Almost a maniac.
And that's how you get a Paquito snowball. And sir, he does so much damage. And especially in the early stages of the game, after getting his first item, he is rocking the boat already. Tempo falling back into the hands of Team Spirit, bringing this game 5-6. As they're getting plenty of pressure here by mid. What is this Marcel going to do as that mid? Oh my god! He exploded under that pressure.
As he should. Marcel is only tanky after you get stacks on that Thunderbelt, not before. This is a mistake coming in from Entity 7, where they try to focus on the turret, but the timing is so wrong, allowing Zara Egoist to get majority of the jungle. And hey, if you read the patch notes, you know that the jungle costs much more, meaning it gives you more gold. And wow, wow, wee, wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's left us speechless here already. Such an enticing turnaround. And Hide-on-Bush,
3 levels ahead of Hide-on-Bush.
I mean, he's going to have to try. It's going to be difficult for him. And that's the big issue once Paquito is able to kind of get into these like early fights. And it looks like it's going to be a BOD rush coming in from Zara Egoist as well to guarantee the finish offs from the rest of his team. So he doesn't mind if everybody on his side dies.
Oh yeah, for sure. If I was that Paquito, I would prefer my friends dying. And now Hiko gets pulled back, trying to get some kind of pressure here in the turret, and Akashi is all alone, gets taken down by Kid Bomba. Golden Hour just a little bit too slow, unable to help his team out. And this is where Team Spirit can take the game over. But look at the bottom lane. It looks like Hide-on-Bush, like, you know what, screw this. Get as much turrets as I can. Never mind, I'm leaving. This does not look good. And looks like Kid Bomba goes in. They're able to get Hide-on-Bush, but unfortunately, Kid Bomba misses his ult, but Hide-on-Bush still dies. So Zara Egoist gets a double, tries to get a triple, but taken away by Kid Bomba. Team Spirit, they just won that turtle fight, and now they just win everything. A BOD in 7 minutes, crazy.
It's wild. He's 2.2k, my guy, and he's gonna steal another buff away. He's so strong, level 12 to level 9 right now. The 3-level difference making it impossible for the neutral take. But better yet, I gotta give it a Sunset Lover. He's been playing a tough game on top of everything else. And I think the big problem with ND7 is that they're following these gut reactions. They got chump checked. They weren't expecting Team Spirit to chase them that far down, not through the mid lane, all the way through their jungle into the purple buff to cut them off from actually going. And you know what? Hide-on-Bush, just recall. If he just recalled, he would have been fine.
Considering Eudora is kind of like the only hero Sunset Lover has been using for quite a while, it's a good thing that he's doing pretty good here. Hide-on-Bush, able to get away, but Vanguin, well, not much you can do there, Chief. Try to get some stacks in. Doom tries to protect his team. Kid Bomba takes quite a lot of damage. He goes back in, tries to get one member, at least Akashi, but Akashi pulls them back in. Akashi still saved right under that turret. Entity 7 so far still able to survive, even getting Sao in that trade.
Okay, so force support at this stage of the game, not too bad. Hide-on-Bush forced to actually go straight for the War Axe here. Isn't even gonna bother with the Hunter's Strike. He does have the Fury Hammer, but I think he just wants to focus purely on his sustain. So he's going for the Endless Battle to get just a little bit more burst, some true damage, but more importantly, just to get some kind of health back on top of the War Axe in the middle of these fights. But Team Spirit are already one step ahead here. They already got the anti-heal down and a Chastised Pauldron to make sure this combo is not good enough.
Oh my god, that one punch sent him back to America. That hurts. And now they're going through more. Hiko secures another kill onto Shin. It's only Doom now. Tries to get away. Akashi is nowhere near. Akashi's in the top lane, and now they even use the conceal, trying to get onto Akashi. No, never mind. They just want to go for the Lord.
Too much damage. It's too much damage to deal with right now. With Kim Bomba already completing his Oracle, we're seeing that at least for Hiko, he's on his way to an endless battle. And I think these power spikes that have been achieved here by Team Spirit, it's just emboldening them to fight even harder. At this stage of the game, Entity 7 are now kind of locked into their base. Walking out just seems to be a little too dangerous for them, especially since level 15 has already been hit from Zara Igor. So it's going to be a no contest for this Lord. And Hiko, he's not even going to waste this time going over to the Lord side. He's already got a fat push down on the bot side.
The crazy thing is, Zara Egoist got his level 15 quite a while ago, and the closest to him is level 12. That's a big gap. That is our Egoist saying, I'm gonna do everything in this game, and he was able to. This is a mistake coming in from 87, giving him way too much space in their own jungle, and now Team Spirit with 10 minutes and 30 seconds conceal use, able to dodge out Akashi there. Team Spirit is getting quite a lot for free here, Gideon.
No connection on that Dark Wave, and you can see that TS just wants to farm these Holy Shield in. Oh, wait!
Well, Golden Hour able to get 3. Can they actually do anything with it? Might! Shut down! Able to get our Egoist! And now even getting Hiko. Sao survived just because he still has that AOG. Good re-engage from a Vanguard.
Ooh, a fat golden hour to set it up perfectly for Entity 7. Everybody was prepared to jump in at the exact same time to guarantee those kills. And that's going to be a fat shutdown on Zar Egoist to pull this game back just a little bit. Now, it's not the end of the world. It's a 5K lead for Team Spirit, but they've worked with and closed out games with far less. Entity 7 now trying to take the tempo back onto this map, and now with the endless battle, Hide on Bush is more eager to actually engage and then disengage because he can heal back up.
Oh, Vanguard tries to zone him away. Makes it so that they got that mid turret, and now Shin is gonna get taken down. Sunset Lover gets the kill. Doom is all alone. Nothing much that can be done. Doom is gonna get sacrificed as well as Team Spirit tries to continue on with Sao re-engaging with the AOG, now even with the conceal, making so much pressure plays. But it looks like they're not gonna continue here. They're gonna respect at 57. But they're going to use this mid-wave to try to get this inhibitor. Boom! 2 people get caught. Vanguard able to stop down Hiko just for a while. And now Kip Bomba goes in, gets Hide on Bush. Hide on Bush able to escape, and Team Spirit able to get mid-inhibitor.
Oh, they weren't able to completely destroy that last minion at the very end there. The Ballista able to cut right on through, and Team Spirit opened a hole right into the mid lane. Looking at the items so far, already at full build, and looks like a potential either Queen's Wings or even most likely going to be the Immortality for Zar Egoist. He's got to be careful not to die in the same exact vein. Team Spirit, they're really great at chasing down their targets, but if they get hit by the Golden Hour, all of them getting hit by the Golden Hour, it's a much bigger problem for them. So it's just about dancing. And Sao even recognizing, hey, I already take a lot of damage. I might as well heal up once I walk away from a fight. And here comes Entity 7 as they engage.
Yep, they really want to get Zara Egoist here, and they might. AOG comes in, gets 2, and using the Golden Hour defensively. Vanguard has to sacrifice his life, but Akashi as well as Doom still surviving. These are the front lines of Entity 7. And looks like they're just gonna let Akashi through. They want more farm on Hide on a Bush. And respectable, because once Hide on Bush is fully built, that's where Entity 7 can really start to show up.
Oh, how he's going to get the poke damage in, especially with this comp. There's just a lot of sustain. Now with the Guardian Helm from Sao, it's even more difficult to kind of threaten their life totals here. I think that Entity 7 unfortunately need to find like bigger all-ins, or if they use the Golden Hour, as soon as it's done and they don't find anything, they gotta back away. Whoa!
Oh, Jin has not much HP here. He should have protected Hide on Bush. Hide on Bush has to get away. Vanguard is there. Gonna able to help his team out. Doom is still surviving, going up against Hiko. So right now, Entity 7, the front lines look pretty tanky enough, Gideon. They might actually be able to get a good fight here against Team Spirit, but Zaurego is doing way too much onto Doom. Doom is able to get a lot more. Kibomba is trapped inside of Golden Hour, still able to get the final slash onto members of Entity 7, but now all alone, it's Sunset Lover shut down. Akashi secures that one, and now Doom unable to hit anyone with his ult. So right now, 97, they have a good chance by taking down Sunset Lover. How do they proceed forward? Kibomba gets onto 2 with his final slash. Hiko tries to get onto Shin, but Doom is just... What happened? How did Zara Egoist kill Hide on Bush? Now it's all over. Double kill for Zara Egoist. No more real damage threat coming in from Entity 7. Triple kill for Zar, able to get Shin. Now it's just Akashi and Doom. Akashi next on the table, a maniac. Can they get Doom in time? Looks like that's not gonna be the priority here. Team Spirit will try to end the game now.
Gonna make it the temp. 15 seconds until Hide on Bush, and as well as Vanguard to get back up, and they've already zoned out 1. They're looking to close this out fast.
Yep, Team Spirit won game number 2, able to take down Entity 7.
Man, a high kill count game there. But you get to see the vengeance in their guys, Team Spirit were not going to back themselves into a corner. They want to make sure that if they're going to go down, they're going to go down swinging. They managed to catch the chin of Entity 7 in the early to mid-game transition, which allowed the team to actually come back in. And honestly, it saved Hiko from his laning phase. He was struggling
ONIC
to
ba
get
to?
any kind
Hindi
of
po.
pressure
Team
on
Spirit
to
versus
Doom in that
Entity
lane. So it
7.
ended
So
up
laglag
working
na
perfectly
ang
for Team Spirit in terms of
Entity
their timings
7.
and their tempos of when they were going to get the strongest. Not to mention that Zara's build, BOD rush into the War Axe, into the Malefic Roar. There was no way that Yishin Shin was going to survive if he ends up walking into a bush. And it so happens that Zara had the champion stance ready to go.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that's kind of like calling an audible. I don't think he gets those kind of games all the time, but after getting quite a good cleanup around that turtle, he was like, you know what? I'm feeling pretty brave. I'm feeling pretty frisky. I'm pretty sure I will not get punished. Not getting a War Axe here, goes for the BOD, and yeah, it worked out tremendously, but unfortunately, I do believe this means that Entity 7 has been eliminated from Games of Future because that was the lower bracket final.
It was, and I mean, it's sad to see them go like this, especially since they had the picks to actually control these lanes, a majority of them, right? Hiko could barely move half the time, and worse yet, there was just a lot of motions where you see that Entity 7 is actually getting some pretty good resets on to Akashi, but he can't just go into the fight without the rest of his team actually being strong enough. He wasn't building war axe, he was building full tank in a lot of these scenarios. And I think, unfortunately, there has been overextensions from both Team Spirit and as well as Entity 7. But I think more often than not, it just ended up being Zara egoist at the right place at the right time.
Again, this is just hyper aggression coming in from Team Spirit, really utilizing the draft really well. I do have to say though, Entity 7, it's just one mistake, which is they prioritize to shut down Hiko, and then after that, try to get the turret. But below 5 minutes, honestly, I feel like the advantage is supposed to be if you win your lane so hard that you can get those plating. Personally for me, I really don't think that really matters. Even if I win my lane hard, I would rather just get either the crab or get the jungle creeps. So I think it's just unfortunate Entity 7, they got the wrong priority there.
Yeah, no, I think that, like, in those moments, whether you have to decide upon getting the shield or, the plating, or whether going for, like, gold crabs, I think it comes down to, like, how many people are sharing the gold shielding with you. If you get the whole shielding by yourself, okay, that's not so bad, but there's still the problem, like, at least half of that shielding is essentially one gold crab, and, well, unfortunately, gold crabs spawn a lot more often than the gold shielding, and I think that's, as you mentioned, it hurt them at the end. 14 minutes 57 seconds with 23 to 12. The mid to late game transition here for Team Spirit, really well done, and honestly a little over the top, having chased Entity 7 halfway across the map just to make sure they can close out this game.
Yeah, again, good on Team Spirit, even though they had to forfeit the first match yesterday. They come in swinging, taking down Entity 7. How does this precede them in the bracket? We will see later on, but that's not going to be the focus for today, as we still have 3 more matches in our stream. Looking at the other stream, looks like Team Vamos and Bushido Wildcats are still fighting, and I would say this is at a point where it's 50-50. Either Vamos or Bushido Wildcats could win, but for us, Gideon, it should be Falcons against Dongfeng Yaguai later on, where they are the winners of yesterday, where we saw Dongfeng Yaguai play. We haven't seen Team Falcons play just yet because they got a bye going up against Team Spirit.
It'll be interesting to see, because yes, Dongfeng Yaguai has definitely improved, but I don't think they have improved to the level that Team Spirit actually has improved. And I think that's where a lot of teams are going to be looking at, especially when you got an MVP like Zara Ego is 13, 3, and 8. And honestly, 2 of those deaths probably weren't necessary. One of them, like, you were going to die anyways, and yet he was still able to get a 91.3% kill participation overall. If you're looking to build the Paquito jungle, especially in this particular manner with a kill spree on your hand and assassin
next
emblems,
nito yung Team Falcons
must be able to build the right items to get them low enough to even trigger the kill spree in the first place.
Yep. So again, congratulations to Team Spirit, and we hope for the best for Entity 7 in their future tournaments. After this, we'll see whether Dimfeng Yagwai has got enough to deal with Team
5 ng hapon
Falcons
dito sa
PH.
Kuwait, alas 10 dyan
That
ng
being
gabi.
said, this closes out our first series of the day. GG well played to Team Spirit once again as they
6:30
move
pa lang
on to the next
dito.
round. As we wait for our second series of the day, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, of course, it's more Mobile Legends action.
Mimute ko muna, guys. Next ay gising ko lang. Yung Falcons na. Ngayon pa lang natin makikita yung laro ng Falcon. Kasi wala silang laro kahapon dahil nag-forfeit ang Team Spirit. Yung laban ng ONIC. Sabi mo lang kasi, 5 na ng hapon dyan. Kala ko 5 na ng hapon dyan. Pagtapos ng Falcons, the Mongols versus Aurora or Pro Esports versus A7. So, kasabay ng Falcons, ito, BTR versus Foot Esports. Uy, ate Kleng. Hindi ba si ate Kleng? Hindi ko malalive yung laban ng Foot Esports. Group A, Group B kasi yan. Ay, Group A, Group B, Group C. Group B, ayan. Based on nakita nyo. Ay, sorry. Kanina. Isang lang yan din. Isang araw lang. Bukas, playoffs agad. Sana ma-live mo na mamaya yung laban ng ONIC. Siguro kung hindi ma-delay yung live. Kahapon kasi sobrang tagal ng delay. So, mga 1 a.m. to a.m. na yata natapos yung stream kasi may mga technical kinemerings. Ano ba next natin papanoorin pagtapos ng Falcon? The Mongols Aurora or Pro versus A7?
Welcome back, everyone. We are about to see Team Falcons going up against DFYG. And this is going to be an interesting matchup considering that we have not seen Team Falcons play so far here in Games of the Future, considering that yesterday they got a free bye going up against Team Spirit here. But DFYG, we did see them play yesterday and they were looking pretty good. But still, I feel like they need to have... The best way that I can describe it is that once you win, you got to make sure that you're going on the right places, because it does seem that when they do have an advantage, they just don't really utilize it the best that they can. But for now, let's check out Team Falcons here. We got Flap, Haji, Kyle, Ogwen, as well as Super Marco, where Kyle has been looking pretty strong here, but considering all of the Selenas that we have been seeing, I got my eye on Haji just to see whether he will try to utilize that as well or not, because it does really seem like the mid is pivotal in making sure that they have the right draft.
Really, I'm more
ONIC
excited for Super
45
because again, I think that his performance during
ONIC.
MSC has been great. I think that the entire team knows exactly what they needed to do to adjust themselves for this upcoming tournament here at the 5 Games. But against Yangfeng Yaoguai, they're looking to be the favorites, especially against Fish God, Lung, Yi1, Zhao Shui, and as well as Zed. We've seen holes in their gameplay, and like you mentioned, the conversions weren't exactly that great. So I do want to see how quickly these teams can actually make decisions, and I think that's the big part that a lot of these teams who have been down in the dumps, and especially since they haven't been able to close out games more cleanly, that's really what it boils down to, right? Information and how fast you can make a choice.
Yep. I do have to say though, like, I feel like Yangfeng Yaoguai, they just keep getting better and better. It really is just on, like, after getting that win, they got to trade it into objectives here, because we see the fights yesterday against NT7. When it comes to the team fights, they're looking pretty strong in terms of how they operate as a team. They're good. It's just that once they have the advantage, they're just like, okay, we're gonna get kills, and then what next, right? So going up against a systematic team like Team Falcons, I'm just worried that they're gonna be aggressive, but Falcons will eventually find mistakes in their positioning and then just capitalize on that.
Yung sound, mamaya ilalakas ko ng konti.
Right? I think that unfortunately Falcons is just a little bit better at getting
Pag
the
nag-start
reaction
na
out.
ilaro
I feel
nila.
like Yangfeng Yaoguai, unless there's like a giant sign that says "We fight now,"
Wala pa naman
is
eh.
going
Ano
to
pa
be the
lang
biggest
pa?
issue, because even
3
against
caps.
NTT7, there were moments in this game where they weren't 100% sure whether this was going to be a commitment, and then Entity 7 made the decision for them overall. So that's just one of the few things that I've noticed at the very least. But hopefully, in terms of like the drafting phase, what do you currently think about the Marcel? We're seeing more and more teams actually just not minding it, actually getting let through in the draft.
I feel like if there were more bans, they would 100% ban the Marcel as well. It's just that there's too many threats right now, especially those fighters, the Paquito, the Freyas, and then against certain teams, you also have to respect both the Herrera as well as the Fanny. Definitely Yaoguai, I feel like maybe it won't be that big of a problem for Falcons, because personally for me, I don't think you need to respect their Paquito that much, because Lung has proven himself to be better on the Melissa, quite okay on the Claude, but when he does get the hands on the Paquito, it just doesn't have that killer instinct.
check
Not like
things.
the
Uy,
Paquito that we've
start
seen
na.
so far. But it looks like Team Falcons, they're the ones getting this Marcel for themselves. As Team Falcons, they banned the Paquito, the Hardy, as well as the Barats. Rarely do we see this kind of ban opener here. And then for Yangfeng Yaoguai, Fanny, Freya, as well as Hirara has been banned out. So I wonder, do they want to just follow up with an Atlas Valentina or Atlas Eudora?
I think probably the Atlas Valentina is the usual way of going it, but the Eudora isn't that bad of an idea as well. Kyle has shown great proficiency on Assassins overall, and it looks like it is going to be the Atlas and Valentina. We're expecting the Bellaric trade to happen on the opposite side, unless Team Falcons want to do something else here. And it's not impossible for them to go for, to start looking for their side laners as of right now that they've already kind of secured Ogwen on this Marcel. I just feel like Yangfeng Yaoguai have to play around the golden hour at this state, but again, it's about people who can dash and close the distance that Marcel is able to disrupt and buy time for not only mid laners, but even gold laners to kind of get out of some pretty precarious positions. But since they banned out the Paquito, I don't think they have to really worry about that anymore. They've got the Nolan as well as a response to seeing the Valentina, now knowing that, hey, we don't have to worry about this Eudora anymore.
Yep. Right now,
ONIC
with the Marcel there, technically the
10:45
Yaguay
PM.
also has a golden hour, but I don't think it really matters that much because Super Marco with this Melissa as well as Kyle with this Nolan, they should have enough dashes to avoid the golden hour, considering that they have pretty low cooldowns on their dashes. So now for Tianfeng Yaguay, not a lot is open here. I think it would be best if they pick up something like a Uranus, because in terms of picks, it's getting really low, but instead they do go for the Clint, a favorable matchup going up against the Melissa. But now I'm seeing both teams, like Tianfeng Yaguay probably get rid of the EXPs, and then for Falcons, maybe get rid of the junglers, but instead they want to respect the Selena as, I would say, one of the top picks here in Games of Future.
Definitely understandable here, getting rid of the Selena and specifically targeting Haji at this state. If they want to keep on doing that, I'm expecting, you know, things like Zushin, arguably even Farsa at this point might be a good option to ban out. Team Falcons making sure, wow, I don't know whether these teams have been scrimming each other as often here in Kazakhstan, but we're seeing a lot more Guinevere's getting banned out specifically against Tianfeng Yaguay. I don't know if they're going to follow it up with other engagers, but Alice is going to be the follow-up ban for DFYG.
Yeah, this show that I feel like the FYG, they want to get either the Esmeralda or the Uranus for themselves. I would still think probably Uranus might be a little bit better here. Other picks here in terms of the bans, because I don't think Tianfeng Yaguay can go for something like a Yishin or the Ling, because I feel like even though Clint is relatively early game friendly, I still feel like Clint made some farm for himself as well. So other picks in the jungle that is strong early, I guess, is an Akai, but at this point, no tank jungle is really respected in the current meta. So they're gonna ban out something.
They're holding onto it for a while now. We'll get the graphics to update just a little bit here, but I feel like the setup for Tianfeng Yaguay, it's like they know no matter what they pick, it's going to get disrupted by Owen on this Marcel, kind of no matter what, right? So as long as they have some form of iframes, and I think Ling probably is kind of the only assassin that sort of fits this build now that Nolan is kind of out of the way, it does tell us a very telling composition that Team Falcons want to have some kind of like mid-priority to play off of, or maybe just strong side with Flap to try to set up for Kyle later down the line. Now that they don't have to worry about the Barats, they also get rid of the scaler in Yishin Shin. This is really limited down the options from Tianfeng Yaguay, and I think they might just have to play Harley in this case.
Harley banned. Harley banned,
no.
Yeah, so a lot of the junglers have been banned out, and they pick up the CEO, but that feels like a desperate play here, because once the Eudora gets picked up, the CEO is going to be a non-factor. And again, they have to pick up the CEO because no other jungler can really match the speed of a Nolan. And if Nolan just outspeeds you, that it just becomes a losing battle just as the timer goes down.
Yeah, this is not exactly the best position, but they've been saving this final pick for their EXP laner anyway. So no matter what, Team Falcons, they will have to blind pick the Uranus into this. Haji will go into his traditional Jushin to try and maintain control alongside with this Marcel. I think I'm totally fine with this. It's a pretty standard composition from Team Falcons. We've seen this before during MSC. But now what's the big game changer here from Tianfeng Yaguay? What exactly could be Esme only? Is that their only option here?
I actually feel like Alice would be better, but they themselves ban out the Alice. So other than that, I can see a high loss, but the problem is that the Zushin, any tank that's good against the Uranus, it's going to be difficult to play against the Zushin. So a CC is also okay, a Lapu is also okay, but it really is just depends on how Fishgod can play that lane. I would say Lapu is the best, but again, we don't know his hero pool, how it's looking like.
That's true. I was also thinking like maybe there's like a Sora angle here, but it looks like they're going to go into the safe comfort in of the Lapu and the bravest fighter as a means to kind of break through and get right on top of Super Marco. Interesting compositions from both sides. Wasn't expecting the bans to look like this from Tianfeng Yaguay. Pretty straightforward overall for Team Falcons, despite them banning out the Paquito alongside with the Barats. Personally, I'm okay with this, right? I'm okay with the Falcons comp. I want to see Tianfeng Yaguay whether or not they can actually back Lung up, because we even saw during MSC that even Super Marco can play into a Clint matchup, and he honestly was able to kind of walk away from the lane even and break first tower off of that. I don't know if it's just the Super Marco thing or whether you know something else in terms of like the laning tech from Melissa into Clint, but we'll find out if we start heading on into the game. The Land of Dawn is calling for another best of threes. We head on into our second series of the day. Only one of them will be moving on to the next phase. Is it going to be Team Falcons playing on the blue side, or is it going to be Diangfeng Yaoguai on the red side as we head on into the Land of Dawn?
Honestly, I feel like in this game, Super Marco should win out the lane just because they have a mid trio that is incredibly fast, especially when you compare it to what Diangfeng Yaoguai has. Honestly, the Alice as well as the Valentina can win the lane pretty well. It's only Zhaoxi on this Suyo that I'm just slightly bit worried of, because like having just the Marcel and the Nolan should be pretty fast enough for them to really do much. But look at this rotation here. Kyle is immediately taking a green camp away from Diangfeng Yaoguai, Zhaoxi. That just again shows that they are pretty confident in the speed of their composition here, even with Zed being around there alongside Yi1. Oh, Juno, hold on. Actually, Kyle might be in trouble here, or also known as Juno.
Well, he's totally fine, and even gets the retribution down as well. Loses that out, but look at the vertical jungling. On the opposite side, the invasion onto this green camp has been successful for Zhaoxi as he gets his way back out and immediately starts making his way over to the purple buff. And this is not going to get contested. They saw Kyle use the retribution, so it's going to be a no contest at all, as Kyle is just trying to get his purple buff down so that he can have some more pressure down on the bot lane.
Yeah, and this kind of neutralizes the advantage that Team Falcons should have, because Zed as well as Yi1 was able to get in a good position to slow down Kyle long enough so that Zhaoxi can vertical jungle for himself. I don't think he got the camp. Did he? I'm not sure.
No, he got the camp. He got the camp off of it. Yeah, you can see that Yi1 is already like very close to level 4 before the wave even collapses. It's supposed to be before the 9 o'clock mark, but even so, Flap still trying to maintain some kind of control here. But look at this. Immediately, Diangfeng Yaoguai still playing to their strengths, right? Trying to force this level 4 as quickly as possible. It's probably their only opportunity. Once Fish God hits 4, they can definitely fight.
Well, Yi1 does have that golden hour. The only question is how he's going to use it. Yi1 almost gets taken down here. Has to get away. Golden hour used. Zhaoxi still secures it. And Juno or Kyle just got taken down by Diangfeng Yaoguai. Now Team Falcons, they have to retreat as Fish God tries to get a kill but gives it over to Zhaoxi. And now Ogwen slowing down the recall of Zed. Zed wants to move on forward as Yi1 tries to terrify him. Looks like a lot of damage onto Ogwen, but Zed is taking way too much damage. Flap trying to get close, but Yi1 gives the cover for Zed. Clean from Diangfeng Yaoguai, winning everything on the board.
Really good disengage here for Diangfeng Yaoguai. Again, I was thinking like maybe he was playing a little dangerous there for Zed, but again, at the very least, Flap was not able to get that Ionic Edge anywhere close to him. Manages to survive and has Yi1 to back him up. With both sides recalling immediately, Diangfeng Yaoguai looking for a big punish, knowing that the purple buff has actually spawned back, but they were delayed for taking it, using his retribution early on to steal this away, and Kyle is going to be left purpleless for the next couple of minutes.
I would say this is uncharacteristic of Team Falcons Philippines, where I would say the first rotation got read out by Diangfeng Yaoguai, and Diangfeng Yaoguai was able to respond appropriately. And now with the 2-kill lead onto Zhaoxi, as long as he doesn't get caught by either the Marcel or the Zushin, Diangfeng Yaoguai, they're going to scale pretty steadily. And because Super Marco does not get any help from the team, Lung is also having a pretty good time here in lane. Looks like it is roughly even, but actually no, Lung does have a level advantage. Unsure if he was able to deny a few minions away from Super Marco, or it's just, you know, neutral objective difference. But still, this is a very good start for Diangfeng Yaoguai.
It's neutral objective difference, and I think it's 2 crabs at this point is why he has the current lead. Let's just double check his gold. Yep, 666. That's about right there. That means at least 2 crabs were obtained here by Diangfeng Yaoguai as they already fight for the first position here on the upcoming turtle.
Yeah, now they gotta really be careful of Flap. Level 7 on that Uranus should be able to deal quite a lot of pressure onto Diangfeng Yaoguai. Look at Fish God. Fish God is pretty low in HP, and Flap sees that, tries to get a kill. Ogwen, he does have the golden hour, looking for a prime position to get onto someone. For now, looks like they're all on Flap, trying to make sure that Uranus is not part of the fight, and Ogon is there trying to help them out. All the while, Kyle is stealing a green camp away, and even Super Marco is here. Don't forget why they're losing their position because they're paying too much attention to Flap.
Yeah, this is taking way too long here. And I mean, at least they get, both gold laners are going to get a double wave here for just a little bit as they run back into lane. It's better for Clint. And honestly, for Diangfeng Yaoguai, they don't mind this. This is like not the worst position in the world. The longer this drags out, and as long as the jungler alongside with Clint don't die here and just keep on farming, this is a good steady pace.
Well, considering that now Zhaoxi does have that Sky Piercer, if they get killed, it's going to be amazing. Golden Hour used, but not really utilized that well. But look at that, Kyle. Kyle is stealing away the purple here. So Diangfeng Yaoguai, they're going to get this turtle for free. And it looks like Zed was able to catch one member Team Falcons, but Flicker was used just to escape. Now in the bottom lane, you can see that Kyle is close to Lung, but looks like Lung is already positioned himself safely. Not going to get ganked by Kyle.
Endless Battle already purchased here for Loom. He's got some incredible base damages to work with, especially with gun in hand. So far, things have been going pretty well for Diangfeng Yaoguai. I think that right now, Team Falcons are just waiting for the next item power spike here. And like Kyle understands that without at least one or two items, it's pretty difficult to find the big one-shot onto Yi1 or even Loom. Zhaoxi still has iframe, so there's still a little bit of a push and pull to see who uses resources. But now Diangfeng Yaoguai playing to their strong lane just to make sure that Lung gets this turret, and now they're going to continue the siege. Similar to Brody, you just break a turret, you move on to the next one, and Lung, so greedy, he just wants to make sure that he gets all the farm. No wave wasted.
We will see whether this trade is worth it, because so far, Kyle is getting all the farm and Lung is getting all the farm. Quite a lot of, I would say, Zhaoxi is sacrificing a lot here for his team. He is one level behind of Kyle. I think can equalize this if they're able to get this purple buff, but I really feel like they won't be able to. But with that being said, Lung is here. Maybe they do want to go for a fight.
Kyle doesn't have his retribution, but Zhaoxi does. They can try for it. They've got golden hour as well if they want to delay it further, but nah, Kyle, he's not going to waste any time here as the initiation from Diangfeng Yaoguai just to zone out the rest of the Falcons.
Interesting. Ogwen used the golden hour onto Lung when no member is anywhere close. But this is good for Super Marco. Super Marco is farming freely down bot. Might even get that turret as well. Diangfeng Yaoguai, they're trying to wait for an opportunity, but because nothing is really happening, they're honestly losing the bout just a little bit. The goal gap is non-existent now as Super Marco gets that turret.
Diangfeng Yaoguai making sure that they're not forcing too many of the scenarios. Oh, wait, hold on. Zhaoxi might be in some trouble, but look at the back.
Yep, right now looks like they're going on to Flap. And Marcel from Ogwen does not have the golden hour. They can't capitalize on Diangfeng Yaoguai clumping up here. It looks like Zed is going to recall. E1 does not have mana. He does have to be careful of that, but looks like Super Marco was able to get away from that. Juno or Kyle still able to get the turtle. Super Marco gets a kill onto Zed, and now they want to move on forward as Super Marco is feeling very confident in continuing the fight. Diangfeng Yaoguai has to escape. Two members here got locked up, and now even the golden hour used. Both of them are stunned up, and kills given over to Team Falcons.
And look at the conversion immediately. They're getting that wave down bot. They're instantly invading onto topside to ensure the topside jungle is going to be completely cleared, and Diangfeng Yaoguai will start to fall behind. Team Falcons, their composition is about to go online as Super Marco is one component away from completing the golden staff, and then it's going to be the real deal. As Team Falcons have so far, I mean, Kyle has been playing a pretty strong game, right? They got the T2 down on bot side as well. They basically dragged out fights because of the indecision of Diangfeng Yaoguai, and because of how slow they're making their choices, Team Falcons have built this steady lead on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, and I would say that's good for Team Falcons as well, because they position themselves in a way that they don't really get caught by Zed. And Diangfeng Yaoguai is showing quite a lot of respect onto Team Falcons. Partly the reason why Team Falcons is able to capitalize on those hesitations. So now Diangfeng Yaoguai, they really have lost any lead that they had. Over 3,000 gold lead now for Team Falcons, just by Diangfeng Yaoguai hesitating the entire game.
A 5K swing over the span of 4 minutes. And Team Falcons, this is why they are a dangerous team. They're very good at out-macroing their opponents, and especially when they have plenty of information. we've seen that there are moments where Downfang Yaguai actually have tempo on them. But unfortunately, Team Falcons are very good at just kind of balancing the scales just a little bit, right? Even if they're willing to sacrifice a neutral objective, the gold lead never goes too far. Prolific Gun already purchased and completed by Lung. The extra range is going to be useful, but the tough part is Zhao Shi. Oh wait, hold on.
Yep, you can see Ogwen just positioning himself, trying to see if he can catch multiple members of different Yaguai. Right now, Zhao Shi is really not in a good spot here, Gideon. And look at that damage coming in from Melissa. Golden Hour used. But looks like the right members are not getting stopped here. Another Golden Hour used, but just to stop Team Falcons. And now Fishka has to get away. Kyle secures a kill onto the EXP lane of different Yaguai. And now they don't have any more forward momentum. Ogwen able to stop the recalls. And now Team Falcons gets on the Lord.
I think this game's kind of done for already. Now the biggest problem is that they can't like really do much to Haji without like a hard engage from Zed. And even then, Haji still has that Purify available. With the Ice Queen's wand, whoever walks up is in trouble. Even Lung, right? After using, you know, the Netting Recoil, he is so slow. He's going to get run down by a lot of the members of Team Falcons if they don't stop this right now.
This is uncomfortable for me because this entire GOF, unfortunately, the jungles are not being selfish. They're letting go of their own farm to help out other people, and it just very bad for the team. Like Zhao Shi's sacrificing himself for Lung, and then honestly nothing happens. And this is the same thing that we saw in the previous matchup. Kyle is having a good time despite the early game not going his way. He is level 15 way before, and now Zhao Shi just hit level 13. And as we're seeing this, Team Falcons, they are forcing the situation, getting onto that turret, even using the Golden Hour defensively, but not good enough. Brought back, Zed gets taken down by Flap, but mostly because Haji was able to pull him back, and now Fishgod goes in with the Bravest Spider trying to get a kill onto Super Marco, but Super Marco has a lot more items than him. And now Team Falcons gets away, and Jungfo Yaguai can't really do much. Look, brought in, kill, give it over to Flap.
Yep, disrespect. Disrespect. You can see that a lot of Lung shots was targeted towards like the frontliners and even on top of Super Marco. But Marco has much better sustain overall because of the fighter emblems, and he's also building the Trinity. Very easy to trigger when Muddles is so far up, already chipping away at his life total. But I think the hardest part once again, is Haji. He touches him just once, just a little bit, picks him up one time, and Falcons are able to shut Lung down. He's 0-2 and 0 so far, and the laning phase is done. There's not a lot of structures that he can take at this stage if he can't walk out of their base. And with no inhibitors at all, it's an even bigger task for Downfang Yaguai to take advantage of this game at all. So really, the momentum and the motion is on Falcons. The next Lord should be the game ender.
Yep. I do feel like this is pretty over for Downfang Yaguai. The only way they can really come back into this game is somehow Team Falcons just overextend and keeps on dying to the turrets here. Because Zhao Shi does have a Sky Piercer, but it's 0 stacks. He got it after he already got his 2 kills. So for now, it's really providing him absolutely nothing except for a wasted slot. So this is why I was worried for Downfang Yaguai. They know how to get kills. But then it's like, okay, now what?
It always seems to be the case. It's starting to become like a more obvious trend among some of the minor region teams. But again, gotta be decisive here. Is they're trying to look for at least just a little bit of space, but there's just so many waves that are crashing in, and with Suyo already showing himself, they're just going for the fight.
And with this, Zed even has to flicker out. Not much can be done by Zed. The Golden Hour stops the fight just a little bit, but still, Kyle able to get a double kill. The front line really can't do much, and now Lung gets pulled back into the team, has to get away, but coming from the flank of Maniac gets by Kyle, and Yi1's just gonna stay in base while Team Falcons tries to give over to Savage, but not gonna happen. Yi1 is like, get the win, that's it. I'm not gonna give you more.
Yep, he's not that generous, especially from the beating that Falcons lay upon Diangfeng Yao Guai. A very, very scary version of Falcons. Because the early game, honestly, they found working motions. It's just that they weren't able to capitalize more after that, right? The tempo that they had didn't force Falcons into an error. It ended up just handing them the momentum back and losing pretty important timings, like having the Clint walk back and forth between the bottom and mid lane, even after it was obvious that Super Marco had already left the lane to join the fight after he returned. It's just that Team Falcons, once again, or at least for Diangfeng Yao Guai, they are getting tunnel visioned on these fights against the Falcons.
I feel like this should just be a note for every single team, which is your jungle is probably the most important resource in the first 6 minutes of the game. Because at that point, I really feel like in terms of the calculations, it's jungle first, including the crabs, and then the turrets and etc. Because for the first 5 minutes, even if you don't get turrets, it's completely fine. I feel like if you get turrets under 5 minutes, that's just you dominating your lane too hard, and your opponents just give up at that point.
I mean, we've seen leads, dissipate into thin air. That 5K swing, right? When Diangfeng Yao Guai was able to get a 2K lead and then eventually turned into a Falcons 3K lead over the span of 4 minutes. A lot of it was just because of the quick movements coming in from Kyle. And this is why that a lot of people are leaning into the jungle-style assassins, that extra mobility, shorten the downtime between actually farming and getting back into the mix with the rest of your team. Overall, very low KDA game, 11-2, 14 minutes into this game. Really just shows the macro prowess that Team Falcons put on the table.
Again, it's just them understanding that they're losing, so don't go for fights that really doesn't have to be taken. And that's how they shut down Diangfeng Yao Guai, where I'm pretty sure they were quite excited getting the lead, and then they're like, oh wait, Team Falcons will make a mistake, and then they just never do it, right? Because Team Falcons have been playing this game for way too long against so many strong teams, and they know it's like, when they're losing, there's no need to force the issue.
There really is no need. And I was trying to think of like another potential way to, punish Team Falcons, but unfortunately this Valentina just had no real good ults other than the Golden Hour. And I think there's like, unfortunately, a decent amount of anti-synergy there, specifically with the Lapu, right? If he tries to jump in and the Golden Hour kind of like, lands, then you can't really do much about it, right? So you're just helping Lung to set up for him so he can get as many shots as possible and then just blow them up as soon as it times out. But with that being said, though, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be game 2 in this tight series.
Commercial ulit. Commercial. Hello, Ayman.
және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Hindi ka naman makakalis sa keyboard.
coming to you live from the Kazakhstan Athletic Complex, a place where a new kind of sport is emerging, combining two realities together, both cybersports and real sports. The phygital format is defining athletes of the future generations. The ultimate warriors who wield real drive, power, strategic reasoning, and cooperation. Today, we are lucky to interview a Mobile Legends Bang Bang team, which represents Team Falcons on the international stage. Ever since starting their journey in 2017, Team Falcons is famous for being a cultural force, redefining excellence in gaming. Let's get to know our athletes. Please, team, could you introduce yourselves?
Hello, I'm Ogwin. I'm the roamer in Team Falcons.
Hi, I'm Flap, EXP laner for Team Falcons.
Thank you so much. Please tell us, is this your first time in Kazakhstan?
It's our second time. We've been here to Almaty at the other tournaments, so it's good here.
Wow, that's awesome. Tell us, do you like being in Astana?
When we got here, our first time, it's snow, but right now, so it's warm, so...
We are glad that you like it here. Next question. When did you guys realize you became more than just players?
It feels good because we're not just a player anymore, but we always do our best to play our game, and we don't really care about the others, so yes, we're focusing on ourselves.
What separates a champion's mindset from an ordinary player's mindset?
I think the champion's mindset is that we do a lot of sacrifices, normal ones, like we sacrifice our time with our family, friends, just to play games. And yeah, I think that's what separates us from the normal people.
Does your family approve of your career and support you from the sidelines?
Yeah, our family knows we're here and they're really rooting for us and supporting us from our country.
This is very touching. Next, can you please share what is harder, becoming a champion or staying a champion?
I think the hardest part is staying to be a champion. It's hard to stay to be a high level.
For me, it's hard becoming a champion because all of the team wants to become a champion and you must fight them with all your strength.
Interesting answers. Every champion needs a rival. Which team pushes the Team Falcons to become better?
I think in this tournament, Team Vitality pushes us to our strongest potential.
Vitality does have a very strong roster of athletes. If your team's playstyle was a hero in Mobile Legends, which hero would it be?
Chip always wants a shortcut.
That's awesome! We love Chip! Final question, what can you say to your fans?
To our fans here in Astana, thank you so much for supporting us, and I hope that you'll continue on supporting us in the upcoming games. And to our supporters in our country, Philippines, please keep on supporting us. We'll do our best here in Astana.
Thank you, Team Falcons. We wish you the best of luck in the tournament. You guys rock!
series. Falcons have already scored 1 point in this series and are looking to close it out in a 2-0 sweep against Dangfeng Yaoguai. Now, the drafting has been interesting, the plays, and unfortunately, the tunnel vision just a little too strong during these team fights from Dangfeng Yaoguai. So we need to see the adjustments, the adaptations, but most importantly here, hopefully they don't hurt themselves in the second half of the
Gusto mo na
draft.
si Super Marco.
Well, right now,
Okay,
Yaoguai
napay
is
siya.
going to be first pick this time. They're still betting out a Fanny though, so it looks like they don't want that for themselves. And even ban out the Selena, really thinking that Falcons should probably get the second pick of that one. So now Freya gets banned. Considering that Yaoguai, maybe Team Falcons can open things up a bit. They don't have to ban the Paquito, although they did ban the Paquito in the previous game. I feel like Barras is still fine, so Barras gets banned.
Interesting. Falcons want to take away strong opening picks here, but is anybody going to ban out the Atlas again, or are they just going to leave that relationship up with Valentina all over? Because Team Falcons, they don't mind that. They don't mind saying, you know what, you can have the Fatal Links. You can also have the Valentina as long as Haji, the KDA machine himself, gets one of his comfort picks. He's shown that he is just good. He is just good at punishing Dangfeng Yaoguai.
Yeah. So, looking at Dangfeng Yaoguai, I'm actually unsure because I feel like even if the draft doesn't look all that great, it almost doesn't matter that much. They do have the raw talent just to play these heroes, just the decision making in game. I hope they have enough time with their coaching staff to just figure out that their mistake really is just letting Kyle invade their jungle over and over again. If Herrera is not banned here, I really feel like Dangfeng Yaoguai should pick that up instantly. You don't want that go over to Kyle. But also, like, Falcons, why wouldn't you just ban the Herrera here? Like, what else is Prio banned?
Well, I think they're more confident that, I think that, you know, other than, well, you know, now that Marcel's already gone, on top of the fact that, you know, Fanny has been banned on top of it, and finally Paquito, they don't mind actually playing the Herrera by utilizing Nolan. I mean, we've seen time and time again, Kyle is extremely comfortable on this Nolan, and I think that he's more than happy to kind of set up for it.
Well, here you go. The Herrera has been picked up, and now Super Marco instantly picks up the Melissa alongside with the Uranus. So Team Falcon starting strong, having S-tier picks in the side lane. So now for Dangfeng Yaoguai, dealing with these Uranus, they were able to do quite well with the Lapu, and I feel like there's no bad reason not to go for the Lapu again. Yeah, no, that's it. Yeah, Lapu's great.
Lapu is great. It's the only way to kind of get through the getaway for me. I'm all for it. But
oh, I like this.
Interesting.
I like this.
All right. I mean, I'll give you the floor in just a little bit here.
Atlas.
At least
Atlas.
Oh, you're right.
Atlas. Go Atlas. Come on. Atlas or Beleric, either or is fine. But if you want to be aggressive, Atlas. Oh, but the Valentina is still there.
Might as well kind of overload them with the alts, right? Which would you rather? Because now they've locked in the Cho. I mean, the Valentina seems to be pretty straightforward for Team Falcons.
Well, let's look at this. So I think the Valentina is still a pretty good pick here for Falcons. If they don't want, they can pick up a jungler now. Something like the Nolan again. Oh, the Harley, that's right. The Harley was banned the previous game. So now, I gotta say, Dangfeng Yaoguai, not super safe, but hey, here's the thing, Farsa has been pretty safe even with all the predators on the other side. So maybe U1 will be fine.
Yeah, maybe he'll be okay. And Falcons, they decide to adjust the second half of the banning phase, making sure that they're getting rid of the Clint. Super Marco says, you know what, Lung, he's kind of good on this Clint. He knows what he's doing in that lane, so let's get rid of it. The Atlas going to be the follow-up here. Are they also going to get rid of the Beleric? We'll find out right after the following ban here from the side of Team Falcons. I think there's nothing else that they have to really worry about, right? I mean, the way of the Dragon has already been locked in for the side of Dangfeng Yaoguai, so they have a direct answer to if Harley tries to make a play of his own. So they could just double down on gold laners if necessary, but at the same time, I think the only other thing that they need to worry about is Brody, but Melissa has a pretty decent laning phase against the Brody.
Actually, based on my experience, as a Melissa, I do not want to deal with the Brody. It's just that, I don't know, I feel like his range is just a little bit unfair. I'm sure these professional players can deal with it, The person, yeah, I don't want to deal with that, man. Well, the Hive gets banned out, and now they didn't want to just double down and ban out the Belleric as well. I feel like you should, considering that you have a Hirara and a Cho. I feel like it's okay for you to ban it out, or a Eudora or Belleric. I feel like it's a good ban. They ban out the Belleric here, so Falcons, I feel like either the Valen or Eudora should be good just to stop this Cho from really doing much, and then hey, you're good. After that, you're good.
Should be okay, yeah. That should be the plan here. I want to see whether Team Falcons is actually going to go with it, unless they've got something else for Haji in store, or you know, maybe whether or not they're going to get something for Ogwin at this stage too, because we're kind of running out of picks for him, right? What else in the support section? Maybe, you know, the Gatot could be. Oh, the Gatot, the glue also both works in this particular situation. Which would I prefer? We don't see what exactly is going into.
If Denver Yaguai picks up the Brody, go glue, man. Like, there's nothing Denver Yaguai can do at that point.
Until then, they're making the guesses. Let's find out. Last couple of seconds here for Team Falcons to go for their pick, and looks like they're going to be locking in. I mean, we're looking at Super Marco's phone, and it seems like it's... wait, is that Sora? Wait, what?
It looks like Sora and Claude, and I feel like that's not... No, what?
Huh?
Wait, that's not like a big guy Minotaur? I don't know.
Maybe?
I do not know what's going on, Gideon.
It could be big Wan all over again, you know? that could be it. Oh boy. Until the day we change the perspective of the in-game loading screen, we'll never know. But we'll get the final draft for you guys once we start making our way into the game. Hopefully this is not a, you know, out of nowhere pick. Right. So they go for Zushin, and then Sora Claude is the follow-up.
Okay, I think that... I gotta say, well, I called the Minotaur pick, I guess, but I'm guessing that actually picked up before the graphic follows. I'm liking both drafts because Team Falcons heavy emphasis on team fight with a burst hero from the what's it called again, Harley, just to take out a proper target. And when it comes to Denfeng Yaguai, I think it's pretty solid all around too. So I feel like when it comes to the pick and bans, both teams get relatively what they wanted anyways.
Yeah, and I think there's an interesting relationship with Melissa alongside with the Farsa as well. I mean, there's Sora on Diangfeng Yaguai's side, and Sora, I would imagine, would like to catch both of them in the shifting clouds, but knowing Falcons, they don't actually mind Haji actually taking a very far forward position to get those spells out. My guess is that he's going to hold on to Wings by Wings, and he's also going to bring Purify into this game. I'm not 100% sure, because there's still the possibility that he trusts in himself to react to it and just take a flicker of his own. Melissa, on the other hand, I'm pretty sure might need to take the Purify unless Super Marco's hyper confident, and no, goes for the Purify for both of our Filipino representatives.
Here's the thing though, I gotta say, Fish God, I don't feel like this is a tank Sora angle. I feel like 100% go for the lightning form and try your best to kill Super Marco as well as Haji, because I really feel like Diangfeng Yaguai, by the way, gang, it's flipped, but whatever, it's flipped. Diangfeng Yaguai, you got a comp that has a lot of damage. Use that, you know? That's my opinion.
You know what? I can agree with it, because until Zed uses the Way of the Dragon, wait, hold on. This invasion is actually pretty decent coming in from Kyle. They might get first blood here.
Ooh, smooth flicker coming in from Zed, because that first blood would actually make E1's life so hard. So good on them to be able to escape that one.
Yeah, pretty good stuff. Pretty good stuff. They got to be extremely careful, right? Early retributions have been used from both Xiaoxi and alongside with Kyle, so there shouldn't be a counter invade just yet, unless it's just stealing that side green camp on the far ends of the map. And I think that should be fine anyways. But overall, Flap needs to control this lane, cannot afford to let the Sora come through, and Long getting chunked out like this is not good, because if he has the recall, that is an immediate lead that's going to be given over to Super Marco's side. Like, Claude will eventually... Oh, hold on.
Yep, Long's dead. Well, it is what it is, you know?
Yeah. That's one way of putting it.
I feel like that was pretty greedy of him to try to get. I feel like getting the stacks is fine, but you should roughly know that there's a high chance that Kyle will be there. But oh well, I'm just saying Lung has not had a good experience so far in games of future. he's I really feel like Denver Yaguai, they need to play around Zhaoxi. Zhaoxi should be the main carry.
They really need to make sure that he starts getting ahead in these matchups, because it's pretty easy for him to actually steal away in neutral if he has that level lead.
Yep. Unfortunately, bad engage coming in from Sora. Kyle secures the turtle, but still able to get a kill onto Kyle. That should be pretty worth it. And again, I really feel like FishGod going in for the tank style is not great, but Zed gets a kill onto Haji anyways. So Delphi Yaguai still got a pretty good trade, trading the turtle for 2 kills here. Oh, but Flab gets that. That's not great.
Miscalculated the damage a little bit, and I mean, Flop, he doesn't mind taking the damage. He's ultra sustainable, and if Owen can cancel out some recalls, even better. So he's already canceled out 1. Zed still needs to go back, and if Zed gets the recall off, that means Zhaoxi is kind of by himself. And as the living ward, Ogwen, he's just maintaining this pressure. He's calling in on Flap to go and disrupt.
Zed and hold on, Zed as well as UI. Let me just tell you, Gideon, this is really screwing my brain right now. All right, thank you very much. So Zed and Yuan really need to start moving together to get kills. Trying to get one onto Haji. Zhaoxi able to secure that one. Yuan does die, but not great. Not great. Yuan preferred to live there.
Yeah, Yuan definitely preferred to live, but Haji is more than happy to die there. Like, he knows that, okay, I you know, my Purify is still on cooldown here. This is the only time we're going to be able to punish Yi1 when he has access to that flicker, so we might as well get him. And if by any chance Haji ended up surviving that, it would have been so much worse for Diangfeng Yaoguai, because all of their members were max stacked on that butterfly. He was about to start picking them up and folding them like laundry.
Yep. And now looks like Ogwen almost survived there. E1 still secures the kill. Deadly magic onto Zed, but not a lot of damage onto him. He should be able to survive here. Denfo Yaguai still has the kill lead. The turtle will be spawning soon. I really feel like Denfo Yaguai, they need to save their abilities to try to capitalize on some kills around that objective, especially FishGod. I really want him on that lightning form, but no, he wants to re-engage, gets 2, but now Haji was able to get out with the Crimson Beacon, gets stunned up though. Zhaoxi secures a kill onto Haji, double kill, they even got Kyle in the back of that. Flap is the one that really survived that engage. This is already a pretty good start for Delphin Yaguai. There should be no excuse why they shouldn't get this turtle.
Yep, this should be a no contest, and honestly, a pretty good play coming in from FishGod. A much better engage compared to the last one prior to this neutral objective. And as much as we wanted to use that lightning form, I think that so far the base damage for cloud shifting is still good enough to get these early kills. I think maybe later in the game it's not going to be as relevant. I think at most it's going to be disruptive to Super Marco to make sure that he can't get as many auto attacks out. But for now, Diangfeng Yaguai not going to waste any time here as they're immediately attacking bot tier 1, giving it over, making sure that Zhaoxi is nearby.
Oh no. Well, Kyle tries to get onto Yuan. Yuan is still surviving, but look at his FishGod this time. Goes for the lightning form, almost takes down Kyle. A lot of damage, but looks like Delphin Yaguai, they need some kind of anti-heal to deal with Flap. And I feel like they need someone else besides Yuan, considering that he always gets targeted.
Yuan will be able to absorb a little bit of that mid wave as he rotates back, but look at that top side. Zed has made sure that he is made aware that Ogwen is nearby, and also spots out Kyle, making his transition over. So they've got plenty of information to work with here. They can start double waving if they want to, but Diangfeng Yaguai, and knowing how Lung plays, generally speaking, is very, very greedy. He's gonna wait for that wave to push all the way in, and even take one green camp on the side for himself.
Something difficult to track here is that Zhaoxi does have that Sky Piercer. I'm not entirely sure when the Sky Piercer was able to be bought by him, but it's something to check. And now Kyle just killed Yuan. Yuan cannot start a fight without Zed. Yuan gets taken down, but FishGod able to take down Haji, and Zhaoxi gets a kill onto Kyle. For now, Team Falcons, they're losing basically every single team fight. They really got to start being careful here, because Kyle, wherever he puts his hat, someone from Diangfeng Yaguai is just waiting on that. And Zhaoxi on this Aurora, just reminding us again why this hero really needs to get banned.
Yep, it's just powerful, very, very powerful here. And at least for FishGod, he gets the crack open, bottom tier 1, and that opens up a lot of space for him to actually play, maybe look for different angles to go into that lightning form without having to just use the iframes to dodge the stuns. And this is the problem, right, Team Falcons? They're good at peeling, but they don't have the CC to hard crack open their lines.
Yep. for now, for Team Falcons, I feel like it feels that way because Haji is not having a good time. Haji keeps on getting bursted down. The moment Haji gets some space, the moment Ogum gets some space, they can really do well here. And definitely, they're doing a pretty good job on trying to get those objectives. I feel like once they crack open the front turrets for top as well as mid, then they're in real business here.
Speaking of business, we're already seeing that Falcons are able to respond to that top side. I think they're just waiting for Marco to scale back up. Way of the Dragon already being used, but, you know, Purify, and it's also Flap playing Uranus. He's pretty unkillable at this stage of the game until we see Lung actually complete the Trinity build, or at least like a DHS, just so that he can get some bonus max health damage on him.
Kyle probably waiting for an opportunity to get a kill again, considering he does have that lightning trencher, and I really feel like even the tankier members of Demfun Yaguai will suffer for that one. Super Marco now has the support of his team. Lung has to get away. It takes a lot of free damage coming in from Super Marco. They really should let go of this turret. Zed still tries to protect though. At least Lung and Zed, they didn't trade too much HP for that turret.
You can see that the Demfun Yaguai are looking to respond, and Flap opens up the map, making sure that, hey, if somebody's going to attack, it's going to be me first. He doesn't mind absorbing this damage, basically can just tank forever. And now they're on the man-to-man defense, right? Not giving Demfun Yaguai any real time to kind of respond. But notice the split. Zed is on that bottom side, knowing that maybe Kyle could respond to this. If he lands the kick, there's an opportunity.
Flap being a pretty good front line here. Zaoshi gets a kill onto Kyle. Fish God, before she misses his ult there, and then down bot. Right now, Zaoshi, even with the War Axe, is going to be very difficult for Team Falcons to deal with now. Ogwen looks like takes a bit of damage, but he should be able to heal up eventually. Turtle being started by Demfun Yaguai.
Hold on for as long as possible, because now Super Marco is actually getting into the fight. He's got some relevant damage here. Not sure if he's already completed the Trinity, but it's a 50-50.
Oh, Ogwen jumps in with a flicker, unable to hit anyone with the ult. Look at the Turtle. Zaoshi secures it for himself. Kick onto Ogwen. Ogwen is going to get taken down by Yiwon. And now Flap is in the middle of everything. Fish God tries to run away. Zed tries to help his team out. Flicker used. Zaoshi goes back in. Tries to get onto Haji. Haji super low. Won't secures the kill onto Haji. Flap has to get away. And Juno does not have the abilities to take down Demfun Yaguai. 11 kills to 3. Right now, Team Falcons, they are in big trouble.
They are. This is a pretty significant lead for the side of Demfun Yaguai. They've got at least very, very close to that 5K differential, but so far only 4. The major leads are going to be on to Zed alongside with Fish God, which is rather surprising, but at the same time, you know, you've seen Kyle, even when he dies, he's still trying to keep up as close as possible to the enemy jungler. He's only 1K behind. He can easily catch up to this, but looking at the major items, right? 3 already completed for Lung, and that's why his damage was so relevant in that final moment of those fights. Once he's fully stacked up, he starts chunking down these frontliners, but especially for people like Haji, who's been, again, deprived of food. He's a little malnourished at this stage. Oh,
that is right, used. Flap takes a little bit of damage, but so far okay. Zed gives the kick onto Ogwen. Might get bursted down. Ogwen is able to get out of there. And now even the Shifting Skies coming in from Fish God. Not really connecting, but he already took quite a lot of damage. Ogwen uses the ult, unable to get multiple members. And now Haji catches E1. E1 gets taken down. Team Falcons able to capitalize on the mistake of Demfun Yaguai.
Now they've capitalized on it. We look at the gold lead once again. It's still a 4.5k lead for the side of DFYG. But Falcons, they're immediately looking for Zed, and they're going to be able to get him with the whole get away from me, pinning him against the wall with 3 members already down and 1 extra who is staggered. They're opening mid-tier 1 and starting to walk down the entire lane.
We can see how crazy it is when, hold on, before that, Kyle tries to get a kill onto Lung. Lung should still be okay here, but they're able to get the holy defense from Demfun Yaguai. But considering it's 1140, it really doesn't matter that much. We can see the turnaround. If you just make one mistake, strong teams like Team Falcons are going to really use that to capitalize on it. So at least Zaoshi didn't die. If Zaoshi did die, that would be catastrophic for Demfun Yaguai. For now, it really is on Zed as well as Fish God not to butcher their engage again. One bad engage and you're setting up your team for failure.
Yes, especially when you're running the Sky Pierce. You don't want to lose your stacks you don't want to lose your stacks at all throughout the game. You want to maintain them maxed out. Ideally, currently, I would assume that it's roughly around like 40 to like 30 stacks or somewhere around there, but it's tough to know. And Zed still trying to find opportunities. In terms of the waves, with a lot of missing from top and as well as mid, that is going to be the strong side of the map for Team Falcons to actually try and push their advantage against Yangfeng Yaoguai if they do find another pick. And it's an early wins of nature purchase as they've already found the kill onto Kai.
Well, I do not know how much stack Xiaoxi has, but I'm gonna say enough. That's all we really need to say for this Aurora. Has enough of it. The Super Marco feels pretty confident in terms of dealing out free damage here. The zone control from the Melissa is looking pretty good. It's just that Ogwen as well as Haji has not had. Oh, look at that tree, man, gets knocked. They were able to get out of there, but right now Flap is all alone. Xiaoxi is godlike. That's the kind of engage you want to see from Fish God.
Oh boy, instant response, and now they're looking for more.
Now Demon using the blazing duet, trying to get a kill onto Haji, and now Ogwen is next. Double kill for Long. With that crazy engage, Dumping Yaoguai might have sealed it for Team Falcons. Hold on, Kyle tries to get something here onto E1. E1 has to flicker out. So now, what else does Team Falcons have?
Gonna try something. I mean, their front to back was supposed to be their main win condition here, but Ogwen as well as Haji getting taken out like that, it's not easy. Feather Airstrike again as they're looking for inhibitors.
Yeah, at this point, just spam it whenever you can. Flap gets kicked. Not a lot of tags. Xiaoxi gets a legendary 8-0-4. At this point, I feel like he at least has 60 stacks. Might even be 80. Team Falcons, they're really crumbling going up against Xiaoxi here.
Yeah, it's been quite the struggle. It has been quite the struggle, and they haven't been able to shut him down either. Every single time we see these fat engagements, either whether it's from Xiaoxi, whether it's from Zed, or even another Feather Airstrike to zone, it's just once they get the combo going, it really helps. The fact that Yi1 is able to put them at a very dangerous health total.
Right now, it's basically all on Super Marco here. He has the damage. He's hoping for his team to give as much space as they can. But I gotta say, if Farsa, basically everyone from Denver Yoga, especially Farsa, is creating so much space, making it so that Team Falcons can't reliably defend, honestly.
I mean, that's a big issue, right? The only person who has like hard CC at this stage is kind of only Ogwen. Everybody else has to play like a soft peel style, and even Haji can't guarantee the CC. But I mean, now it's a little bit more reliable with the glowing wand, but overall there's still a huge down period of just building up those stacks, and that's easily when Yangfeng Yaoguai can use their mobility to kind of get out of that range, or in Xiaoxi's case, just iframe away. So far, I think that Zed has been able to extend their leads really, really well with the engagements from Fish God. At this point, Long, he's well connected with the rest of his team. He knows how to play in these types of positions when he is ahead, and they're going to look for it one more time. Ideally, it catches both Haji and as well as Super Marco, and I think until they find those pairings dead, that's when Yangfeng Yaoguai will close out the game.
Interesting here. Zed is looking at the opposite side of the map. Yangfeng Yaoguai, they're trying to set for a trap here. I don't think anyone from Team Falcons will really buy it though, but Flap took a lot of damage coming in from Yangfeng Yaoguai. Now Team Falcons know the position of them. At this point, Team Falcons, they want to hope to have a pretty good team fight around the Lord, and for that to happen, you really got to look at Ogwen. If Ogwen gets a massive set, at least 3 members of Yangfeng Yaoguai, Team Falcons has a good chance of maybe not ending the game, but at least making it more even. Because at this point, what is this, like 7,000 gold lead for Yangfeng Yaoguai?
It is a 6,000 gold lead. Well, yeah, six getting pretty close to 7, I'm not gonna lie. But now that they know that Flap doesn't actually have the Purify, he's gotta be careful, right? He doesn't want to end up getting blasted down by Yi1, and I think they might opt to try and chunk out some of the other members like Owen, because they can just chain CC it all together. But at the same time, we need to worry about those long lanes, right? Topside is naturally building up, and that's an early consecration for Flap.
Zed kicks Flap, not a good kick. He was able to get the deadly magic out of Kyle. So now Yangfeng Yaoguai, they're proceeding towards the Lord here, but they gotta be careful. A lot of their good ults have been used, like the Feather Airstrike. Lung has to be careful. He's taking quite a lot of damage. Oh, look at that fat stack. Able to get 2, forcing out Ogwen to use the ult, but no one is home. And now Zhaoxi tries to get a kill. He does have the deadly magic onto him. He has to be careful. Able to get a kill onto Haji. And E1 gets flapped. And now Team Falcons out to the side. Zed stopping. Juno gets the kill. E1 gets a double. And now Ogwen is running away. Mega kill for Lung. They might even get a wipeout here. Team Falcons, only the Zushin is alive. And with that, Young Feng Yao Guai takes game number 2 against Team Falcons BH.
19-6 in that game. 19-6. It was difficult. I'm not going to lie, especially with the blind picks that Falcons had to throw in there. But man, it felt like Yangfeng Yaoguai was not missing a beat this time round. They were fighting, and more importantly, they were starting these pickoffs right by the 35-second to 38-second of when the Lord or a neutral objective would spawn, causing people like Flap, even arguably Ogun as well, to lose their battle spell very early on, and then they have to be very careful with the way that they position themselves in that front line, because as soon as they start getting picked up, the chain CC made it inevitable for them to explode. But I gotta give it up to Zed. Like, he played a strong game too. He was finding some really good pickoffs, and even in some pretty tough situations, he still peels for the team.
I gotta say to get in, like, I might be preemptive, but I don't know if we will see her Rara again. She just showed with the Sky Piercer, she can really start to take over the game, but I'm with you on this one. Zed on this Cho, it looks like he has quite enough practice on it now that he can really start impacting the game. And E1, even though like we don't see like super crazy kills coming in from this Farsa, but we can really see the impact that he has just from zoning the opponents. Fishgod could have a better Sora game, but overall, when it really matters, he really got a good set.
He did. The four-man set earlier, already great. It just continues to cause a lot of problems for the side of the Team Falcons. And I like this. I like it when teams decide, you know what, if you're going to try and sandbag me, I'm going to get a strong wave clear with playmaking capabilities of my own. And Fishgod was that guy this time around. We've seen Kibamba do it as well. And now Team Falcons, they got to put some respect on Yangfeng Yaoguai's name, right? In a meta that's so snowball heavy, I'm very surprised that Falcons were unable to out macro them this time round, because there's just too many trigger fingers on the side of Yangfeng Yaoguai that they have to take into account. And with a lot of their trades actually going 50-50 in the early stages of the game, it allowed Yangfeng Yaoguai the space and time that they needed, with Lung making sure that those profitable plays actually fed on Yi1 and Zhaoxi.
I would say the interesting thing here is that there is another game of a Farsa going up against an assassin like the Harley, and it's still completely fine. I mean, like, sure, Kyle was able to kill Yuan like 2 to 3 times in the early stage of the game, but again, eventually it would not matter that much. So it's really showing that it's not a bad time to use the Farsa. It is definitely viable in this meta. Sure, maybe you want something else like the Selena or whatever, but Farsa looking pretty strong.
I mean, I'm still thinking about it, and maybe I'm not like 100% convinced, but I'm getting there. Currently, it's 1-1. Final game at match point between DFYG alongside with Team Falcons. We're gonna go on a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be the conclusion of this series.
Commercial break.
жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолда сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Do games bridge the gap between our understanding of the languages? Some think that they do because so many gamer slang words made their way into other languages. Mobile Legends players might just be the loudest crowd to agree with the statement. This raises a question. Which phrase is so easy to understand during gaming that it doesn't need any translation? You might have thought of something like good game/GG, DPS, or even buff/nerf. Or you might have remembered iconic phrases that are probably ingrained in our heads by now, like "Bomb has been planted" in Counter-Strike, "Flawless victory" in Mortal Kombat, in Ace Attorney. But back to the topic at hand. Where does the game Mobile Legends stand in all of this? There are many interesting categories in common phrases among Mobile Legends players. Character names, player behavior, in-game actions, and more. Characters whose names are long transform into shorter word collections. Beatrix turns into Bia, Gusion into Gus. Player behavior-related words like noob means someone who is new to the game. Jungler means a person who clears creeps and secures objectives. Or toxic, a player who is not on their best behavior. Am I losing you yet? No? Good. It will be quite important if you are new to the game. Now for the in-game actions. CC refers to crowd control, meaning any action which represses enemy movements. Backline is for ambushing your opponents. Gank, forcing a team fight when you have the numbers advantage. Did you recognize everything? If yes, now you are equipped to understand the universal gamer phrases during Mobile Legends Bang Bang matches on Games of the Future 2026.
let's jump right into this. Team Falcons already at match point. Same goes for Diangfeng Yao Guai, both showing a sweeping victory in their own matches. In game 1, it was Falcons. In game 2, it was Diangfeng Yao Guai. Coming into game number 3, the draft could tell us everything we need to know before the game even finishes. So let's see the adjustments as Team Falcons will be on blue side, banning out the Paquito and the Barat, similar to game number 1, and Diangfeng Yao Guai on the red side, banning out the Freya.
So I'm guessing this is going to be a Fanny as well as a Harara ban, and then for Team Falcons, maybe they will ban out the Harley again, just make it the same as game number 1. And then when it comes to the first pick, maybe that's where the adjustment is going to be. Well, the Fanny gets banned out first. So Falcons, in game number 1, they did ban out the Harley. I think it's okay for them to ban it out again. Yep, there
I think, you know, they had the pathway in game number 1, and I think that Diangfeng Yao Guai are the ones who actually have to adjust if Falcons are trying to, you know, repeat that template from game number 1 itself. And we should expect Hirara to be here, but I think that Diangfeng Yao Guai also needs to start thinking about the potential 2 picks that they're going to get afterwards once Team Falcons locks in the atypical. Oh no, they open it up.
Well, Falcons has to pick up the Harara now, no?
I mean, for sure they're going to pick up Harara.
Was it Diangfeng Yao Guai? No, Diangfeng Yao Guai wasn't a team that used.
Actually, there's still Marcel of Team Falcons walking. They're debating about it right now. Like, do they want the Marcel? Do they want the Hirara? And it looks like they go for the Marcel over the Hirara.
Good read by Diangfeng Yao Guai, where they're saying that they're gonna prioritize the Marcel over the Harara. That's why they banned the Selena. So I would say Hirara, and then either Hirara Valentina or Hirara and then one of those tanks, Atlas or Belleric. But considering that, honestly, Zed had a pretty good time on the show, I wonder if they don't really mind not getting either of those, but instead they get Harara as well as the Melissa. Honestly, pretty good call here. But I think Team Falcons, they're pretty okay to pick up either the Clint or the Brody.
Both are completely fine in this particular situation. Since Paquito is gone, the double fighters is not going to be in play. Not that it will do much good in this particular case with iframes and go away from me being the first showings here for Diangfeng Yao Guai. Does that mean, all right, so 1 tank of their own, do they need to show anything else? They know that they're at least going to get that tank, and I think they want to kind of influence Haji to pick up the Valentina overall rather than, you know, him playing on that Zushin again. He has been devastating, but I think that even Diangfeng Yao Guai understand that there's a pretty big possibility that they're not going to get the Farsa again. If not, it's going to get disrupted by a potential Lapu Lapu.
Well, they're running the Nolan as well, as well as the Clint. So in the previous game, the Nolan was able to vertical jungle many times. I think that's something that Diangfeng Yao Guai should be able to stop here. So I think maybe the Farsa is not really needed here. I think grabbing like an Atlas or a Belleric and then later on banning out the Valentina might be the best thing for Diangfeng Yao Guai. Yeah, I think that's the best avenue here.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. And Diangfeng Yao Guai, they're going to take their time with this, right? They still have plenty of time left on the clock to discuss other aspects of the game if that happens to be the particular pathway that they want to go to, which means that the second half of the bans, if they do decide to go for it, one of them we've already stated, but what would be the second one? Do they want to just double down on getting rid of like all the mid laners at this point and then putting Haji on something really incredibly uncomfortable? It looks like the Eudora gets locked in for them. This should be the Valentina ban. Then it's the +1.
Or
I'm also gonna get
or ban both of those tanks so that Diangfeng Yao Guai, they can pick up the Cho again, right? Ban on the Belleric, ban on the Atlas. Basically, don't care whatever Flap as well as Haji is gonna use.
Ooh, that's not a bad idea as well, actually.
So wait, I'm dumb. They already have a Marcel. I'm dumb. They have a Marcel.
It's all good. They still can open up a lot, but I think the Valentina will be like the real tell whether or not they're still considering the chill or whether they're still going for like that big AOE. This Alice has always come into the second phase here whenever they're on red side. They just don't want Flap to have like a guaranteed engage.
Because I was thinking they're gonna look for a Uranus as well as a Lapu ban here. So considering they ban out the Atlas, maybe they want the Uranus for themselves. Because I feel like Falcons can work well with either the Lapu or the Uranus. So now Team Falcons, they do ban out the Cho. What other good roamers Zed has used so far? I don't think much. I don't think much just yet.
I don't think there's too much, and at this point, banning out like the Belleric or even the Atlas isn't like, you know, it's kind of either or. It's a preference. Most people would lean into getting rid of the Atlas because of the annoying little mini stun that he has. But other than that, Belleric even has its own properties that are pretty frustrating to deal with too, especially when you want to see those like big fights around the Turtle Pit specifically. And there we have it. Finally, the Valentina gets banned out.
Yeah, so I feel like after this, Delphi Yaguai will either pick the Lapu or the Uranus and then see what else is available for them to pick up in the Rome. Because the Atlas is there and they can pick it up, and they know that Team Falcons will not pick up the Atlas or the Belleric. And honestly, if both are gone, I think it's not a bad trade for you to pick up something like a Glue. So Falcons, I feel like Atlas might be the safest ban, because I think the Atlas is a bit more annoying than the Belleric.
And then what are you left for? You go... Oh no, but then you don't know what the EXP matchup is going to be exactly.
I will go Lapu or Uranus here.
Yeah, Lapu or Uranus here just for the denial, and then kind of force Team Falcons into that kind of glue scenario. Oh no, they go straight for the Sora instead. All right, you know, let's leave it up to the coin toss, leave it up to the mechanics of the team fight. I'm all down for it, considering that, you know, Fish God has found angles. Sometimes he doesn't catch them, but hey, you don't always catch a fish every single time you throw the line.
Well, the Farsa has been picked up, so Team Falcon seeking a bit of a Delphin Yaguai's book to deal with this Melissa, as well as the Eudora. Delphin Yaguai has a very aerial kind of draft here with both the Eudora as well as the Sora. Some may argue that the to do is Esme, I guess it's okay. I think they just need a tanky frontline, and maybe this doesn't feel like using the Uranus again, considering he did lose against Fish God earlier.
I mean, considering that they have like 3 forms of CC, it makes a lot of sense. And Badang is going to be the final pick here. It means an easy way to actually disrupt and, more importantly, cancel out the Feathered Airstrike if he is in position to do so. Now, there's a lot of ways for that Feathered Airstrike to get canceled out, but most of them, unfortunately, are very short range. It's going to be difficult to get into that position in the first place, assuming that Flap is able to kind of keep Fish God from actually leaving the lane. So that first movement here and hitting level 4 is going to be super important, and I would argue that Team Falcons probably don't want that first turtle.
Yeah, I gotta say, good draft coming in from both teams here, and I think that for Yaguai, they're drafting for their style, which is they want to fight as much as they can, and they want a lot of disruptions with the hero that they have. Having the Badang, having the Harara, as well as the Eudora, there's a lot of mini interaction that you can stop Team Falcons from moving about. And as long as they keep their jungle safe, it's looking pretty good for Delphin Yaguai here.
Yeah, I definitely want to see how that EXP matchup is going to go, because there is the opportunity for a solo kill at level 4 for the Sora into the Esme matchup, because unfortunately for Esme, she's not exactly the ultra tanky dancing celestial girl that we all know until she's got a couple of items in her hand. And Flap opting to go for Impure Rage, so he does want to proactively trade in the lane.
Yep. Well, looking at the situation right now, it looks like this might be a game where there's not a lot going on for maybe even the first turtle. I think the first turtle, Delphin Yaguai, will try to fight out as much as they can. And I think it's on Team Falcons whether they want to, you know, fight back or they want to give the space that Delphin Yaguai deserves. Because I kind of feel like unless Haji gets level 4 in time, I don't think Team Falcons can fight out that much.
Yeah, Lung took Mystery Shop and didn't go Purify instead, and now the early mid trade here has been looking really good. At the very least, is Haji able to get a lot of his damage down onto Yi1, including the passive damage from the bird. But I'm surprised Lung didn't go for Pull Yourself Together and opted to go for Flicker.
I think he just feels like I have more damage, I win anyways. Why do I need the Flicker if I can kill them first? Which honestly, with the Fighter Emblem, I don't think you can do. But hold on, a gank up top forces out Flap to use the Purify, and I think that's gonna be good enough. Lung now losing the trades against Super Marco. Yeah, well, Yeah, that's it. I have no idea how to follow up with that one.
Yeah, me neither, because again, I think this is a pretty significant mistake here. But we'll see. For now, early Purify being caught off of Haji, and this is what we were expecting, right? This should be a no contest. If by any chance Kyle's able to steal this, that'd be great. But look at Zed.
Now looking for the side, it looks like he was able to dodge quite a lot of damage created. Fracture here. The turtle is being worked on by Zhaoxi. Doesn't look like Kyle has any avenues to go in. Devil Yaguai secures the first turtle for free. Lung has a flicker, able to dodge it out. Everything. And somehow Zhaoxi was able to get a kill onto Kyle. This is looking pretty good for Devil Yaguai. As long as they protect their jungle and maintain his lead, they might win this one, Gideon.
Yeah, they might just win this one. So they're trying to back off at the very least. They've already found that early lead that we were hoping for. And now, how is the conversion going to go? They already got stolen the purple buff away from Team Falcon. So that's going to affect Kyle a lot. He's not going to have as much presence. And Zed, he's not wasting any time here. Look at him. He's already trying to zone out this Marcel to make sure that at least Lung is able to actually catch the Clint underneath his turret.
Yeah, I feel like they understood that they lost because Kyle had access to their jungle, so they're just gonna stay inside Kyle's jungle, where basically Zed is gonna be a glorified CCTV to see where this Nolan is gonna be. As long as they have good vision on the Nolan, they know that they're not gonna get invaded.
Oh, wait, just missed the kill angle, and now at least Flap is able to get the Fallen Star Moon away, but they get the trade down on towards the bottom side as Zed ends up going down. Is this going to be a potential steal on the Zhaoxi's small green camp? We'll find out. Guess not.
Looks like Retribution is used, and that's going to be honestly very important. I would say that was worth it for the Retribution. In terms of the gold lead, it looks like Team Falcons actually does have a bit of advantage here. I wonder if it's just because Dumfeng Yaguai has been losing some minions or creeps here and there. Shouldn't though. Well, a pause is here, so that's great.
Boy, yeah.
Not really, but
well,
you know.
I mean, it's not the greatest in the world, but at least we can see where the leads are falling, is starting to build up for. And Diangfeng Yaoguai, it's really just Zhaoxi at this point. Kyle, unfortunately, losing out that purple buff means that he's not going to be he's not going to be able to really force too many things. And Zed has been body blocking him down on this bottom side to deny reinforcements over for Super Marco. And that's the thing, Super Marco actually wants the lane to be pretty 1v1. He got a great trade onto Lung's side, and here at level 4 and beyond is when we're expecting actually that Super Marco needs to start controlling this lane even better and should be dominating it, because his trades with or without the endless battle generally is going to be at a higher DPS in comparison to Lung.
Yeah, Diego has to be careful of that, because Team Falcons, they skill much better. And we're looking at a clip here of how they were able to get Kyle earlier, and this is just where Zed is just in an unfortunate situation. He gets caught. Anyways, as I was saying, Team Falcons has a better scaling comp. That Haji, I would say, has better value in the late game by just pushing everyone away. And then Super Marco, compared to the Melissa being on the fighter emblem does mean that she can kind of fight all day, but she does not have the damage using any other emblem types. Compared to Super Marco on this Clint, kind of doesn't care what emblem he's on. He just does a butt ton of damage anyways.
He just does so much. Now, as we see that E1 is getting some pretty good damage on towards Ogo inside with the help of their Hirara, and they want to make sure that Zed doesn't really show his face first. Now, I mean, at this stage, Kyle has to worry about two separate things. Wait!
Yep. Almost bursted down Ogo and still surviving. Lung unable to get the kill. Unable to get that basic attack in. Fish God goes in. Does not use the shifting skies just yet. Does not see Team Falcons clumping up. Yaguai, they still want to get this turtle. And now Fish God just trying to zone them away. Zhaoxi's still on the turtle, able to get it now. Yaguai, they should disengage. Flap able to get a kill onto Zed. And that's just gonna be it for Dumfeng Yaguai. But Team Falcons, they want to continue on. They want to get Fish God here, and Fish God gonna get taken down by Kyle.
Nicely played by Haji. He saw the dive angle, but he's got to be careful not to get traded out. Zhaoxi shows up. Does he find one? And it looks like he will get at a bare minimum one as he gets back out. Feathered Airstrike does help him actually trade back to the bare minimum, and Falcons now take a T1 off top side because the cleanup just wasn't good enough.
That was very not worth it, but they were able to get Super Marco, so that's good. Good and bad Falcons, they were able to get the turret, but they killed the turret, I would say, too fast, that they were not able to kill off the EXP cart. So Fishgod wasn't super punished there. If they somehow let the turret just attack the minions for free, deny them of that EXP cart, then maybe they could have had a better lead. But hey, you know what? A turret's a turret. Still a good trade overall. Bad trade for Zhaoxi, because I think he overestimated his damage at that point. But at least he doesn't have a Sky Piercer, so there's no stacks that was missing.
Yeah, don't worry about it. He only got the Sky Piercer after he died. So at the end of it, he loses no stacks whatsoever, which is great for them. But at the same time, oh, hold on.
Well, was able to use the golden hour, denying Fishgod of that engage.
Look at bot side. It's only going to get worse from this point onwards, right? Thunderbelt's already completed by Zed, so now he's starting to build up those stacks, and Ogwin at this stage still pretty squishy overall, as Zed is starting to scale up pretty quick flicker from Marco though.
Yep, still able to catch Marco there. The damage is not going to be enough just yet. Haji used a defender airstrike onto Lung, so both gold laners have took way too much damage in the bout. Looking at mid here, Team Falcon clearing up fast, and all the while Cal is getting free farm down bot. And I would say this is the strength of Cal ever since 24. Hold on, Ogwin. Able to escape there. Looking at a turtle secured by Kyle. Team Falcons able to extend their lead here. Almost 20k against Dempa Yogwai 18.4.
Really good delay here from both Ogwin as well as Flap. They're looking for just a little bit more. The Falling Storm doesn't land at the bare minimum, but Youngfun looking for the punish.
Able to get that purify. Zed trying to continue on the fight, but again, the damage is not enough. And look at this, Kyle is stealing the creeps away, stealing away this purple buff. Oh no, he's just waiting for someone. Able to get Long. Now Team Falcons have basically won the map.
Yep, they've won the map. They should be able to get bottom tier 2 as well if they recognize, oh wait, Youngfun Yagwai have denied them information. Purple buff is up, so he's going to wait. And until they show themselves, that's when we're going to see the inevitable push down on that bot side. And you can see even from Haji's POV, he's sticking close towards that bottom side. He is ready to dash into that direction with the wings by wings when necessary. But right now, he's got full vision over the rotation of the Youngfun Yagwai to protect this T2 side. So luckily, they are able to save it, and it's only a purple buff net for Kyle.
Well, looking at all the items so far, I think Youngfun Yagwai, they're just not able to use this Eudora to catch someone off and then giving a kill over to Zhaoxi compared to game number 1, where the Farsa just has burst damage but can do the burst damage multiple times. Here it really is just E1 one-time ult and then that's it. So that's quite a big change that they have to get used to in the second game. Look at Team Falcons, they're all clumping up. They're basically getting free turret up top, probably setting up, hoping that the Lord next spawn will be down bottom so that they have that long lane advantage.
I do want to talk about the fact that E1 has a Genius Wand as his first item. He's going for the glowing as his second, but honestly, I think they needed just a better answer to Flap, because I don't think they're going to close the distance on Haji anytime soon.
Yeah, no, I agree. Oh, good set. 3 members in, and looks like the golden hour not going to hit onto anyone. Fishgod is all alone though. Zed is there trying to follow up, able to get Flap. Flap is surviving everything, and Ogwin gets a kill onto Fishgod. This is not looking good for Youngfun Yagwai. Good set, but the damage simply isn't enough.
What an overheat. Like, Fishgod's set was completely fine. He didn't need to start dashing forward after, and so far things have been going really... Oh, wait, Zed's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, still survived though with that flicker, so looking pretty good. Lung takes a bit of damage, but should be able to heal from there. But he is a marksman. He should not be moving that forward. Even the damage from E1 is not going to be enough here. Gideon Flap is A-okay. Yeah, definitely Yagwai needs some kind of anti-heal here.
But Falcons, they can just drag this out because of that, and now look down towards the bottom side. They want to make sure that they get the orange buff and also clear down bot lane before they end up losing their holy shielding. But look at the position that they're fighting for. This Tri-Brush is now getting flushed out.
Flap got caught in that wall. But again, this Esmeralda is way too tanky. Lung has to be careful, man. His positioning, I gotta say, Gideon, is making me very nervous. Almost everything can hit him, including the Lord here. And look at the minion wave at mid. They're gonna get this mid for free. Ogwin taking a lot of damage from Lung. Flap trying to get Lung, able to survive. And now they even got the feather edge right out, almost killing Fishgod. Oh, Ogwen, that was an ult. That was an ult.
That was an ult. But Zhaoxi!
Now she goes behind, tries to get onto Flap. Flap still survives. Ogwen able to stop Lung. Lung, one more hit from death. And Flap looking for a position. Team Falcon secured the Lord. And Lung able to get Ogwen. That was a lot of awkward positioning coming in from both teams. Zed will find Haji there. Haji should be able to get out of there. And Zed burn. The burn is not enough to get him down.
Oh, he breathes a sigh of relief. Cloud Shift, though, they're trying to turn the fight to the bare minimum. Fishgod's got no backup whatsoever. As Super Marco teaches him, no. It doesn't matter how tanky you are. I deal true damage. Please go back home. I want to still hold on to my flicker, and everything is okay. But I agree with you. It was a really awkward fight from Yang from Yao Guai. They gave up a lot of the space, and they ended up getting chipped out by the Lord because Team Falcons were able to sustain through like a majority of the poke damages being thrown out. Not to mention that Haji just refuses to show himself and just holds on to that feather airstrike until absolutely necessary. This Lord should be able to net them something, but let's find out how hard they're gonna hit.
Feather airstrike used to zone people away. Flap cancel out. Off. Good engage coming in from Fishgod, able to get Haji. Haji's all alone, but same can be said. Zed coming from the side, able to get a kill onto Haji. Nolan from Kyle is still waiting for Lung to show himself, for him to burst him down, but he finds Zed. Zed flickers out. Unable to be saved. Ogwen gets killed though by Lung. Overall, better trade for Dongfeng Yaoguai.
Nice. Ah, man. I mean, if Team Falcons were able to just, pick up the kill onto Zed and then walk away, have a 1-for-1 trade, but missing a top inhibitor, that's still, in a macro sense, quite worth it for Team Falcons. This upcoming Lord is going to be quite difficult for Dongfeng Yaoguai because a lot of their members, besides Zhao Shi, won't be able to deal with that wave. So at this point, they already have to commit at least one member to constantly clear that wave topside, and that is going to be a potential force error from Dongfeng Yaoguai that Falcons are just making sure that they just don't have an answer to.
At this point, Gideon, I kind of want to see a dominance ice on Fishgod, because I really feel like E1 is not enough to apply the Life Bane onto Team Falcons, especially considering that Fishgod always gets surrounded by everyone. The gauge coming in from Flap. Flap stunned up. Feather airstrike used. Trying to get onto Lung. Lung took 2 shots. Took quite a lot of damage, but more damage was taken by Dongfeng Yaoguai. Conceal use. Ogwen tries to catch 2. Able to get 2 into that golden hour, and then Flap goes in. Flap gets caught using the Purify in the back line. Zed catches the members of Team Falcons. He once secures a kill. Same as Lung. Now only 2 members from Falcons is alive. They're chasing for Flap. Kyle is too far away. Now Dongfeng Yaoguai. Amazing flank from both Zhao Shi as well as Zed.
Man, I gotta look at that VOD one more time. I was pretty sure that Lung somehow tethered Ogwen and was still getting auto attacks off. I'm not 100% sure if the damage went through, but we'll double check the VOD afterwards. But for now, at least Fishgod is able to protect that top side, not let him shove all the way into the turret. And because of these 3 deaths from the side of Team Falcons, the Dongfeng Yaoguai should net themselves the Lord, and they desperately need to get an inhibitor here off of Team Falcons if they want to even out that pressure. Rather a 50-50 rather than nothing at all as Dongfeng Yaoguai secure the Lord.
Yeah, honestly, a VOD would be pretty nice because it does seem like Team Falcons, they were able to get quite a lot of abilities coming in from Dongfeng Yaoguai by using the Feather airstrike. But again, I'm not sure. Perhaps Zed alongside with Zhao Shi was able to use the conceal and throw all of those chaos, a lot of, explosion, fireworks, and the likes. They just didn't notice that a wild Badang as well as this Hirara just came through and then got majority of the kills.
And now it's going to be the nice slow push here for the side of Dongfeng Yaoguai. They're not synchronizing the waves. They want the traditional front to back. And with the base open, they're hoping that Haji would at least use the feathered airstrike to try and chunk down this Lord. But he's not going to use it. He's holding, and now he's trying to zone him.
Yep, able to get quite a lot of damage onto the Lord. So this should be pretty safe here. I think Dongfeng Yaoguai, they were waiting on Fishgod to find a good catch, but good spacing by Team Falcons to deny that. And now, instead of going for the dominance ice, since he is the setter for the team, he goes for the Winter Crown. In case he messes up, he's still able to outplay the situation.
I don't understand. What do they want? Do they want the outer turns, or do they want that mid inhibitor? They gotta pick one here because the Dongfeng Yaoguai keep on changing the priorities.
well, Flap took quite a lot of damage. E1 was able to get that life beam onto him, but look at Super Marco, 4 items in. The burst damage is going to be quite a lot. At this point, I feel like he is going to auto crit, so the damage should be enough to take down Delphine Yao Guai. His problem is getting in range, that's it, because if he goes too far forward, he might get catched by Zed or Zhaoxi, so he has to keep himself far enough so he doesn't get caught, but somehow close enough to still deal damage.
But that's only if Ogwin is kind of in a position where he's not engaging and he's proactively peeling, right? Because that's kind of the only safety net that he has, that Super Marco actually has, besides Haji. And even then, we've seen Haji let that Feather Airstrike rip super early in the fight to get the guaranteed damage. Because Dianfeng Yaguai, they don't have as much sustainability, right? A lot of the damage that's being applied to them as poke generally is pretty permanent overall. And I think that Dianfeng Yaguai, look at this, they know.
Yep, they found Long still survives! Outplayed Kyle! Kyle gets taken down and now has to use the golden hour defensively. Dianfeng Yaguai gets a kill onto Kyle. That is not what Team Falcons want, Gideon.
A really good read, a very good read, in a matter of fact. Now that Kyle is dead, I don't think he'll be able to get into position without some kind of sacrifice coming in from Team Falcons. Ideally, it's probably just the golden hour to buy just a little bit of time. First position would be nice, but Dianfeng Yaguai is already here to punish.
And they really want to get Flap out of the way, already force him to use the Purify. And now, even the ult got cancelled out. It's a pretty quick ult, so they should be able to get that back pretty soon. Feather Airstrike used, unable to get the damage onto Lung, only the Fish God as well as E1. Fish God goes in, gets 2. They were able to dodge that out. Zhaoxi still secured the Lord. Winter Crown used by E1 and now gets caught by Zed. Flap still standing strong in the front line, but Super Marco responds, getting 1 kill. Probably gonna get another double kill for Super Marco. Dianfeng Yaguai overextends. 3 members have to pay the price.
Oh man, just great reaction time. Really great reaction time. Being able to flicker out of the Wombo combo coming in from Zed. And he found like a really good engagement on top of it. Luckily, they were able to buffer their abilities and they're going for the endgame scenario. Yi1 taken out. And I think they might have this in the bag.
Yep, the Lord is spawned, so they're able to delay just a bit here. Long takes way too much damage. He has to go back and base. The rest of the team takes so long to spawn. Long, can he cover all by himself? He's trying his darkness, taking a lot of damage. He still has the immortality. Immortality pop, but the game is over. Team Falcons win this one.
Oh my goodness. Right at the very end, right when you think that Dianfeng Yaguai have finally gone underneath the chin and got to the throat, Falcons put a heavy smackdown with great reaction times to the unbelievable engagement coming in from Zed. An unnecessarily tight game for the Falcons. They're used to the sweeps, but man, they've shown China at the very least as a region in the MLBB esports space is catching up to the rest of the world, or maybe it is just this meta.
I do gotta say, that was in a way unlucky for unlucky and a slight inexperience coming in from Dianfeng Yaguai, because they were attacking the Lord. It was around 16-17 minutes. At that point, the Lord does quite a lot of damage, and all the damage is true damage. So I feel like they really should not have tried to, you know, go for both. Just get the Lord or get the fight. And yeah, it's just a missed call, you know, a bit unlucky, some abilities miss and etc. But overall, Dianfeng Yaguai, they did show that they're a very strong team, and you know, I want to see more from them.
Me too. Man, they've shown that they've got mechanics. They've got hands. They've got hands. They know. I mean, Fish God, he knows how to engage when he has that flicker. But there are times where you need to just make sure you don't show yourself too early on.
May laro ONIC mamayang 10:45.
Overall, the most consistent support we've seen throughout the tournament so far, able to find like multi-man engages, and that's why Zhaoxi is so trustful of him, right? He is dashing past members of Falcons to go and capitalize on the engagement that Zed has already set up. It's just unfortunate that at the end of the day, Lung, I think that he needs to just be a little bit braver. He needs to call for resources, and more importantly, when you have such a powerful spell like Go Away From Me and the Feathered Airstrike had already been used, it's on to him to start walking up and trying to make something happen with a composition that's designed to siege their opponents.
And I really feel like the takeaway from this is that we got to look more for Zed as well as Zhaoxi. They have been very impressive so far. Maybe a change in items here. Maybe one more person have Life Bane that could help out Delphin Yaguai quite a bit, because we see them trying to zone Flap away. Most of the time, Yuan is there, so he still applies that Life Bane, but you can't really rely on one person at 18, 16 to 18 minutes of the game, because Flap, crazy enough, how many times he's been attacked, but he never died in that game. That just shows that there's not enough anti-heal to deal with this Esmeralda.
And Yuan, he's not really looking at Flap, let's be honest here. He's looking at whoever he can peel off. He's looking at anybody who's trying to get on towards that backliner. And if he can, and ideally, if Kyle shows up, he's going to try and one-shot him. And that's what's exactly happening in these games. I think the big problem with Yangfeng Yaguai is that when you get to these critical moments and under pressure, they just seem to have very different ideas about the game. But with that being said, this already concludes our second series of the day. We're going to go on a short break before we head on into our third series, and we'll see what the result and winners of that one is going to be.
Ang next ay the Mongols versus Aurora, or Pro Esports versus A7. Ito, elimination to. Good morning, Ninong Marbs. Ano ba papanoorin natin, guys? Mongols Aurora or Pro versus A7. Gusto nyo mapanood? BTR pala, panalo kanina pa.
Өлкөмүздөр әр кадама жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
cow, we're finally back with Aurora facing up against the Mongols. Let's jump right into this. Dear God, dear God.
Finally.
Entire hour, I basically took a flight to Paris and back. And that's a total of 26 hours here. That's 1% out of 25.
Paris and back lang sabi.
The mobile presented by
Hindi
Freedom. Of course, we're playing some
Expect
MLBB.
na din sa wakas. OMG, God.
Yep. But I feel like we gotta introduce the players first for Aurora going up against Mong. Oh, sorry, but I really don't mind if we're rushing this through because we all know Aurora. Unfortunately, yesterday they couldn't get a game off of SRG. This is Lunar Pagu Rosa.
Ano to guys? Elimination.
As well as TNZ.
Elimination
Mongols,
match.
where yesterday Mongols could not get a game off of Rune Eaters. But here's the thing, Rune Eaters were just like super unpredictable. There's nothing much that the Mongols could do.
They couldn't do much, but at the same time, you know, Aurora, it feels like they kind of hit their cap, where some people are saying that, you know, maybe they've hit their ceiling. I would say that right now, I think they're still trying to, oh, what? I mean, yeah, that's one way of putting it, but I definitely think that at least, at the very least, that there are some weaknesses to this team. And I think a lot of it just really boils down to how the team decides how they need to fight under pressure. And I think the Mongols is just a little bit better at that. It's just that the early and mid game is a big question mark. With Ox K, Meiki, Mumuin, as well as Xora, this team is experienced, but if the mechanics are just too high, and if the early game just doesn't go their way, I'm thinking that Aurora can close this out 11, 12 minutes tops.
I feel like Aurora, they are pretty close to becoming basically a well-rounded team, a very complete team. I feel like against SRG, they were just caught off guard, really, especially the game with the Selena as well as the Kufra, where, again, let's remember, basically almost every game that Aurora plays, they've dominated, and it's not even close, right? So it takes a while when teams start to get used to your aggression, and then you're like, wait, guys, why isn't it working again? We've been doing the same thing. Why isn't it working again, right? So I feel like once they got used to the fact that people have caught up to their metagame, then they have to start readjusting again, because I really feel like why they were so strong is that they surprised everyone with unprecedented aggression. Once people get used to it, it's not as cool anymore.
I think that unfortunately Team Spirit are the ones who really refined what the meta, somewhat at least the fundamentals of the game need to look like in a meta of this caliber. And now we're seeing right into the draft finally as Aurora Gaming on blue side bans out the Valentina, Mongols on the opposite end also getting rid of the Fanny with follow-up Marcel from Aurora Gaming. This leaves the big question, are we going to see a touch on the big three? One of them is already gone, but are they even considering the options of banning out the Belleric or even the Atlas? Because we've seen games where now that Valentina is kind of out of the question, you don't have to worry about it that much, but usually we expect to see an Atlas ban.
I kind of feel like Mongols might have to suck it up here just because I think Hirara is, unless you're willing to trade, like, okay, say you take Hirara and then we just take the Atlas. If you're willing to take that trade, that I think you gotta open up the Hirara, because I really feel like you just got to be in that situation where we're just going to trade something, right? You just have to. I feel like once you see that Valentina ban, whether you like it or not, you have to open up the draft. And I think that's why they're batting out the Selena. And I think this is good. If you're opening up 3 OP heroes, then I think you can win the draft.
Yeah,
but Aurora just like bans who shit, so it's going to be more difficult now.
It is going to be more difficult because the only reason I think that Aurora is banning out the Zushin is because they can technically play double fighter compositions themselves and they want to keep that option available. I think that the Mongols could have set up for it, can technically set up for it a little bit better, but it really depends on what this final ban is going to be. If Hirara goes over to Aurora, Paquito should go over to the side of the Mongols unless one of them gets banned here.
I feel like Freya should get banned here.
Yeah, or please get rid of Freya.
Or leave it open so that you can at least fight back with a Paquito. Paquito Barats.
I'm not the biggest fan. Personally, not the biggest fan of it. But if you got the Barats, then maybe there's like a little bit of hope, right? At the same time, I do feel like Aurora could be setting up for the Barats anyways. And finally, we see the Belleric ban leaving the Atlas open.
So I think they're banking on Aurora first picking the Freya, and then Mongo is picking up Atlas. Either Atlas Barats or Atlas Paquito, because Pagito can go in a draft with Freya, but it's not the cleanest draft, you know?
Man, I really wish there was a scenario that they could get both the Paquito alongside with the Barats, but I think giving up on the Atlas is just too much here. So it's Atlas +1. It's up to the Mongols which one they're going to take. The other is probably going to get snatched away. If not, a better setup for a Melissa down the line on blue side for Aurora. Let's just see here as the last 20 seconds are going to come through. They're thinking about it.
I really think it should be Barats. Take it away. Because if you give Freya and Barats, Freya can deal with the back line, and the Barats can deal with the front line. I think that's just a little bit too much to give to your opponents. Oh, and the Harara. I forgot about the Harara. So they pick up the Harara instead, and Barats instant pick by Aurora. And then now they can pick up something like, oh, I was thinking of a Harley, but instead they want to go for a Nolan. Already quite a lot of front lines here, or at least melee heroes coming in from Aurora. Damn, they wish they had a Zushin.
Yeah, they're really wishing they had a Zuship, but I'm actually really okay with this from Aurora Gaming, right? We always knew that the Nolan into Harara matchup is early game favored for Nolan in a lot of these types of situations. He's just, again, Harara wants to chase, Nolan can run forever as long as he has purple buff. And now, final pick here in the first phase for the Mongols.
A Paquito is okay if you want to play double fighters, but if you don't, then I think you gotta pick up the Melissa.
Yeah, or arguably even the Esme, but I think the Melissa probably is going to be like your best bet here. Then again, there is the possibility of like,
Eudora?
even though you have the Melissa, you can still just straight up die to the Nolan, especially with the Fracture. Once he builds enough stacks in the Sky Piercer as well, assuming he builds it in the first place, the get away with me isn't really going to do too much other than stop you from getting your passive auto attack dash.
Well, they do pick up the Esmeralda, just like you said. So now for Aurora, I feel like they can either ban out annoying mids like the Eudora, and then they should be pretty good here. And then for the Mongols, I kind of feel like they can roughly do the same. Though I think with their composition, there's not a lot of mids that they have to be really careful of. So maybe it's just the roamers, making it so that Aurora does not... I want to say don't have a lot of forward momentum, but I feel like the 3 heroes that Aurora already has a lot of forward momentum. Maybe ban out a Rafa? Ban or Rafa?
Oh, I mean, if we see a Rafa ban, then probably it's Flying Clouds. I'm not 100% of what map they're currently playing on, but the Melissa is going to get banned out. I mean, it was one of the options, either Melissa or the Esme that was going to get through, and Aurora needs to get rid of the opposite end. I'm thankful that at least the Mongols are keeping in mind that, you know, glue is a general problem. I don't know if they want to also ban out the Cho alongside it, but I think it might just end up being a Gatot at the end of the day.
Because I feel like if Aurora did get the Rafaela, I don't think the Mongols have enough speed to catch up with them. So they're gonna ban out the Cho, like you predicted, Gideon. So now the last ban coming in from Aurora, if they're gonna ban out gold laners, I think it's either the Claude or the Moskov that's gonna be pretty good. Other than that, maybe they look to ban me at something like Eudora.
Yeah, well, all of them seem pretty good here. Actually, the Eudora more than ever. I'm thinking if there's any other mid laners that could possibly like try to threaten, but since they've already gotten rid of the Melissa at this stage, if there's a short range mage on the opposite side, if Farsa is possible, that would be nice, but that means that Mongols might just pivot to the double fighter and then dedicate their entire composition to the early game. Then again, it's a little 50-50 here, no matter what. Arlet, really, really good ban here from Aurora.
So now the Mongols, they can pick up their mid first just so that they can really flex this Esmeralda to see where she's gonna go. Because I feel if you give Aurora that Eudora, I think you're just giving too much because they already have a lot of damage. In terms of crowd control, it's not entirely the best, but Barras definitely has one of the better engages in the game for now. You just gotta stop that somehow. Yeah, I'm really not sure other than Eudora.
I mean, Eudora will be the safest. Another potential pocket pick would be Lilia, but then that does come with its downsides of being very easy to burst. Not to mention that you kind of have to take Purify when you're dealing with the Barats. But now Lilia, as well as the Minotaur, instantly locked in. So again, at least Aurora, they're thinking about priority. They're thinking about using this Lilia as a means to an end to push out this wave fast. And that way Pagu doesn't necessarily have to take the Concussive Blast. If he does, then it's extra quick. And then it's just trying to control the early stages of the game so that at least K doesn't get to move out of the lane as fast.
They also have a healing with the Minotaur as well. And this Lilia will not get punished too much by the Mongols, because Lilia gets really punished with a very long-range mage, like an Eve, like a Farsa. Now you know you're going up against a Eudora. It's not that big of a deal because everyone else can tank the damage for you. So this is going to be the big question. Mongols, what will be your gold laner or EXP laner here? Because I think they're really lacking in damage. They're going to pick up the Sora. So I think in terms of damage, Mongols might have to use a Sky Piercer. If not, their scaling won't be that great. Though honestly, looking at Aurora as well, I think in terms of damage, they're both pretty equal.
It's not bad.
Yeah, they're pretty equal in terms of damage. No one scales too crazy compared to the other.
Yeah, I think that the only issue in the... My only problem with this game is that Mongols will have to dedicate like a lot of CC onto Freya specifically if she gets into the back line. Like if you're caught in a compromising position, that's a lot of resources that you've got to blow. And on the opposite end, I feel like as much as I want this Lilia to work out, there's a pretty good chance, unless she takes Purified, that she's going to get caught out by maybe, you know, a Cloud Shift or a Lightning Form here. I would assume a lot more Lightning Forms are going to get used by the Mongols this time around, because if not, I don't know how else they're going to deal the damage other than Hirara having a 3-level lead in Sky Piercer.
Well, now we're jumping into the game here. Looking at mid, looking at all the rotations going around, looks like both junglers are going to start at the same side of the map. Starting on the bottom side of the map around the, what is this? EXP? Yep, EXP lane. With all this double fighters, I'm like, wait, which one is EXP? Which one is gold again?
Exactly, man. It's dangerous because at any time they could like, oh, since we're both playing double fighters and we have the counter matchup, we could maybe, you know, do a cheeky little lane swap to kind of influence how this could be played out. And then after that, lane swap back after level 4. But we haven't seen too much of that just yet. So you see the first interaction, it's not going too well.
Oh, Zixora wants to get a kill. Pagu has to flicker out of there. Early rotation coming in from Zixora, making sure that Meike as well as Ox gets a lead in mid. I would say that's a pretty good rotation.
Pretty nice. It's pretty nice, and that means the early invasion as well. Wait, does he have retribution? Zixora does, but at the very least, TNZ was able to clear out his camps. Full clear down on bot side, and will end up on the gold side of the map, the bare minimum, while hitting level 4. The Mongols do know this, though. They did spot out TNZ clearing up that green camp, so they know that he doesn't have his purple buff at this point of time. It's just that the Mongols will be just a little slower to get Zixora in position for the counter engage.
Yeah, but I feel like Zixora is okay with this because even though he gets his orange buff late, that does mean that it's going to expire much later, making it available for this turtle. So I think taking the orange late makes it so that you can fight for this turtle a little bit more, because purple buff is great, but orange does make it so that you have more slow and a little bit more damage.
We still got 9 more seconds until the first neutral objective actually spawns, and it looks like, unfortunately for Sigiboom, he is not leaving that lane anytime soon. This Esme has got him on a leash for the time being, and Mumu, he knows he's going to hit level 4 in a matter of time, so he doesn't mind the wave actually pushing. He's got first position and will hit level 4 exactly when he needs to.
Yep, Zixora puts pressure onto Rosa. Rosa dies to Meike, and now the turtle's still there. Looks like Shifting Clouds didn't actually hit onto anyone, but able to eat this Sora. Mumu is taking all of it though. Pagu gets taken down. Not appealing just yet, and not enough damage from TNZ to take them down.
They really are taking advantage of these, you know, early interactions and early lack of battle spells thereof from Pagu and as well as Rosa. And by the time they actually get it back, it's already too late, right? And now the conversion is looking good for Zixora. He's got the turtle and 1 green cap.
Yep, Mumu now looks like he gets caught. Unable to get away, TNZ secures the kill. But I think for Mumu, that's going to be worth it. He dodged a lot of abilities in the turtle fight. If he dies there, it's like, you know what? I use a lot of my luck there.
Yeah, but it does mean that Lunar is only going to get stronger, right? He's going to be able to get his first items a little bit quicker. He's going to start developing. Oh, good fracture as they take out Ox here. Knowing Fury next to come, but Pagu, is he going to survive this? Oh, manages to get his regenerate just in time.
Yeah, I feel like Meike was considering, does he want to flicker for that? Looks like finally not going for it. Kay, however, is having such a good time going up against Sigiboom on this Freya. And for now, the Mongols going up against Aurora, in terms of gold lead, there's not much difference. Sigiboom, though, winning out that, making it so that he gets his golden staff, makes it much more manageable for him going up against Kate.
I mean, this is a dive angle for sure. He should probably call for it, but it looks like they want to actually look to cut off the rotations on the mid lane.
Yep, Zixora gets kill onto Pagu. And we see Sigibum was able to heal back up on the minions as well as onto K. But for now, looking at the position of Zixora, he is gonna chunk Sigibum just a little bit. Sigibum still has that Purify. Actually, maybe he did use it, but whatever. For now, it does look like they have advantage. They're gonna let the minions go through the turrets.
And they'll be able to get a pretty good push there as well. Zixora more than happy to be part of this push and get the extra gold. And you can see that K, he doesn't need the gold, right? He immediately goes down to the Tribe Rush to try and slow this down. And I think no matter what, Sigboom, who doesn't have his ult just yet, can't chase Zixora all the way down the lane.
And out here in mid, Makey got taken down by TNZ. Good engage coming in from Aurora Gaming. Lunar is all alone. Unable to get out just yet, but Sigibum goes in as well as Pagu. Rosa secures the kill onto Mumu. K as well as Zixora try to get away. 4 members of Aurora are here. K is surviving all alone as Esmeralda is tanking quite a lot.
I mean, just good movement as well. Now Sigibum in some trouble.
Okay, trying to 1v3. Maybe he bit off more than he can chew. Still surviving though. Unfortunately, Zixora is going to be the one taken down. Pagu secures the kill. It looks like TNZ does go for that Sky Piercer. So all the kills after this should make this Nolan much more scarier. Oh, Zixora also has a Sky Piercer as well, but I'm not sure when he completed that.
He completed that before the fight, and I mean, he was trying to go for a cleanup there, but didn't exactly go the way that it was hoping to. That's why this Nolan can be a little punishing to deal with, especially since he's not the easiest to actually catch with the snare in the first place, but it's fine now. At least with the pressure back on Aurora's side, they're not at a deficit, and so far the only leads that we have was technically on Zixora. Zixora as well as K. I cannot forget about K. He's doing a very good job in this Freya lane, but eventually will fall off.
Yeah. Right now for Mongols as well as Aurora, the win condition is clearly the jungler because they are carrying the Sky Piercer. So at this point, a lot of priority is going to be onto them. I think it's easier for Aurora because they do have Lunar. Daytona's welcome got blocked. So now, stunned up, Pagu is there just in case Lunar needs the backup, which looks like Lunar doesn't really need it just yet. So, back to my point, Aurora, they gotta look for Lunar to catch Zixora or Pagu, and then for Mongols, I think it really is just Makey, hoping that Makey is able to burst down TNZ.
Yeah, it looks like the Mongols are really funneling like a large amount of gold over to Zixora. Even Mumu opting to like walk away from the lane, and now they're engaging.
Flicker use, gets onto Lunar. Lunar's still pretty tanky, surviving even now. Is it the Flicker? Lunar spree gets through. TNZ goes in, gets a killing spree. Mumu tries to go back, able to pull in Luna. Lunar is still surviving. Zixora will not go for it, but K will secure the kill for the Mongols.
I don't know what the target priority is here because now K, he's going to be in the middle of 3 members. Like, sure, you are tanky, but he's forced the Flicker on out of there and somehow gets Sigibum mid-air. That shield did not protect him at all. With the call of Valkyries just getting him shot out of the sky.
I feel like Sigibum also made a mistake. I think he was supposed to use the ult towards his own turret, but actually went towards the Mongols, giving over a free kill there. I think that Aurora can still contest for this, but good zoning from Ox as well as K. Looks like Zixora is going to get the turtle for free. Mumu tries to engage, but Lunar was able to escape that one.
Yep, good Detna's welcome, using the anti-CC on it so he doesn't get dispositioned and able to disengage from the fight entirely. I mean, the neutral objective is already done. He won't need his ult for the time being and needs to actually get back into lane. And speaking of the lane, Aurora, alongside with the Mongols, have opted to actually go splitsies here, right? Swapping very early on into this game, making sure that Freya is on the long side of the lane. They don't need her just yet. They just need her to scale for as long as possible. But this means up in the top side, you can see that Mumu finally getting the wave that he was asking for after so many deaths, and the 3 assists. He has been pivotal into opening up the fights for the Mongols.
You know, for the Mongols, I would say for both Mongols as well as Aurora, not much is going on, but Zixora is using this time to cut the wave. Mumu though, using the shifting skies to reposition Pagu, but Pagu wants to be there anyways. Make a kill for TNZ, but Log got pulled back by Ox. TNZ gets a double, triple now for TNZ. Will he get a minute? He does. It looks like this is gonna be a savage. Tienzi with this Nolan gets a savage.
Holy cow, and especially with his efficient item build and making sure that he has that malefic roar. Can they actually get this tier 1? I don't think they can get the mid tier 1 yet. It was too low, but they have to wait for the second wave. Great stuff. I mean, the wombo combos were good, and I think the best part about it was unfortunately Zexor just didn't have enough combo points to try and double iframe his way out of that. He still got clapped upon. He still took a huge amount of damage from Sigiboom, who had the extended range from his ult. And with that being said, the Mongols at this stage of the game will have to play hyper defensively. Aurora need to be the ones who make that very first move. And even for Zexora, he's now hit level 12. He's kind of maxed out on his abilities. Will be able to get his combo points back every 4 seconds or so.
Numb able to get K there. K is taking quite a lot of damage. Tienzi wants another stack of Sky Piercer, gets it. Able to get it onto K. If he wasn't maxed out then, he is definitely maxed out now. Mongols at this point, I don't know. I feel like Aurora, they already got their win condition. So Mongols, they're just trying to play the map. They're trying to control the side lanes, but that trick only works so long.
And I think just the raw sustain from Sigiboom in these team fights, Mongols need to figure something out here. They can't fight in the traditional way.
Well, Lunar is stuck there. He got stunned up. But Ox is the one that gets taken down. Pagu jumps back in, able to get 2. And now Mumu gonna get cobbled up by Lunar. Stunning him down. Tienzi goes in. About to get a kill. There you go. Legendary for Tienzi. And K is there as well. Tienzi says, sure, why not? But all the while, Sigiboom was able to deal with Zexora. K is actually surviving quite a long time. And then dead. Legendary for Tienzi.
Nicely done. They don't get the double savage this time. We've already seen the first savage of the tournament. I'm not sure whether the other streams have had a savage of their own, but this has been working out perfectly. Oh yes, Arrow got a savage as well. So that's the second savage of the tournament so far, and Aurora are doing a very good job at being hyper aggressive. 16-6 so far, winning out in a majority of the interactions, and Pagu extremely patient on the Minoan's Fury. It has caught out too many members of the Mongols, and I think it's now at this stage all about timing, right? I think that they need to make sure that Mumu has his flicker available for the next upcoming fight. So if the Minoan Fury does come out, you're not looking to cancel it because he's anti-CC, but you can slow down the follow-up. In this case, Rosa, they gotta get his flicker out somehow.
Yeah. Honestly, yeah, that's a good point. Like, yes, Pagu can start a fight, but as long as he can stop the damage dealers, then that's all good. Because at this point, that should be priority number 1 for Mongols. Try to get Tienzi. If he dies, suddenly it looks like you can win the game. Until then, this is all Aurora Gaming. Even looking at the goal here, about 7,000-ish gold ahead for Aurora Gaming. Now the Lord marches on. Ox gets 2, not gonna be enough. Mumu gets stopped there with the Minoan's Fury, and Tienzi gets a kill onto Mumu. Zexora has to get away. Nowhere for him to really go. And looks like Aurora, they're gonna change their target over to the mid, able to get that inhibitor, and Tienzi gets K as well. 12-0-3. Sigiboom moves forward, finds Oz, gets a double for Tienzi, and now Zexora is trying his very best, just clear the minion, but making it taken down by Sigiboom. It's only Zexora, nothing can be done. He tries to get away, but right now, oh wow.
Oh, the fracture was too good. And the denial from Lunar. Aurora Gaming take game at number 1 in 12 minutes and 34 seconds. 21-6.
Grabe yung nawalan dun.
Developing from Mongols got shut down in a singular team fight. And especially off of that very first Lord, you can see the skyrocketing stonks of Aurora. They have played this. They are very polished with this. They cannot give Sigiboom this Freya anymore.
I was dumbfounded by the amount of damage that Fracture did to Hiraro, because I'm pretty sure Hiraro was full HP, and it's like one Fracture pump, you're done. I'm like, whoa, that's some misogyny there.
Yeah, it was brutal.
Mongols sa Mongolia.
I don't know know what to say. Because a lot of these moments, I think that Tianzi is playing it like really, really well. He's surviving the important fights. He's finding the damage somehow with his, not only with his passive, but more importantly, the fractures. He saves it for so long. And despite Rosa not being able to kind of set the boundaries of where things need to be, because of the way that they rotated and the small little advantages that they were able to get because of that, like for example, Lunar, he suddenly starts becoming a legitimate problem. Like, he's making sure that he's dodging not only the right abilities, but completely baiting them into an unwinnable fight.
Yep. Well, for now, Aurora Gaming, this is the Aurora Gaming that quite a lot of people are pretty scared of. So now they're back in that form, and like I said, it's like, okay, everyone's gotten used to their aggression, so they got polished it up a little bit more, and now we're starting to see it here. It's a bit risky playing like this. You're really hoping that your jungler is able to get, you know, as much kill as you can, stacking up on the Sky Piercer. But hey, TZ has proved that he can do it. So Aurora feels very confident running this kind of comp again.
Pero feeling ko matagal pa yun.
I mean, there's also some like uncanny synergy, right? Every single time the Minoan Fury comes out, it's not just about the stun, it's actually about the slow too. It allows Sigibum to close the distance very, very quickly and start chasing down his targets. And if they're just about to get out of the Minoan Fury, that's when Pagu goes for the flicker as well to start catching multiple people out. And not to mention, there's also the Nolan with his rifts. Those rifts technically crossing through them also slows you down. So Sigibum has just so much soft CC around him that going for the backline and chasing down the targets is so friggin' easy.
I would say I think it's still a good draft where Mongols, they let the Freya go, but they answer with the Esmeralda, because it kind of worked, right? It kind of worked. The game really just, like you said, there's too much soft CC coming in from Aurora that eventually this Freya becomes a little bit too much. So shout out to Coach Midnight as well, creating this kind of draft where even Rosa, I feel like this is overkill, but Rosa having that Ice Queen wand so that basically no one gets away. This is an amazing draft coming in from Aurora Gaming. Very hard to really do, but if your team has very good synergy, all of a sudden it looks very easy.
Again, I don't know whether Aurora Gaming is going to get away with another Valentina ban of that sort, because not a lot of teams are willing to let go of that Freya, and I think this is going to be a pretty harsh lesson to the Mongols that you can do whatever you want, but if your gold laner doesn't scale as hard or is designed to be a sandbag, that's just not enough. And I definitely think that there are moments in this game that, like Meiki even, if you are going for that genius wand anyways, you might as well start flickering for kills. And I think they should have put a lot more focus up on that top side, because they had a couple of angles where they could have actually dove Sigibum. Maybe they might have not been able to get away, but at the end of the day, they just need Zixora to be in position to either deny or set up for the dive.
Yep. Well, back to the drawing board for the Mongols. I actually feel like they had a pretty good
time. Yeah, it was. I'm trying to think of some adaptations, but we're going to take some time to just think about it for a moment. These teams are going to hit the drawing board, and when we come back, it's going to be game 2 between our two great teams. And more Mobile Legends right after this break.
Wala pa, hindi pa nag-i-start yung ONIC. Meron pa guys, may laro pa. May laro pa ang Aurora. Matagal pa. Hindi ko alam eh. Matagal kasi sila mag-start ng match. Hindi ko kung bakit. Yung AP Bren, sa MPLPH yung AP Bren, AP Bren. Hindi sila nagka-qualify sa international kaya hindi sila naglalaro. Blacklist, tagal nang disbanded yung blacklist ng MLBB. Pro Esports play, their match is finished. Pro Esports won. May laban ONIC guys, next na. Yan ko, i-start agad nila yung ONIC. Di ko alam ba't ang tagal nila mag-start ng match.
And we are back. Aurora currently at match point as of yet. And Mongols suffering a terrible, terrible loss after game number 1 and still opting to go for the red side even after that loss. We'll see whether they're going to adjust and actually get rid of the Freya this time round rather than leaving it open.
Well, Aurora still on the first pick here, batting out the Marcel, and Bongo still batting out that Fanny, batting out the Zushin. So it doesn't seem like Aurora there really needs to be a change in the draft. For the Mongols, I guess they can skip batting out the Belleric and then changing it for the Freya. But the thing is, if the Freya's not there, they're just gonna go to the Paquito.
Well, they could fall back into that, but right now we're not seeing. Well, let's see. I want to see what that final ban is going to be for Aurora, because the last time they got rid of the Marcel, the Zushin, and more importantly, they got rid of the Valentina. Now Mongols are going to reply the exact same way. First two bans exactly the same, and finally the Valentina shows up. It looks like Midnight was not able to chump check with the Mongols this time, and let's see. Come on, get rid of the Freya, dear Lord.
Yeah, I feel like the Freya really has to go. Like, the Paquito is annoying, but the Freya can get to your back line, and that's something like the Mongols doesn't want to risk it. I don't know. I feel Freya is more terrifying, but the thought of fighting a Paquito, even I'm like, oh man, can I not?
I don't know. I feel like Paquito is a lot more manageable compared to dealing with the Freya. Freya just feels like kind of unstoppable at times, but well, it looks like the Mongols are going to give up the Freya once again. I want to see whether or not they either build a secondary win condition or whether or not they're going to have something. Again, I would expect at the bare minimum, the Atlas going into their hands. The Esmeralda can show up whenever it feels like, but there has to be adjustments from the Mongols. They cannot just be playing the exact same thing.
Yeah. If only you can use the revamp Kaja, am I right? And at least you can actually hold down this Freya. Because right now Freya is a strong, independent woman that will be held by no man. Speaking of, Aurora picks up the Barats again. Do they want to go for the Nolan again? I really don't see why not, TNZ.
Yeah, just do it all over again, right? Just play the same draft, I suppose. Maybe the second half of the banning phase could be utilized better from the Mongol side. And there we have it. The Nolan shows up, and this should be Esmeralda, unless Mongols wants to change that up, which I doubt it.
Yep, Esmeralda picked up again. So for now, same old. Aurora. Wait, no. Mongols, do they want to ban out the Minotaur? Because that was pretty annoying coming in from Pagu.
I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty annoying. But at the same time, they also had to think about like getting rid of, potentially a secondary engager like Alice, for an example. Oh wait, no, they don't have to at all. They got rid of the last time Cho, and plus something else. I can't remember it off the top of my head. But it looks like it's
glue.
Yeah, there it is, the glue.
Oh wait, no, Aurora banned the glue, right? Wait, oh, now I'm mixed up. Sorry, dude, it's a long day. You know,
It has been a long day.
When the wait is longer than the game, it really screws with your memory.
Yeah, it does. But that's interesting. If Mongols are the one who wants to actually deny this ban from Aurora, that means Aurora has to dig a little bit deeper into their pockets, which I don't think they mind that much, unless they were looking for something else, which I doubt. And I don't think that the glue would have been picked up by Aurora Gaming anyways in a lot of these scenarios. They get rid of the Sora this time so they don't have the, SCC immunity from that cloud shift. But if Sora is out of the question, doesn't that mean that they just lean into Alice or Terizla?
Yeah, personally for me, based on how Cram used the Terizla, and I was looking at the other stream, by the way, can't remember who was using it, but his Terizla was actually able to win out against the Barats, and it's more about using the first ability to just chunk him out, which I'm like, hey, actually, you know what? Makes sense.
Not a bad idea. Using it as like a general poking tool because he doesn't have like the greatest sustain. That's a pretty good idea, actually. Let's see whether Aurora Gaming is gonna take advantage of this. They're gonna get rid of the Arlet. Okay, that was expected. And now Mongols with the red 4 pick. How are they going to change it up from the previous game? They could go for the Terizla this time round, but I think they might as well hold on to it for the time being and show something else like their mid lane.
Yeah, just now to pick up the Eudora, which is a good pick, but that does mean that the the Lilia was basically untouched, right? Lilia is afraid to go up against something like a Farsa. I think it's still okay to go for the Eudora because really, other than that, what are you gonna use? A Valier to try and like slow Aurora down?
That doesn't sound too great. And actually, there are like a few benefits, but you're still gonna get eaten by Lunar at the end of the day, unless you take like, you know, you take an actual Purify on top of Valyr's inbuilt one, and it's the exact same composition for the side of Aurora. Let's see, Mongols, is this last pick really going to make the difference here? And we're going to find out real soon.
Yeah, because I really don't know. The only change, because now they don't have a Sora, is the Terizla. I guess I can see a Uranus as well, but Aurora, I feel like you need some kind of crowd control to deal with them. And for now, it's really just Mumu. Yeah, it's really just Ox as well as Meiki. So that's why I prefer a Terizla over the Uranus here.
Yeah, I mean, they could go for Phoveus too, but I think that alters the comp a little too much. And they go in for the Alice as their secondary engager in a way to kind of say, you know what, if you're gonna sandbag the wave against me, Lunar, I might as well do the exact same thing to you and still have better engage tools overall. Yes, it is a little telegraphed, but it works as a natural wombo combination with not only as a means to counter engage against Pagu, but at the very least, Ox has somebody who can follow up with him.
Well, for now, Aurora, they got exact, 100% of the draft that they got in game number 1. And the Mongols, 80%. This time, instead of a Sora, they got the Alice, but roughly the same kind of idea. The only change I think that they could make is don't give a Savage. But hard to really plan for that, really.
Yeah, it's a little difficult. And to be fair, I wasn't expecting it. I thought maybe like Lilia or even Sigaboom we're going to at least snatch away one of those kills. But at the end of it all, Aurora is a professional team for a reason. Let's jump right into it. And it's once again Aurora at match point on blue side facing off against the Mongols on the red side. The emblem sets seem to be pretty straightforward. Nothing out of the ordinary. Just double checking to make sure. And yeah, Wilderness Blessing here on the side of Meiki. It looks like he's going to be rotating around the map a lot more rather than looking for big flicker plays.
Yep. So for now, Rosa already doing a good job at trying to deny some minions. I think Meiki got a little bit of that one. So I think he wasn't denied too much, just denied by some gold. Zixora goes in, Purify already used by Rosa, but this time Pagu, he jumps back in, kills Zixora. They're like, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you.
It was just bad timing. Yeah, it's the other way around, but just bad timing here for Zixora. And now another kill should be given over as manages to get out just in time. Zixora actually denying the space, but Tianzi now gets the walk in for free.
Yep, Zixora could not get that. And now 3 members in. Zixora was able to actually get someone there, but gave it over to Meiki, but that don't matter. Meiki is not the main damage dealer for the team. TNZ is already level 4, Zixora is level 2. This is such a big difference. Aurora did good with a bad early game. Now they got a good early game. This is more scary for the Mongols.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. Let's see how this first turtle is going to play out as level 4s are about to be achieved by not only Mumu, but also K. And the question is whether or not K is actually going to leave the lane just to try and help. Because Zixora, he's slowed down on his overall farm. He's not even level 4 at this stage of the game. Nolan currently 2 levels ahead of him. Just a bigger retribution overall. And I think that Aurora Gaming more than happy to just hold off on actually taking this. But now that K is actually doing so well against Sigma, they find one in Ox.
Well, Momo jumps in, finds TNZ. TNZ is able to get out of that one. Right now, Gideon, I think the only strategic play that they can do is 4 people wait in the bush. 1 person stays on the turret and then recalls and spam the recalls. And hope that Aurora dives the turret.
Yeah, just hope they got some like weak egos, right? That's the strategic advantage is to exploit the weak mental. But so far, Aurora, I think they're more than happy to kind of just chill for a second here. And now, finally, everybody has hit their level 4s. Everybody is setting up for this play. And Lunar, they don't know that he doesn't actually have... Oh, wait. Maybe he's got it up now. It's online. Detna's welcome activated.
Yep, still waiting on it. Able to get Ox. Ox finally gets spitted out. Has to flicker out, not to die. Not level 4 just yet. Zixora goes in, tries to get a kill onto Pagu. No more combo skills left. Kato tries to push rolls away. TNZ's just waiting in the flanks. TNZ does get stunned up by Makey. TNZ might have overextended, still kills Xora. Oh my goodness, this is not fair at this point.
I mean, I don't know what he was thinking there. If I'm being perfectly honest. Xora is not as strong as he thinks he is at this stage of the game. And even though he's trying his absolute best to at least lay down some form of damage, it has not been easy at all. And even for Sigiboom here, against K, K's got to be careful. Oh, okay. That doesn't look like it's going to win now.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now we're seeing K going up against Sigiboom again. Recall K, recall, he will go in. Oh no, he didn't. But you see, he did like the idea was there. If he recalled, Sigiboom might have gone back in.
He might have gone back in. He was already kind of dancing at the very edge of his maximum range, and now he wants to just do a little bit more, right? And at the very least, Lunar holding on to priority for this purple buff. He's more than happy to just sit on top of it to maintain his own stacks. But now, look at all the information he's getting. 3 members show up.
Yep, Lunar, half HP down. Even using the missiles to pull it back a bit. And Lunar just walked away like a boss. Or just like a big
really
dinosaur.
Annoying. Oh, you just a dinosaur, as they call it these days.
Dinosaur.
Lunar, I mean, you learn a lot from these small little Barats plays, right? You know, holding on to the priority, holding up to your stacks, how to stay big for long periods of time. Because most people struggle to maintain their stack.
Ups, gets eaten, even Flicker goes on to 4, gets taken now by TNZ. That's gonna be the first stack of the Sky Piercer. Mumu engages in, might have been a bad call. Xora has to get away. Pagu secures kill onto Xora, double kill for TNZ. 8 under stack for the Sky Piercer, 20 for TNZ.
Yep, and Aurora Gaming, they've snowballed this early game very, very well. However, this has come at a little bit of a cost. They're willing to trade that top side for mid-tier 1, which is actually a much better trade.
At this point, honestly, I don't see a world where Mongols can really win a fight here. I think they're just too far behind. TNZ was thinking about it, but it's like, yeah, it's not worth it. It's only 20 stacks. If I have 80, 100%.
Yeah, and nobody on their side actually has Purify, right? So Lunar has plenty of targets. I think this is why they're so decisive. If we catch anybody and we already have the lead with Sky Piercer, they're basically as good as gone. And even for K, it's starting to come to a point where, you know, Sigiboom has got that golden staff. He can out-sustain him as long as he has his ult ready to go in these prolonged fights. Generally, we're expecting that K can, you know, out-poke him for a large majority of the laning phase.
Unable to get anyone. Lunar just a little bit off to the side. Xora now does have the Sky Piercer. If he can get a kill, it could be a way to get back to the game. But with Mumu dead, Xora has to run away. Looks like unable to. Double kill for TNZ. Sigiboom just dives in. Triple kill. Is this going to be a maniac? 5,000 gold ahead at 6 minutes of the game. Now they're even diving the turret. Want to give more kills to TNZ, and they're going to get it legendary here. At this point, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know how Mongols can win this one.
No, I think it's kind of GG already. It's first item, Genius Wand. I don't see a Dom Ice getting built by literally anybody, so nobody can really deal with Sigiboom. Nobody can really deal with Lunar, who's playing Festival of Blood, so he's extra, like, on top of the fact that he has, you know, Festival of Blood sustainability, he's building full tank on top of it as well. So really, by the time Mongols actually get the relevant items, it's over.
Yeah, and a Minotaur heal as well. Kind of feels bad. I'm pretty sure he already has Festival of Aces. I did not look at his items, but I'm pretty sure even if he doesn't have it yet, he will have it soon. So it would just be bad to worse. Like, we should be hopeful for the team, but I mean, like, we're being realistic here. For anyone that has ever played rank MLBB, you know it's kind of over. And now, Yum gives a kill over to TNZ again. Another stack. And now K tries to get away. Boop, boop. Oh, Rosa takes it away. Not gonna give it over to TNZ. It's like, you're not that great.
He's not that guy, not anymore. And now that's gonna be a Lightning Truncheon complete. If I saw the items correctly, I think Pagu first item Oracle. I could be wrong. There we go. The Flask of the Oasis just got purchased, and I think that should be the final nail in the coffin here. Even Rosa started to disrespect the space.
Well, Sigiboom as well. Because at this point, they're like, yeah, you guys can't punish this. You guys can crowd control this, but y'all don't have any damage. And now they're chasing after Xora. Xora is going to get away. Yeah, good try, guys. Good try.
Nice, nice. Able to clear up the time. Saw what was expecting and calculated, and took into account both the Cyclone as well as the Conceal. Nicely done by Zixora, and that's generally what he wants to do. Try to get, you know, attention of Aurora Gaming to come to the opposite side of the map, so it opens up the rest for the Mongols to actually go back and start farming up. Because everybody's just a little too squishy right now, and really, Tenzi can do whatever he wants as long as Lunar hits the Deton as welcome. And I think that now that Sigboom has his 3 items, it's done for, right? K forced the flicker out fast, and everybody is trying, at least for Zixora, just nearby to try and disengage, but they can't do much about this. And K will die kind of no matter what.
Well, now we just basically hit the 10,000 gold difference mark here at 9 minutes. Their gold advantage is like 1,000 per minute. That's disgusting to play against. If somehow this goes to 20 minutes and the Mongols get a comeback, Aurora they will be a little mean, man.
I mean,
but I think that's not
really
gonna
well. Yep, I don't think it's gonna happen. And the BOD to guarantee that no low targets on top of the Skypiercer will get away. Really efficient by Lunar, man. That's the EXP laner you want, man. He hands you. He literally spoon feeds you the kills. He literally draws the lines. He also drops the red carpet for purple buffs. Like, what doesn't he do at this point?
This is so, like, not a part of the game for now. Rosa takes a lot of damage from Zixora. Kills come from Bagu. Black Juice comes in, gets a kill. Alice gets taken down. TNZ try to chase after Zixora. Zixora probably gonna get taken down. Double kill for TNZ, and then moving forward, Aurora Gaming goes up against the Mongols. Aurora is looking at an N angle. K can't take the damage. Triple kill for TNZ. Want to give a Maniac. Momo gives over a Maniac. And ladies and gentlemen, the game is over. 10 minutes at what? 14,000 gold lead. 21 kills to 1. This is a game that should not be broadcasted.
Man, that was a public execution. That was tough to
Grabe,
watch,
10
I'm not
minutes
gonna lie.
na.
I was thinking of any
Bilis na lang.
answers for the Mongols to kind of, you know, bail themselves out of the situation, but with the item build that they had, with a lot of the lost movements,
Agad daw kasi mag-start, binilisan tuloy yung laro.
couldn't find a rhythm in this game. And I think at the very least, Aurora was very good at disrupting Mongols' early game, just to make sure that they can play the tune of their own.
Yeah, then this is like,
It's
doesn't
ONIC
matter,
time. Na inaantay nyo, guys.
Just
Kasi hindi
like
pa
the
nag-i-start.
animations. Oh my
Hindi ko
goodness.
tinapos talaga to.
He is gorgeous. Oh my.
Yep. Don't worry, you can keep glazing it. Nobody will be able to see it in this tournament because it's just a new revamp that got dropped in the latest patch, which is why we started a little bit later today. But even so, it is it will be interesting to see how that's going to shape up with the metagame, right? With the new way that the alt actually
Parang
works.
parang game lang daw.
It is a scarily big zone.
Yeah. Honestly, looking at this game, there's really not much to say without either saying too good of a thing for Aurora or too bad for Mongols, but I don't know. I hope Mongols is able to recover from this, because going up against Aurora
Eliminated
in
ang
this
Mongols.
format right now is really not fair. This is the best meta for Aurora, and I don't know, we'll see.
Batak
We'll see
na
when
batak yung Aurora.
finds it even more,
Oh.
'cause I agree with you, Gideon. It feels like Aurora started and Spirit just
Kaso hindi sila hindi maganda yung laro nila nung kahapon sa SRU.
I don't know, this just felt like prison rules, right? Aurora Gaming control the yard at this point, and Mongols just don't get any free time to actually flex and work out at this stage. It is tough. I think it was a really big mistake that Makey decided to go for this Genius Wand instead of going for the Glowing Wand as his first item. I get that he wants to, you know, start off the early game similarly to game number 1, getting Rosa to use that Purify and also Pagu at the same time with the Flicker, but small adjustments allowed that laning phase to actually just result in Rosa only losing out on the Purify, and Rosa doesn't need it for the upcoming fights when you have black shoes. Even so, this is an even more devastating game with a refined Aurora game.
Grabe,
I think that the Mongols, if they're
21-2.
going to play this double fighter comp, they're going to need some damage in the side lane. Like, Esme is good into the Freya, but only for so long, and that's why a lot of teams actually lean into the Paquito for that big fat burst.
Yep. With that, we do have one more series for today to close things out.
Palipat na tayo sa kabila. Tapos naman na to. Kaso, hindi pa sila hindi pa sila nag-start.
Have we not? You are right.
Wait a minute. I thought it was supposed to be the third series. What happened?
It's fine. You know, schedules change. Schedules change, and you know our players are just happy to be able to get these games down.
Lipat na tayo sa ONIC, guys.
If we are lucky enough to get
Kabilang stream kasi yun. SRG yung dito.
Mechanics, and I am all for it. We saw a lot of great
Bila
stuff.
tayo sa ONIC. Kaso ano eh, wala pa eh. Wala pa din eh. Baka matagal pa to. Ay, napos ko pala. ONIC. ONIC. Pabalik na pag panalo ulit ni ONIC. Naglalaro na. Hindi pa. Ayun yun. Ito, hindi pa. Ito.
GK Esports don't already have their playoff slots secured for games of the future. But what they're fighting for here today is whether or not they can skip the round of 16 first round and go ahead straight into the second round. Renmar and Wolf, we've been here the whole time, and we'll be here to close out this series again between these two who did get sweep wins in their previous matches, but if you ask us which of these two teams looked more dominating and impressive, it was definitely ONIC.
Not gonna take anything away from DK Esports. When we saw them get the 2-0, there were standout performances and there were really good plays, but ONIC, you're right, they were just so dominant and everybody's playing so well. We gotta start with Keyboy and Sons. Was actually there were a lot of criticisms for Keyboy Lippy as well as Sons in their MSC performance, but yesterday when we saw them, they were actually playing so well that the trio is looking good. But then of course, Kelra playing the aggressive gold laners. You have Kyrie, ever so reliable assassins, and of course Coach Yeb for some reason is sitting down. Hopefully not the one to actually play.
Remind me, I know Yeb played, right? What position was he?
So back then, it was mid lane, but you know when during that time the mid laners were the
carries, right?
Carries, yes,
yeah.
I think he technically is the technically is the jungler, I feel like, or maybe just mid lane mage, you know.
Well, let's see. I don't think it's going to be Coach Jeb playing today. I'm pretty sure he was just sitting in the seat, knowing that Sans probably just went off to the bathroom or something, or is getting ready. But here for GK, it's Aizen, Quanox, Shen, Isito, and Yaga. And yes, if you missed it yesterday, me and Wolf were losing our minds over Quanox and his Eudora. Definitely something that ONIC need to watch out for, because the man was sharp with it. He was flickering forward and getting all the right targets all the time.
That's right. And not. I think that you have to really watch that series for you to appreciate how GK was, how they performed basically. Because I feel like they are really coordinated. It's fun to watch. All things considered, it's fun to watch Geekay Esports because of how coordinated they were up against their opponents, and that actually is a treat because we have not seen as much from GK. But then again, you remember, yeah, this was the team that actually became champions in the region, and there were a lot of improvements for this team, and it's the reason why they managed to get into international tournaments, including this one.
And y'all, don't worry, we haven't started the game yet. You're just seeing the players, of course, testing things out, making sure everything's smooth before we head into the draft. Remember to recap here in Group D, and actually pretty much on our stream, we've seen a majority of sweeps. Specifically, ONIC got the sweep. Pro Esports, very dominant with it. Get to call back to it. Double Paquito games for Kelra. Double Loopy Barrett's games. Meanwhile, for GK, had a lot more variety. Played a completely different set of heroes in each game. I think now for GK, they have to try and double down and looking at what ONIC do really well, which is that huge early game tempo. Definitely start from taking away the Barretts away from Lippy. He's way too good with it.
Yeah. I guess the trade-offs will be like the Eudora that we saw from Quanox, and how comfortable he is with that. After the bats, you have to be very prepared about the upcoming assassins afterwards, as well as the Paquito, because if you do take away the bats by banning it means that there will be a lot of options in the EXP as well as the jungler role to be available, because you eliminate one of their threats, right? So Paquito, which Kelra really likes to play, you have to think about. And then the Hirara will always be a consideration for ONIC Indonesia, as Carrie plays it so much. So there will be trade-offs. That's really what is scary about these Barretts, and especially Barrett specialists like Lutpi as well as Shogun. They make it so that the draft will drastically change if you deny it, if you ban it, if you pick it, and you really have to be wary of the adverse effects of banning out the Barretts when it comes to the overall shape of the draft.
So first off, we start with that. And don't lean in too hard into it, or you might just end up slipping and losing a really good pick, or losing the draft big time if you look too closely into the Barretts. Now, I took a moment to look at the playoffs brackets. With how it looks like right now, Foot Esports we mentioned are most likely going to be going up against Team Spirit in the round of 16. Yanfeng Yaogai will go up against Team Vamos. And here's the juicy part. Number 2 of Group D. If ever, somehow, ONIC end up losing the series to GK, they will be going up against number 3 of Group C, which is none other than Aurora Gaming. So, gotta watch out for that. We might end up seeing the rematch right away.
Ooh.
Yeah, exactly. But as it looks like right now, if we are going to follow, of course, the expected result of many, which is ONIC are going to be taking number 1 in this group, their most likely opponents is going to be either Team Vamos or Yanfeng Yaogai. It's going to be a while, actually, until we see some heavyweight rematches across the board. Most likely not until the semifinals.
That's right. And if I remember correctly, this is it will be is it a double elimination bracket in the playoffs?
No, it's all single elims, but there's a third place match, and the grand finals is only best of 5. Semifinals is best of 3.
That's right. So it will be quick eliminations if in case. Now, I'm trying to recall what happened in the first the first time we saw the games of the future. Aurora Gaming PH and Aurora Gaming Turkey almost met at the grand finals, but Aurora Gaming PH got taken out by ONIC Indonesia, and then I believe it was Team Spirit that Aurora Gaming Turkey faced. So anyways, what I'm trying to say here is that there will be a lot of good reunions. Like it could be ONIC versus Team Spirit eventually, or ONIC versus Aurora, which will be the third time that we'll see Aurora Gaming go up against ONIC Indonesia in later. Fourth time, in fact, if you count MSC as twice. So that would be interesting. And then Team Spirit, the champions, obviously you want to if you're ONIC Indonesia, you want to get back at the eventual champions of the MSC after getting 3-0'd by them just a few days ago. So a lot of good and upcoming fights that we are about to see.
So it's going to be really interesting to see the final look at the bracket. On the other stream, we're already waiting for them to start as well for their last series of the day. Selangor Red Giants and Ruin Eaters in Group C is closing out the Group A to C stream, where, of course, our friends Gideon and Lafell are at. And if you're just joining us now, as we've been mentioning, ONIC and GK will be closing out the Group BD stream for today. I'm going to look back at the heroes. We talked about the Barretts, of course, having a huge impact. I feel like GK is in a really tough spot of whether or not, how are they, or let's look at it from one thing first. Are they going to try to force Kelra into the fighters, or are they going to try to force them into marksman? Because it seems like wherever route you go, it's going to be really difficult to deal with Kelra in the gold lane, whether it's Paquito Freya or any of the other long string of marksman options that he has available for him.
Yeah. I think if you're Geekay, you're better off forcing Kelra into marksman. Right now, Kelra has found a new kind of playstyle, playing the fighter gold laners, and he can be very aggressive with it. And if they keep on doing that, it will be good for their team. Look at this though, Redmar. Barrett's banned by ONIC themselves.
Wow, that's a hell of a signal here for ONIC. I think it's one of the things that teams like to do is like they know that the team is looking at a certain pick, and then they just go, hey, you know what? Let me ban it for you. Because that way you get to force out some things. And most likely GK were already eyeing out picking up the Barrett somehow, one way or another. So you just get rid of that threat across the board.
Yeah. Okay, so this really opens up so much for the two teams because we're seeing different banning patterns. The Marcel is open, so is the Hirara. But that also means that the Belleric now increases its priority between the two teams that we have, and also the Valentina. There is a smart play. If okay, so the Belleric being banned out, so you're thinking either Marcel or Hirara, right, for Geekay Esports. There is an argument that can be made for the Valentina, but instead it's going to be the Marcel. So are you going Valen Hirara if you're ONIC?
Well, ONIC has already shown that even up against the Marcel or other teams, you can still willingly play the Vexana. It's still gonna be fine. I mean, there's that funny interaction wherein you see the Eternal Guard come down, but the damage, that whole knockup thing, won't register up until the golden hour goes down. It's just this sudden surprise burst, so they don't even need to rush into it. They pick up the Valentina and the Herrera, that if ever GK want to block this Valentina away from ONIC, it might actually end up hurting them in the long run.
For sure. You're not gonna pick that for sure. You're gonna consider either Nolan or Harley or even Guinevere.
Yes.
Immediate pick up on the Esmeralda. That's the decision now for UK Esports. Let's run it back. Let's play the EXP lane like we used to, like proper Mobile Legends players from before. Esmeralda versus Uranus. Eternal battle. Why not? They will go for the Eudora instead. Of course, that's the Quantum Special. ONIC, how are they going to answer this? They do have an option to pick up the Valentina, but I feel like they will just go for the Marcel. I feel like, apart from that, there is some merit to pick up the Valentina here for ONIC if they wish so.
Yeah.
We'll see.
It works a little bit better with and for their lineup instead of GK picking it up for themselves. So it's good to see that they didn't fall into the trap of picking it up. But remember, the Vexana is still an option. Even if you're not thinking about using it with countering something like glue, you don't have to worry about it popping up. But here it is. Something that we saw with another team prioritizing Eudora and then losing on reach. They go ahead and pick up the Melissa.
Have I not seen this before? Of course I did. It will be the Hirara plus the Melissa and then the Uranus in there. Eventually, there will be another tanky hero that Keyboy will pick up without this Belleric. You are incentivized to go for maybe a Minotaur or maybe
glue.
A glue. Well, probably. Is it? I think you will want to take away the glue from Geekay Esports because that could be an option for them, or maybe not anymore because they already have the Esmeralda as well as the Marcel.
Yeah.
But yeah. You probably won't ban it. You take it for yourself, and call me crazy, but I think ONIC wants to last pick the Rafaela.
Ooh.
I think.
Just do it for the lulz. I mean, might as well give it a try, see how it goes. Melissa, Rafa, Melissa, Yura. And I can't remember. We don't see the map. We don't know actually what it is, whether or not we're going to clouds or whatnot. But safe to assume that if ever there is a Rafaela getting picked up for ONIC, then we are in clouds.
Yep. Good combination. Rafaela and Fine Clouds. I'm thinking about like what are the options here for Keyboy? Do they even think about they probably want Matilda, right? Okay, so they go for the Jushin. Alright, pretty standard ONIC stuff. And Geekay immediately answers with the Nolan, one of the remaining options. Click banned out, which means what? You're gonna Brody perhaps or Granger.
Yeah.
Geekay Esports.
I think I prefer the Granger a little bit more, even though you're up against a wall in the Uranus. You could still find a way to weave it through and make it work. Boy, what's it gonna be? With both some possibilities in the Minotaur and what's the other one that we mentioned?
The glue.
The glue, yeah. So what's it gonna be, ONIC? I mean, your suggestion also is. Oh wait, no, we aren't gonna see the Rafa anymore.
No, we can't. What else is a good system? Matilda mayhaps, but actually, the Matilda can work. Despite there being as well at the opposite end, Matilda for Keyboy. Okay.
Ooh. Oh.
This is up against the Marcel.
Yep.
Could be a
I think the last time we saw this, it didn't work, was it? Like it was still difficult for Tigreal to actually work around with the presence of Marcel.
Yeah. Theoretically speaking, it's so difficult, but in practice, maybe the idea will be to wait for the golden hour to pop before you pop your ult. So it's going to be like a dance battle between two teams where they're gonna be waiting for whoever pops the ultimate first, and that guy will lose the team fight. Can't say that I am confident with it. However, the first 4 picks that we saw from the side of ONIC Indonesia, it's pretty standard. It's pretty ONIC coded, and it can easily work, I feel like. So we'll see. Both teams having drafted their own. I'm still confident that Aquanok Eudora can bring a lot of mileage for Geekay Esports.
Xavier's gonna make some magic, similar to what we saw in his previous series against Alpha 7 North. Final series of the day, game number 1. Both are qualified for the playoffs already, but you're looking at better placements. Burst straight into the mid. Sans and Keyboy getting sent back just a little bit with all this great damage and combo, of course, coming out from the Eudora. Fight for the first Little Wanderer, both heavily contesting it. Looks like it went to the side of GK, while ONIC will minimize their losses.
Yeah, 4 heroes for Geekay Esports. I like that decision. Fast clear your lane, get to there as Aizen. Now they will dip back into the fight, actually poking Tigreal down, forcing that flicker out. Great heads up play coming out from Geekay Esports, but they did have to commit Quanok's flicker for that one. I feel like when it comes to value, of course, you would prefer to have your flicker on your Tigreal. The first team fight that will happen around the first turtle.
Gets the tough boots for the EXP lane and the roam. There is a lot of crowd control to watch. Kelra, wow, he is just facing Yaga up front, and he's sidestepping him face up, and Yaga can't hit.
Look at that. He is fast clearing the wave. The models is a problem for Yaga, the Granger up top. And yeah, Kelra, I've seen him play the Melissa before and it's masterful with it. Now, ONIC are gonna be the first one to dip their toes into the turtle, zoning out Shen. Nolan is so far away. ONIC identifies that. They blitz the turtle. And all of a sudden, ONIC just clipped the wings of Geekay Esports.
Shen decides to pull back the golem, so that it sets up for Bomba a little bit better. No, I mean. And Kyrie is forced to go back. Cannot heavily contest it unless Keyboy, Lutpi, and Sans get the info that they could get something really good. Lutpi will continue his annoyance of the Nolan. Meanwhile, the mid, Shen and Quanok. Stopped by Sans and Keyboy. Quanok having a hard time hitting level 4 as Sans is already just about to hit level 5. Here comes Kelra. They go for a mid play. See if they can find an opening there, but that's just a double lane coming in from the gold standard. They clear it up. Lutpi in the back. And this Uranus is just gonna keep being that kind of presence. Chino can't get to his orange buff.
Yeah. ONIC invasion is too difficult to deal with now because of how fast they were moving. It seems like Geekay Esports are just unprepared for this kind of relentless movements from ONIC Indonesia. They're even including Sans in their Keyboy. Dashing him forward does not land. Because the golden hour catching 2. Kyrie gets out. You can do that?
Did he iframe it?
He timed it perfectly though. He timed the iframe so that he will not get hit by the golden hour. As soon as he gets out of the iframe, he dashes out.
Dashes out of the golden hour. Ah.
Wow.
That makes sense. That's a learning. That's something new. Thanks for teaching us something new, Kyrie. All right, no wonder all these Hiraras are very confident with picking this up into the Marcel. You can't just avoid it, and add that to the long list of reasons as to why Hirara is busted. ONIC continue the assault. Here comes Shen. No good than an hour for him just yet. Aizen trying to hold, but very systematically, ONIC have just reduced the amount of farm that they can get in the jungle. I'm talking about Geekay Esports. Boy goes in with the implosion. The Sacred Hammer plus the implosion lands. Yaga caught in no man's land, and he's gonna get taken out. Looks like he flickered the wrong way. GK trying to find a win elsewhere besides getting Keyboy down. Lupi is protecting Kelra, and that's a win for GK. Oh, excuse me, ONIC.
Especially because of the Gold Rainer. They want to position for the turtle. That is the golden hour. Desperately used by Shen. And a wasted ultimate. In fact, folks coming out from the Nolan. Sans has to back out for now, but Kyrie is controlling the turtle, so is Keyboy. Lutpi already looking for Zeno, finds him. Shen might be in trouble because of this, no? Gets out Lutpi. Pretty safe as the Uranus, no threat from GK Esports. And ONIC Indonesia are gonna be happy with trading Keyboy, eventually taking the turtle, and now getting back into farming.
This Uranus for ONIC and Lutpi has been so good. Revisiting and reconfirming it, but yes, if I recall correctly, it was an undefeated for the entire run of MSC. I believe the final standing of Lutpi and the Uranus was 8-0 or 9-0. That's how good he was with this hero.
That's right. Now, Quanok. Oh, flicker to the right. Avoids the entirety of ONIC. In comes Shen. Golden hour catches two. Now Kyrie in trouble. Another iframe to dodge the thunder coming out from this Eudora. Gets out. Keyboy, Sliver of HE also getting out of there. Explosions coming out from Geekay. ONIC survives, and Lutpi happy to soak all the damage in the world for his teammates to also get out of there. And for some reason, he's also able to protect the purple buff. Geekay Esports and ONIC, big tussle in the middle, but no one dies.
Great defense from ONIC on all ends. After that golden hour, I was waiting to see where Yaga would be able to drop the damage. Meanwhile, the mid lane, Keyboy found a big flicker implosion. It looks like Quanok's gonna get taken out here, but Kyrie's holding on. He becomes a trade. It's the mid laner for the jungler, and it doesn't look good for ONIC. They've lost Kyrie. GK have countered Keyboy's set really well. As I was saying earlier, Yaga actually had his his skills body blocked by Keyboy after the golden hour was dropped down by Shen. Topside now, GK trying to look for another win. Keyboy spots out Yaga and Shen, they back off.
A massive win taking out Kyrie. And are they able to push middle? It seems like there will be a defense. Esmeralda wants to go and take that. They will be able to push. Now up top, golden hour. Keyboy is low. But they will also be able to push because of this. GK Esports are playing so well. They even get the turtle on top of it all. 3 massive wins for GK Esports. Objectives that they were able to take. And now they are leading when it comes to the goal. Who would have thunk GK Esports can do this to ONIC, especially with ONIC securing all these heroes that they have. Oh my goodness.
All right, GK, we see you. We see you now. Great little movements, great calls. It's still very even, very, very close. But don't be so surprised if by the end of this game, it's GK that we're hyping up. That's going to be a sudden burst yet again. Here comes Quanok with a signature Eudora. Lutpi took a lot of damage. But of course, it is a Uranus. GK are not going to be able to take it down.
Nolan now able to slowly get the push again into the bottom lane. ONIC seems like they've lost when it comes to their map movements. And GK just collects a lot of gold around the map. Maybe the trade-off is that Kyrie is pushing up top, but another pressure point coming up from GK Esports. Pop the golden hour onto Keyboy. Keyboy has to back out. Aizen is going to be controlled, and he has to be careful. Has to purify. Gets out of there. Keyboy actually being exploded by Quanok. Didn't even look at the explosion out there. He just went out, flickered, and took out Keyboy. Quanok the specialist.
He's too good with this Eudora. At this point, I think ONIC really need to have an honest conversation about taking it away from him. He continues. It's up against some really tanky heroes too. ONIC still, again, very close in the goal. They still have their win condition in the Melissa. Keller's been able to get farm. But with all of this reach and the surprise burst coming out, we talked about the difficulty of the Tigreal into the Marcel. I think the reason why we're seeing a lot more proactive movements for GK and ONIC to kind of lost is that Tigreal is just definitely slower in the first step compared to the Marcel. Marcel gets around so much quicker, and you have to be very deliberate with it. Speaking about Shen, Golden Hour forces out the Crimson Beacon. They get the burst down Lutby on this Uranus, but aren't able to take him down. Meanwhile, back behind the Lord Pit, it seems like a member of GK was left. That's Aizen on the Esmeralda. Kiboy can't do much against him. It's advantage for GK heading into this Lord.
Look at this. The Nolan looking for an angle, looking for the opening. They found each other up top. And it seems like they're having a little bit of a duel out there. But Kyrie will be able to clear the lane up. Both of them, in fact. There's a duel. It's still ongoing. They're still going at it. The Nolan is slow. But in comes Shen to help him out. Keyboy as well. Roamers and junglers up top. A 2v2. And that was the most intense minimap casting I've ever did.
Here comes GK. Seeing if they can convert it. There are already 5 members of ONIC around here. They left the Nolan up top to clear. They're trying to force a reaction out. Quanok again in a spot to see if he can get a pick off. They know the timers really well. I believe that GK have made the call that they know that the purple buff of Kyrie is about to spawn and that there is a minion wave up top. Here comes Shen with another conceal. Brings Quanok with him. They're going after Sands. Are they going to be able to get a big stun off? But Lutby decides to go for the body block. Quick little freeze moment. They couldn't get to the juice in. Couldn't pop its Crimson Beacon. Here comes Boy from behind. Finds it. Beneath the golden outwork, and ONIC turned this fight around. The damage coming out of the Granger. GK has taken a lot of hits, but no member of ONIC gets taken out as well. They send back Kyrie to clear his own purple buff. He will go up to orange. GK might actually get this, but it's Sino who goes to his own purple buff. It's a long dance.
Long dance. Gotta watch out for Quanok now. Doesn't have the ultimate. Lutby happy to take all of the damage coming out from members of GK. Kyrie slowly getting into the right side, but Aizen spots him out. They will now control the Lord. No ult for Shen for quite a while. So is Quanok has the ultimate. Shen onto the back lines. They want to control this. There's going to be the Purify actually for Shen. Shen far too forward, getting punished. And now Lutby goes in forward with Kimo. Implosion with the flicker. There is going to be a kill to the Granger. And now ONIC about their opening angle. Quanok is down as well. There will be a trade for the Jushin, but now Zeno Bomba under the maniac of Kyrie. And of course, it was Keyboy who started it all, so patiently waiting for the most opportune moment to pop the flicker implosion, and he finds it.
This is Keyboy. The perfect timing. And ONIC have broken the dam, open Pandora's box. They will get Lord number 1 after a very long dance between these two. A question for GK, what was Shen doing way too deep behind the lines of ONIC and way too early? The other members of GK look like they were not ready to help him out.
Oh man. The battle of patience. Shen onto the back lines. The first one to break was GK Esports. Not gonna lie, that was pretty close. GK Esports played it so well up until the point where Shen was okay. Kyrie forcing the ultimate, pops the probably misses the Philippines because of that sticker, and was so much stun coming out from Keyboy once again. That results in a Quanok kill. Shen has to back out. ONIC, oh my goodness, they're playing with the minds of GK Esports.
Keyboy again They baited it out. An entry with the Falling Star Moon coming in from Aizen, but now he's stuck because the other members of GK are distracted by Sans of the Crimson Beacon. Kyrie goes in and gets that kill. A monster kill for him. He has hella stacks on the Sky Piercer after the maniac that he got. Shen decides to go forward. Yaga trying to hit from afar, but he has to focus on the minion waves here while ONIC decides to focus on it. And they're not going to be able to take it down just yet. They still have minion waves coming in. They have the man advantage due to the damage of Keller going forward towards Inobaba. The entry by Shen. Just a couple of freezing moments, but not a big set. Doesn't have the golden hour just yet, waiting for it. Full combo from the Eudora. Not going to be able to get a kill. ONIC are still relentless, so they want to go for the end. They have the minion waves. They can go ahead and lock, but they want to respect. They push back the members of GK and have taken game number 1.
As good as Quanok is, as good as Shen was, as good as the entirety of GK from yesterday and up until now, ONIC Indonesia has got their number in the second half of this game. It was very close in the first half, but with just a lot of outplays coming out from Kyrie, you saw how many dodges he was able to do in the tail end of that fight. And of course, Keyboy waiting for his moment, waiting for the time where there's no more golden hour that they can jump in. With the implosion, they were able to find it. Gotta keep your head high now if you are GK Esports, because with all due fairness, that was such a good game for them. They just crumbled in the end. And if they just keep their wits at bay, they can actually recover against ONIC Esports.
For anyone who watched GK Esports during MSC 2026, you have to admit this is a huge leap from what we saw from them in that tournament. Let me remind you, they almost were the team that eliminated Selangor Red Giants in the lower bracket quarterfinals in Group B. It had to go into 3 games. It had to go for SRG bringing out their second string jungler just so that they could make it into the next phase, of course, before getting eliminated by ONIC. These are the champions of MPL MENA in GK. Do not turn off the possibility that they might still be able to force game number 3, because we were both so impressed with how they were handling it. It just really took one moment. And you mentioned it as well from the beginning of the draft. We talk about it in the form of ultimates, whoever uses their ultimate first, but then it became of the story of which roamer gets a little bit too overzealous and triggers their initiation a little bit too early. And in the key moment, it was Shen on the Marcel.
See, it's so funny to watch Kara just really literally focus on the base. And then it actually prompted a lot of reactions from GK Esports. And all of a sudden, you can see Quanok here already ramping up. It feels like ONIC is kind of prepared for this one. They're kind of expecting it, in fact. Look this, Kyrie dodges the ultimate, even Suns as well. They knew that it is going to happen. They knew that eventually Quanok will be tempted into popping the ultimate. They dodged it and they win the fight afterwards, win the game afterwards, I mean. And GK Esports almost took down ONIC had it not been for Keyboy's heroics. And of course, Kyrie just outplaying everyone with the Hirara.
It's been a trend for Hirara games for Kyrie and ONIC that it could be very level, very steady, and then just when they find that moment, you get multiple kills on the Kyrie. A double, a triple, maybe even a maniac. I feel like we've seen it a lot more, definitely. And again, it's the understanding of ONIC and their timings and their power spikes and the importance of patience. I know this is the meta of just like snowball, go, go, go. But sometimes if it doesn't, you don't get that clear opportunity to get that snowball starting. Sometimes you just have to play it patiently and go back to just a few months ago of waiting for that major power spike or major turnaround point in Lord 1. And that's what we saw from ONIC here.
Yeah. Still, when it comes to the draft choices for both teams, I think they're pretty solid. I honestly believe that GK Esports have found what they wanted to have. And for ONIC Indonesia, that last pick, Tigreal, I think it's more of a comfort pick than it is an actual good pick in that game. I still stand by what I said. It's difficult to play the Tigreal in the presence of the Marcel. And you see how much hard work Keyboy had to do, how much patience he had to muster just to make sure that he will land the game winning play. He did, however, find it. It looked really good. It looked amazing. It looked cool. But it was difficult, and I don't think that it's something that Keyboy would want to do day in and day out.
Yeah.
Because it's I can feel how stressful it was.
Yeah, it was he had to be a little bit too patient for that. Although he is known for making some very perfect timing, take real plays. When we get back, we'll see the culmination or the continuation, whether or not ONIC will sweep it here, or we'll get to see GK force a game number 3 after this break.
Үлкіміздер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкімен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
one more win until ONIC sweeps up GK Esports in this series and gets a better placement in the playoffs here at Games of the Future 2026. But we might just be left with one more plot twist as GK look ready and look poised to deal with ONIC. It all boiled down to one moment that didn't go their way. We talked about the drafts. We talked about their execution. I'm going to be real with you. I have to ask you, dog. Bro, Wolf, you really think GK can force a game number 3?
My answer to that is yes, because Renmar, I have seen stranger things happen in the past 2 weeks. All right, I've seen like the strongest teams being brought down without a win for MSC, and I'm talking about Team Liquid. I've seen a team from Europe 3-0 ONIC Indonesia, but being forced to a 7-game series up against a team from Myanmar. So yes, Renmar, there's so many things that we did not expect will happen, but happened in the last 2 weeks of MLBB, and GK Esports team from the West, they can actually force the game number 3 after seeing them perform well in the game number 1. Maybe game number 2 is where they finally win against ONIC Indonesia.
Blessed be this meta and all the craziness that it has spawned. Still, the community is trying to think of a name for it. Whatever we'll decide in the years to come of what we're going to be calling this era and this meta of MLBB, may the name be as worthy as the surprises that it has provided. Moonton gave, and they provided. I don't know why I'm going down this line of thinking in route, but hey, let's think about what might happen here in this game number 2. You know, in game number 1, we got to see, of course, a quick little trade with the Marcel. No one going for the Valentina, which I like. There's community sentiment about Valentina and her underwhelming presence in the metagame. Despite their, yes, being great ultimates you can take, sometimes it might just be better to look the other way. And that's exactly what ONIC did by picking up the Juicen at Red 4. But again, we return to one of the breakout stars of this tournament's draft, which is the Melissa getting prioritized by ONIC.
Yeah. And with the first, it even reaches to a point where it's like the first pick for some teams, right? Yeah, so Melissa it seems to be the marksman of choice right now, because it just needs to hit a specific timing. Just has to wait for its XP laner to be tanky enough, get its own 3-item power spike, and all of a sudden it's a threat. And the really good thing about Melissa is that it can actually be a threat even when it's pushing and when it's sieging. You saw how Kelra was able to utilize the muddles so that they can easily push. GK Esports decided to ban the Uranus. The Uranus instead of the Barretts, which was banned by ONIC, if I'm not mistaken, in the previous game. So I think ONIC will not ban the Barretts anymore. They will just maybe take away Marcel, perhaps, and then claim that badge for themselves. Okay, no Harley. So they're forcing Hirara as well as the Marcel decision, but GK Esports will be the wiser and will pick up this Barretts instead.
Yeah, that was the right call. You could tell that they were trying to bait the GK into it. But even a slight reaction there from Kyrie, I feel like that's a sign that's like, oh, they didn't fall for it. They went ahead and picked it up. But hell, they still get a tremendous tandem in the Marcel and the Hirara, so it's not really a problem. But GK are quick with it. They go ahead and pick up the Paquito. Let's see if they'll still go for the Eudora, or if they'll... Oh, Melissa actually might be great.
You already have your Paquito, you already have your Barretts, that is free for you. And I don't think that they will want to pick up the... Oh, okay, so they just pick up the Eudora.
Comfort,
all right, ONIC.
It's Q-Dora, it's Q-God, man.
Q-Dora, yep. Okay, so ONIC, is this Melissa or will it be Esmeralda? So that... Oh, Esmeralda's banned. So we might actually see Lupi play a different kind of hero or a substitute to the Uranus as well as the Esmeralda, but I can't think of anything else actually. So they might change this up. What else is what? It's a Loi. All right. So here's the thought. There was a time when I was working with ONIC, right? And that was a long time ago. Coach Yeb likes to play, and ONIC in general likes to play Loi against Barretts, because the idea is Barretts will always be in front, and you will always have a vessel for the duality passive, as well as the dispersion is what it's called. Dispersion to always hit and ricochet to the other members of your opponent. So probably is the idea, but to pick it up third pick, that is quite interesting actually for ONIC.
Well, as you put it, it makes it easier in terms of the team fighting. They're expecting that there's going to be a lot of front to back action here, but I think what ONIC might have overlooked is the way Kwanok plays this Eudora is he makes the front to back look like it doesn't even exist. He'll flicker forward, he'll get that combo off, and then it forces the formation break. Or ONIC are going to be looking towards taking care of their map incredibly well and just maximizing the speed of rotations that you could get with the Loi and the Marcel together. Let's see. Maybe they've cooked up some very unique takes here and a combination with the Loi pickup. Now they're losing their gold lane options. The Melissa gets banned out here by GK. Still, if they're leaning towards front to back and looking at the dispersion, and they need a little bit more shred, they might be keen on picking up the carry a little bit later. Maybe even the Clint should still be good. Play the front to back and allow Kelra to freely hit from behind.
Yeah. I think it's more worth it to get the Kelra hero now and just wait for the loopy hero afterwards. But then again, since you're playing Kelra, you might as well give Kelra the best hero for the very last pick. So I'm thinking of a tank hero that could fit. Maybe Terizda actually for Lutpi.
Oh yeah.
What other tanky dude can be in the front lines? Baksha.
Oh,
that's a tanky dude.
Yep. Is it? Wait, it's an XP Baksha?
Yep.
Oh, they're throwing it way back. This is some M2 level tradings in the EXP with Baksha and Paris in the EXP. We go way back, and now here comes Ling making a comeback. It's a gold lane Paquito. Oh, this might be tough for the Ling, not gonna lie.
On the contrary, I can see it. I see the vision.
Because they don't have any catch? Like hard single target catch?
Yeah, 100%. And also, Louis hates playing against the Ling. When Louis was the top picked hero, Ling will always be the tech pick against that. So that could be an option. Now, Paquito, what will you now pick? Kelra up against that hero. Well, Brody is available, and I think it's just a very safe pick. They go for the Ruby.
Whoa.
Actually, one of the traditional answers to the Ling.
Yeah?
Not gonna lie, I think I like Geekay Esports' lineup better.
Yeah, it's very sound ideas around it. Maybe this early low-E priority might be good. ONIC might be playing a little bit, but you see the vision and the idea behind it, while GK go for just something a little bit more familiar and something we're a little bit more used to. But Rubies in the gold lane, especially if it's gonna build full damage, I feel like has been a nightmare for many of us, surprisingly going up against it in our ranked games where we're suddenly always wondering, why can't we kill this Ruby, and why does it hurt like a truck? Maybe that's what they're banking on ONIC and what they're hoping this Ruby could be. But if we just follow the current trends of the metagame, GK looks like they might be on the way to forcing a game 3.
Yep. See how good they are with it. All right. There's something that we will be able to discover after this game. How character is the EXP lane, and already we're seeing some benefit for picking up this backshot with this leashing. Actually, is one of the best heroes to actually lose for your jungler. And up against that, there was a time, and I'm not gonna lie, there was a time that the backshot was the answer to the bats. And that was around M2, around Season 6. In fact, because of the anti-heal properties, and you generally don't care about each other. But if you get hit by Lutpi's plates, you can easily be taken out eventually.
Shen might be the first one taken out of here. Perfect stun there by Quanok to stop Kyrie and Kaboy from completing the kill onto that Belleric. But ONIC did get a small win. They forced out the flicker from the Belleric. So no surprise takes here. And let's see, maybe, if I remember correctly, the box for the last time we saw it, it had one simple job. Especially the EXP lane, back in M2, you just keep diving the back line. You drop down that poisons, you break that formation, and then now all hell breaks loose for the opposing team.
I wonder where...
Because it can survive the burst of the Eudora.
Yes. There's not much to jump onto apart from the Eudora. But you do have that extra anti-heal that can also be a problem for both the Paquito as well as this Barats. And of course, the Belleric. What I'm concerned about is how will ONIC actually play this Louis? Like, where does it stand? Is this a diversion play that... okay, why is Quanok there? We don't know. But they did take out Quanok, which is a fair trade, a really good trade for ONIC. Now they will take the turtle with it.
So much tanky boys right in front of you. The Paquito and the Ruby aren't even here just yet. And look at Aizen melting, struggling to get away from this Baksha. But you still have Xenobomba close by. He looks like he went in a little bit too early. He still has the retribution, but Sans gets the last hit onto that turtle. Lutpi now trying to run away from this. Yaga gets a kill onto Carry. Lutpi brought down really low, but GK Esports decide to back off.
All things considered, I think they have the better trade-off. They were able to feed a kill, an assist for Xeno, a kill for Yaga, the gold laner. They denied some minions away from the Baxia. So Aizen was quick to react up to the top lane. There's a teleport play. Not going to be able to take down Quanok. Quanok is still level 3 at this point, now level 4. That death up top was really detrimental to the levels and the experience of this Eudora. However, Geekay Esports going to be happy with whatever happened. Every time the link does not die in neutral objectives, it's good.
Meanwhile, here at the bottom lane, Yaga gets spotted out. Kyrie, Sans, and Kelra, the teamwork to get a kill onto the gold lane Paquito. Will be opening up a little bit more room for Kelra to farm in the bottom lane, expediting the process of his farm.
Looking sweet now for ONIC as Kelra, the Ruby, being fed 1 assist as well. And will actually be able to get a double lane setup for himself. And the good thing about this Ruby is that it's very spammable. They want to go for Aizen. Tanky dude.
No.
Yep, not the best target to actually try to eliminate at this point.
They whittle him down a bit, somewhat. Yaga gets a couple of hits there on the turret, getting a little bit more gold for himself to recover. Bomba, Xeno gets the gold crab. I don't know why. I think it's just because you're so used to calling Kid Bomba Bomba that I can't help but call Xeno Bomba just Bomba also.
Yeah. It's Bomba sanity just recently because of the achievements of Kid Bomba, but again, Turtle, neutral objective, very important in here. I think they'll use the Louis just to transport the Baxia into that fight. Okay, so that's exactly what's gonna happen here for ONIC. Diversion is just used to really just an express way for the split pushers of ONIC to get into the neutral objectives, which will now commence.
The fight breaks off. Shank is taken out. Oh, Aizen missed the detonus. Welcome. This could be really massive. But the missiles and the knockback brings ONIC a little bit closer to victory, actually, even though they're the ones that get hit by it. And turtle number 2 will be going to ONIC. Let's see if they can build that into an even bigger win as Yaga is trying to clear the minion wave in the bottom lane. Lippy decides to go in for the dive, a little bit of a sidestep and a flicker, but they decide to dive the tower. Instead, Yaga falls to ONIC after Turtle goes to them.
5 people in for ONIC. They take out 2. They will be able to take the turret as well. Zeno just decides to split push. Smart play coming out from Zeno, given what is the situation there for their team, as it was a quick elimination onto Shen. And don't run Wolf King from Kelra. It's perfect. Lippy now, it comes Kelra once again, snagging Quanok. Quanok is down. Now they wanted for the Grand of the Giant, but it comes the Golden Hour to counter the play coming up from Geekay Esports, trapping 2. And of course, the Louis with prepped up duality passive. After the Golden Hour, that was the tech that they were looking for. Kyrie diving in, being teleported. Oh, Zeno misses the shot. Kyrie is gonna survive despite him diving too deep. And ONIC is showing us a new tech with this Louis in combination with this Marcel.
Chloe, Marcel, Ruby, a lot of close range, but Quanok again gets the burst of a lifetime. But Yaga quickly gets answered. Luffy decides to go forward with the shield unity. Kyrie, iframe, takes out Quanok, gets a damage off. But with Aizen, Zeno, and Shen all healthy, Kelra, Sans, and Kyrie all back off. This combination is nasty from ONIC. It's like it will suck you in. It will just group you up, and it will not let you go and slowly eat you up. That is crazy tech by ONIC that they're showcasing.
Oh yeah, we saw that there is little to no reaction that Geekay Esports were able to do afterwards. They lost 2 of their members immediately after the Golden Hour, and fortunately for Geekay Esports, Zeno is still alive, and Zeno is able to farm up top. Kelra smells something awry at top. Yep, Sans again. Sans is more like a ride-hailing app, practically. Yeah. Look at this.
I mean, yeah, he literally grabs his team with him.
Yeah.
And takes them wherever they want to go. Oh, but here comes pedal to the metal. It's Gus for ONIC. They go forward. They get a pick off onto Shen. And GK immediately back away from the turtle. It's all 3 turtles going to ONIC in game number 2.
We'll take it. They will now force the issue into the middle. They know that the Paquito is up top. They want to dive in Aizen. This time Zeno threatens for anything. He's just overseeing the operation right now. Oh, Aizen misses the Daytonas again, and he's punished for it. Damage coming out from Quanok, Rata the Dryad as well. In comes the Golden Hour for the counter. Baba Yaga onto the backlines, but he's quickly stopped by Kelra. Second skill to stun him down, and now Kyrie with the iframes to take him out. With the help of Kelra, they eliminate the Paquito. Now Keyboy controlling Shen. Shen taken out by Sans. Perfect movements coming out from ONIC, only losing Lutpi. And now Kelra jumps in. Quanok is dead. Just like that. You cannot be stationary against the members of ONIC because everybody can just snag you away and take you down.
What is this lineup? Absolutely disgusting by ONIC. And it looks like they've trained and practiced this for a long time with how smooth they're playing it. The flicker, I'm offended, and all of the layering of crowd control before that. Yeah, it's a problem for GK because they're literally immobile against all of this crowd control, the constant procs of the duality and dispersion coming in from Sans and his Lo Yi. If you blink and look, if you squint and look at it a certain way, it looks like this lineup was built for the Lo Yi as the centerpiece, and they go again. Aizen gets taken down. Kyrie is godlike, even with the anti-dive heroes to the side of GK. There's just too much crowd control, but finally ONIC might have bitten more than they could chew. They finally access Sans, but he's safe, he's free, because he is well protected by the other members of this crazy-ass lineup.
And you can see the reaction coming out from ONIC. It's as if they were expecting Yaga to go in. The moment that the Paquito went in with the flicker, they knew exactly what to do. But it wasn't the flicker that Yaga used, but the mobility coming out from the Paquito and the potential burst onto the backlines, able to react, protect themselves, peel for each other. The reaction time coming out from ONIC is pristine. And this chaotic lineup that we thought does not make sense, the backshot from the EXP, the Louis third pick, we didn't know that it could be as smooth as this. And ONIC, Coach Yeb, CW will never doubt you again.
They have cooked. I guess it works out very well for them too that it's into a lineup with a Paquito gold lane.
Yeah.
I would have liked to see how this lineup would have fared with a longer distance poke marksman, but I feel like it also might not have made that much of a difference. ONIC would have just continued diving, continued fighting.
Red team turret has been destroyed.
This is the Hail Mary play. Look at Shen going for the backlines. But there will be flicker for Suns and the rest of ONIC available as well. Let's see how can Geekay Esports cope this time.
Shen, conceal. He'll have the flicker. He tosses it out. It doesn't get everyone, but it gets enough. Tempest Blaze gets brought down, but it's delayed by the Golden Hour. Kana gets taken out by Kyrie, who has decimated the backline. Keller takes down Yaga. Double kill there for Kyrie. 3 members of GK down, and ONIC with this lineup. Run and gun. All gas. No brakes. Ruby in the gold lane. Baxter in the EXP. That's ONIC in 2. No need for game 3.
Grabe ginawa lang ng ONIC.
Lineup so chaotic, so good, so random.
Congrats,
You would think that it
ONIC.
will not win, but ONIC have rehearsed this, practiced with it, and showed us how it's done. New text unlocked by ONIC Indonesia. Marcel with the Louis.
Mga 11 minutes lang yung game to, no?
And a lot of displacement as well. It can,
11:30 max,
there's a
ganun.
lot of displacement already coming out from the Louis. And then you have Kelra with the I'm offended. Ruby obviously has a lot of displacement. And of course, this Baxia that is always going to be a threat when it comes to the dive. And it's unlike any other diver out there. It's very tanky. And maybe, just maybe,
Basic
we
sa
have
ONIC o
found an
kanado.
answer
Binasic no.
to the Barretts in
Grabe.
EXP
Ang
that
bilis
has
eh.
been running rampant
Congrats, ONIC.
all throughout the past 2 weeks of MLBB action in the
Matagal pa
PC.
yung pinag-antay.
Thank you so much, ONIC, for actually making this happen.
Matagal pa yung pinag-antay.
Time is a flat circle. It seems like we're quickly running through the history of MLBB, except of course people constantly just whipping out Sabres and Karinas back when they were absolutely busted. But what's next? Again, it's like what, in 3-4 weeks, maybe the midway through the next MPL season, suddenly there's a team bringing back full-on Ubis somehow. But this meta game, just when we thought we have settled in, here comes ONIC, and you have to put GK up there in terms of quality. Look how they played game number 1. It took one mistake, just one little mistake, and they lost it. And they were giving ONIC a huge struggle and challenge in that game. Game number 2.
Yung SRG, ano pa yan? Lalaban pa sila.
During the draft, and you
Lipat na lang kayo sa ibang mag-end dive na ako.
The Barretts, very old answer to it. What's the Baksha and the EXP lane? M2 days. But that's when, during the time, you suddenly got more trades popping up in the Lapu, Benedetta, where you can balance either going for tanky or for going for damage in EXP. Up to you which one seems best for the scenario. And this age where the assassins have made a comeback too, you go into this what almost looks like role-less, formless lineup, harkening back to the preset role era of MLBB, where you have Ruby, you have Lo Yi, Marcel, and you have a clear carry in the old idea of it all in the Hirara. But again, if you squint, again, it looks like this lineup is built up for Sans, and it's just Keller was somehow getting the last hit. It's crazy how versatile and how formless this lineup of ONIC looks like.
Only the best minds in MLBB can actually conjure this kind of composition, conjure this kind of lineup. And it seems like at first you would think that they will we're just picking heroes that counters one specific hero from the other team, and then it's a mishmash of counter heroes. But then when you see it in action, it actually has some synergy to go with it. at the end of it all, Kyrie was just phenomenal with this Hirara. And I think that a lot of teams are giving way too much of a leeway for ONIC. Every time they are giving Hirara to Kyrie, you saw that in the third place match. You saw that all throughout the 4 games that we've seen ONIC play in Games of the Future. And that's something that you have to be wary of. And I think that we have come to an age where it's now Kelra's time to flex his hero pool, because I know this kid, he can play so many heroes. And I feel like him with Kyrie and the rest of ONIC, with their coaching staff of ONIC specifically, is getting empowered to showcase his hero pool actually.
Yeah, where it's not just all about the gold laners. Again, he came in at a time where some of the best gold laners that you can play was actually an Alice. So this young man definitely has it in the bag to be able to pull out unique picks in the gold lane. But of course, the MVP of the game, Kyrie, you said it, realize and acknowledge 931 of the GPM, only 1 death, 12 kills, a maniac, 6 assists. You can no longer give this hero to him. It's going to be too much to ask for your team to respond and draft towards it. It's a worthy respect ban right out of the gate.
Absolutely.
Walang napitas si
Then
Ling.
again,
No?
we are going to see Geekay Esports. I think that Geekay Esports, again, hold your head up high. I think that you have proven that you can actually match up against the top teams in the region, but you have to be really prepared for your next matches in round of 16. I'm not entirely sure who will they
So, yun lang
face,
guys.
but they will be
Thank you
moving
so
on.
much po sa mga tumambay.
Additionally, ONIC are in a very comfortable spot after winning their 2 games. They're gonna be waiting at the top.
May match pa yung SRG pero sa kabilang stream.
Yeah, they're already there. You're gonna be seeing the full
Good
picture of the
night.
bracket just a little
Bye-bye
bit.
po.
There's some breaking news for you
Mag-e-end
in
live
case you
na
aren't
ako.
watching Stream Group A to C, where our friends Gideon and Lafel are calling the action there. Selangor Red Giants lost under 10 minutes to the open qualified team from Kazakhstan, Rune Eaters. You heard that right. This team of players that we are not familiar with completely decimated SRG in game number 1. And that might just change the picture of what the top 8 looks like here in Games of the Future. You were calling back to Games of the Future last year. That's where we started seeing teams like Dianfang Yaguai deliver some surprising results. Remember last year they made it all the way to the Battle of the Third. They took down teams like RQ Hoshi on the way there.
Right. So yeah, surprises are gonna happen, and you have to really respect everyone. But here we go. There's the final picture. Well, not the final picture, but we still are waiting for one last match. Rune Eaters were